I've got him at 200%.
I hear him probably because I have earbuds, but I don't know anybody else.
Okay, so you mean like there is nothing except Earth, and there is a bunch of
Yeah,
stars there, and we're in
yeah,
some kind of realm, right?
yeah, you're getting it. Yeah, there's no other. There's not like outside, like the concept of inside and outside, right? Like we're inside of Earth, and then you go outside of Earth. Like there's no outside. All that you see is all that there is. There's no outside. All
So
we know
there
is,
is okay.
go-
So there
yeah,
is only one realm, and that is Earth, and there is no other realm. You mean that like that?
yeah. Well, not a okay, not world, but realm. So the world would insinuate some sort of structure, like we're on top of a structure. We don't know that information. Like it very well may be that we're on some type of structure, like a giant rock or something, but we don't know that information to say that. Like all we
Because we
know is
haven't explored it.
say again.
Because we haven't explored it.
Well, I mean that and like the fact that is like all we know is the realm that we exist in here that we abide in. So this realm is like as much as we can know is all that we know. Outside, like to say that there's you can travel, to Mars or to the moon or something like this. That all these things are just fabrications of people and their stories about like what's outside of this place. But there is no like the whole mentality of going outside of Earth has been something that have been given to people to think about with videos and images, but there's no way for you to verify that information. Like as a person, you would never know that to be true ever. You can only believe it based on video and images.
But
But you
like I
can't.
have, yeah, yeah. But I
Go
have
ahead.
seen like rockets flying in the sky. So what is that?
Yeah. Well, there is technology that goes up, but the fact that it's going out, that's a very different story. So you know what I said by inside and outside? Like
Yeah.
they're telling you that rockets going outside, but then how can you prove that? You can only see it go up. That's it.
But
You
like
don't.
you don't have like point like if it goes up then where it goes.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. Like, where does it go, Byron? Do
Yeah.
you know? You don't
Yes.
know.
I,
You
I
don't
mean like
know. Yeah, I know.
according to like yeah.
You don't
So
know where
for
it's
me,
going. You believe it's going to space. I mean, you see it go up, and then they show you, you know, it goes into, low Earth orbit or whatever the case. But you believe that because they're showing you something. But
so
you
what do you
can't.
believe that? Like what do you believe? Like where does that rocket goes?
It just goes up in the air, and as far as it can reach, and then it comes back down again.
All right, that
Yeah.
was funny.
Well,
Like,
I
but
mean,
do you have any proof? Do you have any
what the
proof of it? Like a
the
rocket,
rocket
like
goes up and comes
when
back down.
yeah, it's a truth, but like how much time does it take?
Oh, like I don't know what you want to like. That to me is not like it's not proving anything about inside or outside because there's only a limit
Yeah,
to
I
where
mean like it's
there's
not about
there's a,
like inside or outside. I'm asking about like a rocket.
yeah, I know,
You
but I'm
just said
saying
like
talking about that doesn't help us understand the nature of our Earth. Like because your knowledge will only go to a certain limit. That limit will only go to as far as much as you can say you know, right? You can only know so much. And beyond that, you don't know where the rocket goes. I can't tell you where it goes. Like to say that, oh, it's going over here
but
or
you
over
said
there.
like
Like
it land in the earth, you know? You said
yeah,
like it goes up and it goes down.
yeah, they all do. Like
So
they
how much
all
time
do.
does it take to like do that?
That doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter if, like you say it takes a certain amount of time because you can't verify that information. How can like let's put it this way. If they say a rocket took 3 days to come back down to the ground, are you able to verify that, Byron?
I mean like I have seen that rocket like
No, no,
going
no, no,
up.
no, 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 no. Can you verify that the rocket went up and stayed up for 3 days and came back down again? Can you verify that?
I mean, it's your point. Like it is like in the sky and
Byron,
rounding around the
Byron,
earth. And,
Byron, I need you to be honest with me. Can you
okay,
verify that? Yes or no?
okay. So for my
Yes or no,
point of view,
Byron? Yes or no, Byron?
no.
Okay, thank you. That's it. So you see, that's what I be honest. I'm honest with you. There's no way to verify that. All we see is rockets go up. We don't know if they take 3 days, 3 weeks, a year. Nobody knows that. The only thing you know is they go up. That's it. After
So
that,
how can I prove? I mean, like, how can I like even trust your words? Since you said like you cannot trust other words, so how can I even trust you yourself?
okay. So the way you not trust me, I don't want you to do that. I want you to examine what I'm saying and then test what I'm saying to be true or false. So what I'm saying is you cannot verify the rocket lasts or whatever time you think it lasts and then it comes back down again. The only thing you know is you see something go up. That's it. So you have to test what I'm saying, Byron. The only way that you know that rocket took a week or whatever in the air is that you verified that to be true. And since you can't do that, you have to believe information. So you don't know it, you just believe it like everybody else does.
So you also do.
No, I'm not believing. I don't use my belief to think about rockets, Byron. I don't care.
So you
They-
mean like, yeah. So you mean like you won't believe other science things like scientific fact like Earth is round. You think like Earth is flat, and you have a proof of it.
Yes.
Yeah, you will have a proof of it. Like a lot of people have. But like few days, I mean, like few hours ago when I was like eating and like turn offing my mic, and some flat earther was discussing about the Interstellar movie.
Uh, yeah, I don't know what.
Interstellar movie. Interstellar.
Oh,
You don't
Interstellar.
know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So like they were like discussing about fiction. I guess.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah. So like even in that movie, like they use not flat Earth. They use like spherical Earth, and everywhere, like in the internet, most of the people will use spherical Earth rather than flat Earth, because the
Mhm.
flat Earth thing was like denied, like in the 90s when like someone proved it wrong.
yeah, but you believe all that okay, you have a choice right now, Byron. You can believe all of that stuff you think is proving flat Earth's wrong, or you can test what they're saying to be true. Just like the way you said to me, how do I know what you're saying is true? Remember you asked me that question? And I
Yeah.
told you what it was my response to you. You have to test what I'm saying. Like examine what I'm telling you and then test it.
So like how did you
hold on,
examine
Byron.
it?
Yeah,
Like
hold on.
yeah, so how did you examine
Byron,
it?
hold on.
Like rocket
Are
was
you
there,
Byron,
and yeah,
Byron, Byron.
yes, yes.
Are you doing that? Are you doing that too when you listen to people saying that they debunk flat Earth? Are you examining what they're saying?
No.
Okay, that's a problem, right? Because on the one hand, you don't examine what they're saying, but you examine what I'm saying. That's called a double standard. You're only applying it to what I'm saying and not to the globe.
So like okay, let's ignore that thing. Let's talk besides that. Like, do you know about drone? You know
That's
about
not.
drone, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, drone technology. Like,
Yes.
I
Do
mean,
you
what
know
about it?
like yeah, so you could like literally go up and up and up and high, and you could like literally see the Earth.
No.
It's very good.
Yeah, let me hand this over to
Like
someone
I
else. Does
saw a
anybody want
YouTube
to take?
video, like yeah.
Hold on, Byron. Does anybody want to take point on this?
Oh, he wants to talk about drones going up and up and up.
Yeah.
I have one. Yeah, they don't just keep going up. They don't just keep going up.
Wait, let me see. Let me show you this. It was like, oh yeah, sorry, it was balloon, not drone. I forgot that. Yes, yes.
See, you're getting all your stories mixed up, and in your head, you think that people have done things that they haven't. You just made that up. Do you realize you're just making things up now? That's crazy, dude.
No, like I forgot it.
I know. So you made up something to replace it in your head. So you'll
You
just
also
try to
make-
keep that. You'll just try to keep that memory. No, I own my own equipment. I have
I mean, like,
lasers.
I agree that
I have
like,
lasers. I have a P900 camera. I sold a bunch of stuff recently because I don't need it anymore. Just because I like to buy other stuff. And
but, like,
I kept
wait,
my
wait,
camera though,
just-
and all my drones.
yeah, but like I agree that like I did like something wrong. I agree that like that was false, but I didn't like agree that like it is true. Right?
What's true?
I said like drone goes up and up and like it went to space, which is false. I know, but, so like I admit it, like it is false, and you're just like trying to like go against me and like proving like,
Okay,
I'm
so
wrong and
yes,
making
yes,
my own
that's
stuff.
false. Right, yeah, that's false. So I'm just showing you how you made that up. That's all.
Okay, so what's this video? All right, there it is.
Nigga.
Now this experiment is you could like do it yourself. You just need a camera. And you use your balloon and it will go up and up and up and like capture the whole earth. Now do that. Alright?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people have done that, and they've
And if you,
shown that
like,
it's
do
flat.
that-
Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
not going to. That you might find someone who shows with a fisheye lens some curvature, but a lot of other people have shown a flat horizon when they do that. So the point is, all of these images are widely contradictory. Fortunately for us, we don't have to rely on somebody else's images. We can do the measurements from the ground.
I mean you can do
we
it
can
yourself.
demonstrate this. Yeah, I've already demonstrated the curvature that is expected doesn't exist on the ground.
I mean like I would need like how to like do some things and measure curvature first. You could just do this experiment and see it yourself is like earth is flat or not. You can just see it yourself and do it.
Go ahead and do it then. Yeah, come back and let us know.
I mean, like I'm asking you to do it because you guys are the one who do experiment and like prove.
These,
And-
Byron, these are not experiments. They're just observations. And do you actually pay attention to what you're looking at in these videos?
So what do you think? Like this, what this is?
Well, in the second one, it's more distinct. Do you not see the lens distortion that's happening when the balloon is like 100 feet off the ground?
I don't know how much feet this is, but like I can clearly see the Earth is round.
No, you can clearly see an image being distorted by the lens being used.
Clarify it in simple words.
Yeah. The cheap ones, the guys who do it real low cost, they use GoPros, and that's why you get the round earth. And
Yeah, that
people
was
who
the
spend a lot
second
of
one.
money on it don't use GoPros, and then they just get a flat earth like normal people.
Yeah,
What?
Byron,
What?
look at what I'll
Can you,
post for you.
can you like repeat that again? What did you just said? Hey, professor.
Do you understand different lenses distort images in different ways?
So you mean like if I use GoPro, then I won't see flat Earth. I will see round Earth. Huh? I didn't like understand it. What did he just said? He said like something like a cheap camera being used for this.
Well, look at the image I'm going to post in side chat.
All right.
Okay, so can you see what's going on here?
Look at that, you son of. Look at
What was that?
an artificial curvature by a fish eye lens. I mean, like it's an illusion. Yeah, I mean, You could like
Yeah,
do something
you can
like
look,
that.
look. You can see the curvature of the Earth from ground level. Why do you need to go up if it's
But like,
already there?
it's an image, you know. But like you could see, it's a whole video right there, and you could also see the cloud up in the sky.
Yeah, what you're showing us is just the same thing happening. It's just the lens creating distortion effect.
But like the image you provided, it's just an image. You don't have a cloud on it.
I'll post you another image here. This is 22 miles up, right, from a balloon.
You just showed
There's
those
no
images
curvature
and
of
said
Earth.
they were proof, and now you're questioning his, which is showing you clear,
Yeah. Look at this. Look at
ridiculous
this. You can like
distortion.
clearly see the
He's
land, and
showing.
you cannot like see the
Maybe he doesn't understand what you're trying to get
sky.
across to him. That could be that he doesn't understand.
Look at
You
this video, okay? In this video, you could clearly see the small sky. I mean, like small clouds. Do you have like counter for it? Do you have any counter for it? For like my statement? What's this video, okay?
Okay,
You
let's have a
literally
look at
see
this
the
one.
sky.
Right, yeah, this is the same video. You just posted it twice.
Yep. The short one is something like have a
Byron,
quality on it.
20,
Yeah.
23 seconds into the video. You're probably about, 200 feet off the ground. There's the curvature. Is that the curvature of the Earth?
So you mean like you just kind of like disagree that, and now you agree that this video is true?
No, none of this is geometric curvature. It's lens distortion.
I mean, like, yeah. So you mean like, do you think like this video is a like fact?
A fact.
do you see the
In what
image that
sense?
he put in there, the 831, Byron? Do you think that's what the Earth looks like from the ground? When you look off into the distance, you see a curve like that. The bottom image.
Bottom image. I didn't post
The
that.
bottom image of the 31 minutes after the hour compilation of two images. Does the Earth look like that from the ground to you when you look across a wide open space like that?
No.
No, it does not. So the reason he showed that to you is because the degree of curvature is the same on the ground as it is up high for this particular observation, because the curvature is being created by the device itself. So then he showed you at, oh, thank you. Okay, gosh, he got it. Okay, good.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
You mean like, okay.
Yeah. I'm glad you got it. Yeah, and then he showed you a different device that, like Professor Triangle explained, was a more expensive, better device at 32 minutes after the hour, 121,000 feet, is showing a flat horizon. And it, yeah, so, and then obviously B has another image with a compilation here. So this degree of curvature is unrealistic, and they're showing the same degree of curvature on the ground because it is caused by the device.
So the cabbage said like, try focusing on 3.07. There is no distance, so it's not laziness. Okay, let's look at this then. Let's check his screenshot.
Yeah, and then I'll show you a couple images. This one's from Blue Origin. This is what they're seeing when they go up there. So, and I'm pretty sure AV told you earlier, like these images are cool and everything. The main purpose of them is to show that the images are contradictory, so you cannot rely on the images. So if you wish to rely on images, then rely on the last two. Blue Origin, Flat Horizon. Red Bull Space Jump, Flat Horizon, 127,000 feet.
But like, why did he like say like you could just do illusion stuff, and then he conclude like, is it true? Like it goes up. Like they all this one.
Why did who say that? Who said? Obvious it be or Professor Triangle? Who's he?
The
Sorry, what was the question?
I'm not sure. Is that you wanted to ask?
I mean, like,
Obvious
look
it
at the
be?
chat. Look at the chat there.
Well, I'm gonna look which image.
I said
This
like
one.
this one. Like, yeah.
Yeah, the one I sent to you to look at.
Yeah.
So you see the issue happening.
Like
that
you said,
there's
like
significant.
you could create some illusion, like even being in the ground, and later you said like,
Yeah,
oh, the
yeah, because
video-
it comes
you
from the
said,
lens. It comes from the lens being used. It's distorting straight lines.
like,
So
can't you,
they're
like,
they're
step
still on the
out?
ground, and they've got this exaggerated curvature at ground level.
So like the video I share, do you think like is legit? Legit.
Yeah, they're real videos, they're real balloons, they're real cameras, real lenses. But what you're seeing, you're interpreting what's distorted effects as being something geometric to the Earth.
So what if I show you something else? All right.
I would prefer
I'll-
if you showed us measurements of the surface.
No.
Well,
like,
we don't want to see we don't want to see pictures from the sky. So what do you got?
I won't have a picture. I'll have like a video. Like there is literally a YouTube channel. All right.
I mean, Byron, there's nothing you can show us we haven't already seen, and we still
Okay,
know the
so
Earth is flat.
This
So
isn't like done by like any big
you know, we've
organization.
had access to YouTube probably longer than you've maybe been alive.
Yep.
We've seen it
this?
all, heard it all, and we still know the Earth is not a sphere.
Yep. I mean, like, even though you like said like YouTube has been for like years, but, like you could just watch it because I have like proof against you. So like, if you don't like watch it, then you will like disagree, and like you won't like agree with me, and you don't witness the truth. So
Post it, Byron. Post it. Post it, Byron. Is that it? What you posted?
as you mentioned before, like,
So now we're gonna watch that, and that's your
Okay.
proof that the Earth is a ball, right? We're gonna watch that. That's your proof.
Just watch it and like what were you gonna say about this video? Just do this, all right?
Hey, so if you go to 6 seconds, then the video will show curvature of the Earth already at ground level. Can you explain that to me, please?
So in this video, a small rocket is made up, and it just like launch it. They just launch it, and it just went up,
Yeah,
and up and captured
At six
the Earth.
at 6 seconds of the video, it's showing curvature. Did you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's the first thing I saw in the video when I started it was a shot of the rocket and the curve of the Earth on the ground. It was just sitting there. Why do they have the curve of the Earth? Why is the curve of the Earth in the rocket on the ground?
So I'll take it. Okay, so go
So
on.
that one's no good. So that one's no good. So you're gonna have to find something better than that. Ask AI to give you proof if you can't find it. Maybe AI can help you with the proof since you
All
don't
right,
know.
so no, no, no. I'm like providing a full proof. So like go on like 7:26.
No, it's 6 seconds already debunked your video. We don't just keep watching it anyway. Don't you understand that?
Why would
The thing that you just claimed to understand when I told you you don't see the earth curve like that when you're on the ground.
so you mean like there is
The
kinda-
camera here
wait,
is
wait, wait, wait.
also is showing you the
Okay,
same
okay. So you mean like
phenomenon.
we don't have a camera which render distance is capable to like capture the full Earth? You mean like that?
Well, what's your response to the two images I provided for you at 36 minutes after the hour? The Blue Origin flat horizon and the Red Bill Space Jump flat horizon at 127,000 feet. What's your response to those images since you love images so much?
What? I like. Oh,
I can post them again for you, or you could just scroll up.
So what do you mean by that?
What I mean is, you like to look at pictures from above the earth with cameras, even though we've already told you that from the ground, the earth measures flat and no curvature has ever been detected. Since you like images so much, I've provided two flat ones for you.
Okay, so you mean like we don't have a camera which is capable of recording the full length of Earth because it don't have a good render distance. Hello?
That's
Yeah,
not
it's
what
not
she
going to
said
put.
at all.
I mean,
She
yeah,
didn't
that's
say
not what I
anything about-
said.
Yeah, she said nothing about render distance. Do you understand that? At 6 seconds
So, like,
after
Yeah.
into the video, the earth is curved and the rocket is sitting on the ground. Now we're going to toss that video out and you're going to find us something better.
Why? Why?
Your video's been debunked. They're using a GoPro.
I mean, like, it's a rocket, you know? It just go up and up. So
I don't give a shit what it is. They're using a GoPro.
yeah. So let me explain it. So if you go so much higher that like the GoPro capture the full Earth, then what?
So
if that
there might be something wrong with you.
okay, so let's just ignore that thing. All right. So okay. So explain this. So what do you think our Earth is located at? And you will gonna reply like we don't know, blah 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 and stuff. So what do you think about the continent?
I think they're neato. What do you think about them?
I mean, like I'm not a flat Earth believer, so I don't know like where the continent is. So like, can you like show the image of the flat Earth and its continent present in it? I want to see like
Yeah.
how it look like.
All maps are flat. So if we show you a map, it's flat anyway. So what is that going to prove?
I know. I mean, like it won't prove anything. I just want to witness it, like how the flat Earth people view the flat Earth as, and where the like continent are present.
Yeah, but what's that gonna, Byron? What's that gonna help you do? Like, doesn't help you understand whether the Earth. Byron, just wait. It's not gonna help you understand if the Earth is a globe or if the Earth is flat. That has nothing to do with that. So we don't need to present that information to you.
So
The only
you
information,
mean-
the only information we can present to you is the one that affirms that the Earth is a horizontal plane, that it's flat. The only information you could present to us is if you think the Earth is a globe, is a way to present how it actually is in nature. I mean, you have to go outside and test and verify that the Earth is a curving surface. That's the only way. Other than that, you can talk about rockets and maps, and none of that's going to help us understand your position that you believe the Earth is an actual globe.
But like, I just want to see it. Like,
What do you mean you
there's
just want to
like
see it?
Earth map.
No, you don't need
You know,
one.
like you know,
No, Byron. You do not need one for us to tell you that the Earth is flat.
No,
You
like,
don't need. You don't
okay,
need one.
But like, I saw a map, and it was like
It doesn't, Byron. It doesn't matter. Maps aren't going to help you understand what we're saying to you.
Okay, so do you believe in AV rise? Do you believe in gravity or not?
Well, first you have to examine what you think gravity is. For me to answer that question, what is gravity?
What is it?
No, I mean, Byron can probably sit a little bit on mute or mute himself anyway. We'll talk to this one person. I don't mind answering the lady's question.
Okay.
Ma'am, whoever you. What was your what's your understanding of what gravity is?
Okay, so if you drop something, it will drop down or it will go up.
Okay. So you see something happening. Okay. What's causing that thing to happen? What's making it do that?
It's literally gravity that pulls down, and because of that gravity, the Earth is round. Are you?
Holy
Okay, yeah.
crap! Slow down, lady.
Yeah, just relax. So if you're going to say that the effect is the same thing as the cause, that's called circular reasoning. You're saying that the same thing that you see happening is the same thing that's causing the thing happening. It can't
Please
be the
make
same.
your point. Please
Yeah,
make your
okay,
point
so-
valid. I'm not
yeah.
understanding anything.
Okay,
What's your
maybe
point?
is it a language barrier? Can you understand a little bit of English, or are you not understanding?
No, I can understand English, but I don't understand you. What's your point?
Okay. Now,
Holy crap!
my point. Yeah, hold on, dude. Hold on, sir. Byron. So my answer to you would be that you see something happening when you drop something. So you see an effect. Now, the cause of the effect is something separate. It's different. It's the reason behind why something does what it does. So if you
So
see
what
something,
is that?
sir,
What
ma'am,
the
yeah, one
consequences
second,
are?
ma'am, one
Please.
second, ma'am, one
What's
second.
your point?
So,
Please make your point valid. It's not giving anything.
ma'am, just
Holy
wait,
shit, lady!
Just
Shut
wait.
the fuck up.
just wait. So when you drop something, you can say that's gravity. I can understand that you can quantify that by the average rate of at which something falls. That's something that's quantifiable. Now, when you say what's causing it to happen is something that you can tell me what it is. I want to know what your explanation of why something falls. Can you tell me? Why does it fall?
It falls because of gravity. Because of gravity, the Earth is round. When the Earth was
Holy
formed,
shit!
the gravity
Shut
was
the
everything
fuck up.
towards it. So the top,
Slow down.
is round
Slow
and the
down.
bottom is
Slow
flat because of
down.
that. You need to
Slow
understand
down.
that.
Slow down. Start over and say one thing at a time.
We got to find out the cause of the effect, man. That's what we're trying to look for right now. And what you think gravity is just one word. You're not explaining the cause of the effect, man.
What's the cause and effect? I think you should know to how to do your homework properly because it's not giving any fact that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but your inability to tell us what gravity is based on the cause and effect relationship is the reason why you have a misconception of what gravity is. You think the cause and if you think
So
the
how
cause
can
and
you prove that the
ma'am,
Earth is
ma'am,
flat? So how can you prove that the Earth is
ma'am, I
flat?
was still talking. Ma'am, I was still talking. It's very rude for you to interrupt while I was still talking. There's some
I'm
things that we
sorry.
call, yeah, it's called manners. You have to have some manners to wait till I'm done and then you can say what you want to say.
Well, she's not from the United States. She might not have any manners.
Okay, so we're going to go right back to the cause and effect. So we're seeing something happening. I understand that. That seems to be the reason why you think you can say that gravity exists. But now we have to find out what's causing that effect. There's an answer to this. And the reason why I want you to think about it is because most people think it's just one word. Like you just say gravity and that's good. No, you have to explain to the audience what you mean by gravity. If you want us to respond to you, you have to answer what you think is causing the effect. So that's what I want to hear you do intelligently. Don't just keep saying gravity because it's one word and it's not explaining what causes the effect you see when you drop something.
Okay, so gravity caused by mass. The earth has a lot of mass, so it pulls everything towards the center, and because of that, the earth's shape is round.
Okay. So now we established that you think the cause is that the earth's mass, right? So how big the earth is, right? Is what you're saying.
She said
Is that what
because
you're
the
saying?
earth is round. Yeah, because the earth is round, you have gravity. And then you have gravity because the earth is round.
All right. So you're going to have to be able to explain to us how you tested or somebody tested this to be true. Was there any scientific testing that somebody made this to be true?
Okay, so
Yes.
first of all, you need to make your point valid. First, I want to hear
It
your
is.
point how the earth is flat.
No, we're examining the misconception you have about gravity first because that's what you said makes the earth round. So
That's
I
not
want to know.
misconception, that's the literally fact. That's
No,
fact. That's not
it's not,
misconception.
ma'am,
What
ma'am,
you're
it's not,
saying is
ma'am,
misconception. Please,
ma'am, it's
I'm
not a fact.
talking. I think you are the man or list here. I'm talking.
Oh, now you know. Now you know what manners are. That's funny. All right, so you're trying to tell me that that's what's causing the Earth to be a globe, right? But you didn't know what the cause of the effect was when I asked you about it. But you have to look it up, which is good. I want you to look things up. But now you're saying it's because how big the Earth is. Now I'm asking for scientific evidence that what you're saying is true. Can you give me some scientific evidence that
I
somebody
think you
proved?
should give me some scientific evidence for why Earth is flat.
Okay. So you're not going to answer the question then, which means that you have a misconception of gravity. I'll give you an answer
No,
to another question. Yes. Yeah. The answer is yes.
no. First
You
of all,
do. Okay.
you are
Okay. So
asking a
then,
lot of questions to me,
no,
but you
no,
are
ma'am.
not making any
Ma'am,
point to yourself.
ma'am, the point is that you don't know that gravity is causing the Earth to be a globe. That's the point that I'm trying to make right now. That you said it's causing the Earth to be a globe. You said that. So I'm proving to the audience that you don't know what gravity is. And on top of that, you don't know if gravity is causing the Earth to be a globe. I'm proving
I
those
think you
points to the
don't
audience.
know general knowledge. I think you don't know general knowledge.
Okay, that's rich coming from you that you're not telling us how gravity is causing the Earth to be a globe, ma'am. It's upon you, because it was your claim that gravity is causing the Earth to be a globe, to show us how that's true. So the audience is waiting for you to tell us how that's true. So tell us how that's true, ma'am. Gravity causes the Earth to be a globe. How? Can you accept the challenge, ma'am? Or no? You can stay quiet, which I'll understand is your answer to not being able to give me the answer that I think everybody wants to hear, which is I don't know. That should be your answer.
Sorry, can you repeat that again? I didn't hear anything.
Now you didn't hear anything. All right, so can you tell me the scientific experiment that proves that Earth, by using gravity, is turning into a ball? Show us some way we can test it.
So that's a basic concept. That's a basic concept. Because of gravity, everything pulls towards the center, and Earth is round. But I
Yeah,
need to
you said
know.
it.
But I
A
need
concept.
you to make your point valid. Why the Earth is flat? Can you tell me that? Why it
No,
is flat?
we're not going to jump over the fact that you made a claim. We're not going to go over that and just bypass it and then start talking about flat Earth. You have a misconception of the idea of gravity, and you think it's
So
turning
I
things
think
into
you have
spheres.
misconception about the idea of the Earth
That's
is
great.
flat.
That's great. But we
Earth
can't get
is
in,
round. That's the
ma'am,
fact. How
ma'am.
can you
We
say
can't,
that?
ma'am. We can't get into my example until you can prove yours because you
Okay,
made
I
the
need
claim.
you to prove that the Earth is flat. I make my point, so you need to
Uh,
make your point.
I will as soon as you're able to tell me how gravity turns things into balls.
What the hell? Gravity.
Yeah, well,
That,
it's true,
that
isn't it? You said gravity turns things into balls, like a sphere. So I want you to
I
show
think
some scientific proof of that.
I think
And,
first
and yours
you
haven't
come here to
dropped
do it.
yet.
I think you should gain some general knowledge and please go and did some research from gravity. It's not. It's a basic concept.
Okay, so it's a basic concept that you can't tell me. Is that true? That's true, isn't it? You cannot tell me the basic concept that you say you think
Okay,
exists.
so you tell me. So you tell me.
I'm not going to tell you. You said that
Why?
the
Why?
gravity
You
turns
make
because
your point
gravity
valid.
turns.
I'm not.
Ma'am,
Please make your
you're
point
very
valid. It's
hyper. You're
no,
very
I'm
hyper.
not. You
Yeah,
are.
you are.
I'm not.
All right, no, you. Anyway, you
No,
didn't
you
show
are.
us. Listen, you didn't show
You're
that gravity.
constantly pointing at
All right,
me. You're
ma'am.
constantly questioning me. But when it's my turn to question you, you are please avoiding that.
I'm avoiding it because you need to prove your claim first, and then I'll give you mine. You need to prove yours first, and then I'll give you mine. That's all I'm asking you to do. I don't mind talking about flat Earth, but you need to show me how gravity turns things into spheres.
Please, I just tell you a few minutes ago.
Yeah, that what? It's a basic concept. I already heard that. I want you to explain to me how it does it with science. Go ahead. Everybody's waiting on you, ma'am. Can you do this? And by the way, I'm gonna get busy right now, so I'll give point to somebody else on 24/7. Obvious it'd be or someone, maybe Mary Mom.
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate what you said. I mean, you're making an assertion, AAK, and you're not explaining any kind of cause and effect relationship or any kind of mechanism for how this occurs, so you could do some research and try to find it out. But I think what you will discover is it's a baseless claim based on no evidence. There never was a scientific test to demonstrate that it's possible for this to occur, or even that the concept of gravity exists in the way you are imagining that it does, that has the kind of power that you're imagining that it has.
So okay. So what scientific evidence do you have that the Earth is flat? I have already told that gravity exists because when you drop something, it will drop down. It will not go up. If it go up, then what the hell? It's a basic concept. You need to know.
Yeah, no one here disputes that when you drop something, it goes down. In no way does that then lead over to a sphere being created by things dropping. Why would you say
Okay, I
something?
need you to prove your point. I need you to give me some scientific evidences that the Earth is flat. You are please constantly making excuse to not give any evidence why the Earth is flat. I need you to please give me some evidence of why
Yeah,
the
that's no
Earth is
problem.
flat. Please, what's the cause of what's the cause
Yes,
so
well,
that the Earth is
that
flat?
will make you less upset if I give that to you, and you will examine the evidence carefully.
No, please, you will give me some evidence, then I will
Well,
debate your point.
yeah, I need
Slow
you to
down.
calm down. So a picture of flat Earth is going to calm this person down, Professor, don't you think?
Sounds like it.
Yeah, okay. There's so many. Where to start? Where to begin?
So there
There's
are so many pictures that the Earth are round, and there are so many pictures that the Earth
Why
is
are you
flat.
continuing
All
to
you need
talk?
is you need to read. All you need is you need to lead.
Why are you continuing to talk?
Why not?
Yeah, okay, so here's one. Are you familiar with the Great Lakes in the Midwestern United States? Large bodies of water, smaller
No,
than an
please explain it to
ocean.
me. No, please explain it to me.
Okay, can you see the image that I put there in the chat at the top of the hour? Where it says 52 miles away should have over 1,800 feet of curvature, hiding the tallest building completely. So that's an image of the skyline of the city of Chicago as viewed from across Lake Michigan. So if you lived on this claimed sphere that you can't explain how it came into creation, you can't give us your creation story. Maybe you should research your religion a little, your globe religion a little more closely before you start making claims about it. But we know it's just a religious belief that you hold, and we don't discriminate against people based on them adhering to the globe religion here. We would just like to explain to them that their religious belief in the sphere does not match what we actually observe in reality. So if you lived on a sphere, I would not be able to see Chicago across Lake Michigan. This is one of many observations that are impossible on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, which is the claim that is being made. So the reason why AV was trying to get you to produce some evidence was to illustrate. It was illustrated very clearly to us. I don't know if it was illustrated to you, that you have no evidence. You're chanting. That's why I called it a religion. You just kept chanting, gravity things into spheres. Gravity makes things into spheres. You can't tell us how. You just think because you Googled it and some website told you that it's true. So we're asking, if it's so scientific and so wonderful, why can't you give us the cause and effect relationship that's been tested with an experimental setup that contains a valid natural observation, a hypothesis, meaning a prediction of the cause and effect relationship that we'll observe, an independent variable which we then manipulate to observe its effect on the dependent variable. In this case, you'd have to, I'm not going to identify the variables for you. I'm sure you can do that because science is so wonderful. And then you would design an experiment that could be tested, repeated, and verified. So you would very carefully document your procedure. And then maybe you'd even publish the results if you were into it, So if you want to show us where that's been done, where it's been demonstrated that gravity can bend things into spheres, by all means do that. But since you aren't doing that, I gave you at 2 minutes after the hour, whole bunch more observations. Thanks, AG. I'm just going to keep going, and I'll get to the end of my thought regardless of whether someone who whined, how long did she whine? 10, 15 minutes, wouldn't let AV talk so she could keep her religious chant going, asking for this evidence. But as soon as I start producing it, she just can't be bothered. Gosh, there was so much whining going on. I thought when you gave whiners what they wanted, then they stopped whining. Isn't that the way it works? Gosh, I thought that was the purpose of whining. Nonetheless, in case anyone else is listening, I'll just put one more laser test up there. And, so we got some evidence there. And we have demonstrated to the audience that someone who cannot back up their belief in the globe is not willing to look at and examine the evidence that clearly demonstrates that there is no globe and we do not live on a sphere.
Yeah, you think that a softer hand would have worked? No, not even that.
I know she said that she was going to be calmed down if I showed her the evidence. Maybe she's so calm she just went to sleep. Maybe that was it. Maybe
You better pass out.
Yes.
Well, your voice does have that kind of effect, though, soothing. So
Here's the story of the flat Earth. Once upon a time, there was an Earth and it was flat.
Yeah, I'll buy that book any day.
She wasn't listening. She wanted to speak. She wanted to hear and respond, not listen and understand.
Yeah, she just wanted fisticuffs on the internet. That's what they usually all like.
Yeah. Yep.
I oblige every now and again. Yeah,
Cabbage has questions. Gosh, tell me how your Earth is flat. Yeah, because it measures that way. I could just explain, because that's what we observe and experience in the real world, Cabbage.
Quick question, Cabbage. If we do, would you listen? All right, he says he'll listen. How about it?
I hear AG trying to lock in that confirmation. It doesn't work like that, AG, even though we'd like it to.
No, it was worth
You just gotta kind of wade through it and see how it works. Like some people just stay, and some people don't, man. Like that, I don't know what to say.
So like few months ago, I like talked with the flat earther, and he said like, so when I like asked him like, so how did the flat earth become? From like what? And he just replied like, oh, it is made by God, and I don't have like any kind of like statements against it, and I just like kind of like leave it.
Is your God the Big Bang? Is that your God?
Yeah, I
Big
answered
Bang.
you. I answered you who made it. I said a guy who makes things. So there you go. There's your answer.
So you mean you want like accept as a true story? Because you think like I'm a
A true
person who
story.
make it. You mean like I'm a person who like makes stuff and like tell a story to other, and people will not gonna believe it because like I'll just like it was a mistake, guys. Like the drone thing.
Byron, yeah, I mean, yeah, all you get from the globe is a story, man. So I get why you want to hear a story. I get it, man. You want to hear well, in the beginning, it all started like this. Like, oh, and you're gonna sit down and listen when I started saying that, right? But that's the
All right.
thing, that we don't need to tell you the beginning. We're living right now on the earth that you can test and verify whether or not it's something they're saying it is. And they're saying it's a globe, and it's not that, Byron. It's not a globe.
So you mean like we don't have a story of a flat Earth and how it was originated?
Yeah, well, I mean, if by story you mean like the origin of how it all began, I mean, you have many different people with many different faiths in here right now that are all flat earthers. So there are many different faiths that would believe a different story about how it all began. So not one is going to be the same than the other. Yeah.
So like it will be a theory, okay? So if like everyone will gonna like make their own stuff and like present it, then it will be a theory of like how the
No,
flat
but-
Earth was originated.
Right, but it's not really. It's not beneficial. Like not to the discussion we're having in here. I mean, it will be for you because it's going to satisfy a story claim that you're going to be like, oh, well, I like this story. No, I don't like that one. I like this one. Like it. That's all it's going to
Yeah.
do for you.
I mean, like, so if you have a story, then like present me the accurate one, like how the Earth was originated.
Byron,
and
how
it
would
is-
anybody verify a story about
No.
how things began?
No, like, for example, so I mean, like, so do you believe in Newton laws about gravity? Or do you even like consider Newton as a great scientist? Or like even Einstein?
Well, I mean, what are you trying to say? Like, what does that have
just
to do?
answer my question, okay? You are just trying to
Oh,
like,
relax, dude.
avoid
Calm
my
down.
question.
No,
Okay.
I'm not trying to avoid it. I'm trying to see the relevance. Because
Okay,
at this
so,
point,
like,
at this point in the
okay.
conversation, it doesn't have any relevance to what we've been discussing so far. Whether or
alright.
not I like ice cream or Newton is he was a great guy or what, I don't care, dude. What does it have to do with the topic, Byron?
First of all, answer my question, then I'll.
It doesn't have relevance, sir.
No, you just have to answer it.
No, I
Otherwise,
don't.
like,
I can refuse to answer because
All
it
right.
doesn't have relevance.
I'll answer for
if
him.
you won't answer it, then like, conversation will goes on.
Byron, slow down. Newton made good cookies, Fig Newtons. There, that's what I like about him.
So you mean like Newton is fake?
No, he
Oh
made
my
cookies,
God.
Fig Newtons. Google them. You can eat Fig Newtons. They're really good.
Answer my question, okay? If you don't answer it, then
Dude, you know, he
You
gave
don't
you an
have any-
answer. I didn't give you an answer. You're not going to be satisfied. No one can satisfy you. He gave you an answer. I didn't give you one. Well, what's going to make you happy, dude?
bro, because it wasn't like answer. It was just a joke. He make it.
Because the what you're asking is a joke to begin with.
It wasn't a joke.
It is a joke, dude. Yeah, no, it's
Like-
how serious. What? Do you, okay, serious in what way?
Okay. You are just like trying to avoid my question. So that's prove it. Like you are lying. Okay, you're
Really?
like making your own stuff.
Okay, so
Okay.
Radwin's lying. I'm not because I didn't give you a story. So is that what you're
Oh,
saying?
yeah,
Radwin's
yeah.
lying?
Yeah. So like answer my
Oh, okay.
question if you want to like continue the conversation. Otherwise,
Can I ask answer his question, Miggy, please?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's totally.
yeah.
Yeah, I just gotta.
Okay,
At first, I gotta stick up for Wadwin. Fig Newtons are really great. Figs
So,
are
like,
highly
answer my
underrated
See?
in general.
See,
So
I told
yeah.
you.
Ask the question.
Okay, so what do you think about the Einstein in your point of view?
Einstein has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
No, just tell me. Just tell me.
I don't know
Otherwise, the
nothing, but
conversation-
All right, I'll
I give
tell you what I think about Einstein. I think he might have been a slow learner, like rode the short bus to school, because every picture he's just sticking his tongue out, licking windows. What do you think about him?
See, you are making your own story on it.
Not
No,
at all.
I can
That's
also
actually
say like
literally
your
how he
all
is.
statement was false because you make it by your own.
No.
Like I can say that, but I won't.
what do
Okay?
you think about Einstein?
No, I'm asking
What?
you the question.
Yeah, but
Okay?
I'm
So
asking
you
you
have
now.
to
What do
answer.
you think
No,
about
no,
Einstein?
no. You had to
I will
answer
tell you,
first.
Einstein, what I learned in school, they said that he discovered that relativity things, general relativity and stuff, Einstein, gravity, and blah blah blah. Do you know something more than me?
No, just answer my question. What do you think about the?
Dude,
You're
nothing's
not
gonna
giving
satisfy
a
you.
clear answer.
Nothing.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
doesn't even
Okay.
know
Just
Newton
give it.
denied
Just give
gravity.
it. Okay. Just give it.
Byron, you
Otherwise, the
realize Newton
conversation
didn't believe in
gonna
gravity,
be like
right?
continue, and you're gonna like find another person and
Yeah.
talk with them, and then I'm just gonna leave it.
Don't play the victim. Oh, you're not trying to answer what I'm saying. So you guys are
Uh,
mean.
Okay.
Dude, relax,
So
dude. You got an answer like from 2 people already that answered
okay.
you.
So
You just don't
okay.
like the
What was
answer.
it?
That's all it
Okay,
is.
can you repeat the answer again? Can you repeat the
That-
answer?
That
Bro.
Einstein has anything to do with the surface of the Earth or with this?
Yes, it has.
What?
If you answer it,
What?
then I'll
Can
tell
you,
you.
can you
If
tell me
you
what?
answer it,
Yeah,
then I'll tell you.
What?
Okay. If
What
you answer
has-
it, then I'll tell you.
Okay.
Okay, answer it.
Yeah, I
What
already
went-
answered it. Did you hear AG's question? He was asking you a question. Can you not hear him? Because I can hear him really well. Can you not hear
Right.
AG, Brian?
Okay, stop.
I might-
Okay,
so-
so I'll give a statement. Okay, so from this conversation I have. So I found out that like you guys are in a team and you are doing like 1v4 or 1v5. Oh, sorry, I'm doing
Yeah,
that.
dude, what are you
Victim.
talking about?
He's playing the victim. All right, victim
Yes.
card.
Look.
Uh,
If I had like a team member, then I could. Like,
He'd probably be
definitely-
losing like you if you did.
I mean, like,
He'd be
first
losing
of
like
all,
you.
like I had like a
Well, okay,
conversation.
hold on. How about this? How about you pick one person you want to talk to, and everyone else won't talk?
Okay, I will talk with AV.
Okay, there we go. So AV and old boy here. That's it. So because this guy seems to be kind of triggered by an open forum, so let's placate to his special needs and wants and see how it goes.
Kind of like Einstein's special needs, where he's sticking his tongue out all the time, licking windows.
You're a savage, Radwin. Yeah, go ahead, Byron.
No, I said like I will talk with AV only. I won't
Yeah,
talk
go
with,
ahead.
like, Professor. Okay, so what do you think about Einstein?
Younger old Einstein.
Okay, that is true. He he was once younger and old, okay? But like what about his achievement in the scientific field?
Well, I think
I
his
mean, like,
knowledge.
yeah,
Okay, you wanna? Well, I don't know what else are you gonna say. Like, I don't know what you're gonna.
so like if you have went to school, or even once, or like a college, then you have literally maybe like hear about the Einstein, right? Or like Newton, how great scientists they were and their achievement. So like while growing up as a child, so they're like you just believe it. That like
What do you mean?
Just
What they
that-
said about disbelieve what they said about him? Is that what you're asking?
did you just disbelieve them? Like what they said? Like Earth is
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, let me give you some transparency. I didn't attend higher learning, so I didn't go to college. But I know the question you're asking though. what was my opinion when they told me about Einstein? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, Einstein or like Newton.
Yeah, I mean, they're just key figures in history that set the narrative of who they are and what they contributed was something that was given to me, as in they were a part of our scientific, like, I guess, higher learning for all of humanity. Like, they were a boon to the human race because they contributed their knowledge, which advanced who we are as people. That's what the narrative, at least the way I interpret it.
So
I mean, it's like, I'm only saying it from the perspective of somebody who at least just went to the high school. From high school, that's it. Like, I'm not going to college or anything, but from what I understand, who they were just key figures in history that were told to me that they made a great contribution to the scientific academic realm.
okay, so
That was lovely.
about this. So if you have like only studied for like high school and didn't went to like college, then okay. So let's talk about the Newton. Okay, so as you know about Newton, so did you like admire him of how
No,
great he was?
no, nobody admires a guy
I
wearing pantaloons and with a feather in his hat running around. Nobody admires him.
Yeah, I don't see why. Honestly, to be honest, like, even if I knew about him, like, it didn't really nothing. I didn't really care about him. Like, I didn't care to know, like, oh, tell me more about Newton. Like, it's not. I didn't have that kind of. It just didn't interest me.
Okay,
Yeah, about
okay,
him. Like, I don't.
okay. So what Newton did was he was a really great scientist, and he gave like a really strong mathematical equation, and like also like help humans to understand more about the Earth. And he also said like Earth wasn't truly fully spherical. It wasn't perfect spherical, but it was like a spherical. Okay, so he said like Earth isn't fat. In simple words, he said like Earth isn't fat. It is not perfectly spherical. Also, it is only spherical. Okay, so what do you think about that statement?
Well, I don't think he made that statement. But if you think he did, if you think he made that statement, I would challenge you, actually. Where did he say that? When did he make that statement? Can you
Okay,
show
okay,
that to me?
I'll just gonna like give you the whole piece of it this way.
Okay. Are you gonna post it in the text channel?
Yep.
Okay. I do have to hand this off to another part of the team, dude, because I'm at work right now and I gotta start doing something. So
Okay,
yeah, post
okay.
post what you're gonna post and I'll just hand it off to someone else. And
All right, all right.
I guess whoever wants to take point, I'm gonna get busy here.
So, okay. So who will gonna talk against me?
Just talk with Mary Mom.
Okay.
That is, if she's available. Are you there, Mary Mom?
Oh yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I was just filling out his special paperwork about only being able to talk to one person at a time, accommodation. So, but I got it done now. Yeah. So, what do you got there, Brian? You got some proof of that you live on a sphere for us?
Yeah. Just wait.
All right, let's hear it.
like this guy needs an introduction. Like Flat Earth 101. He doesn't understand what gravity even is, so he's going to start making ridiculous claims, I'm sure. Kind of hold to his imaginary thing. He doesn't realize what it is.
You still talking to Byron?
Yeah, he's over. He's in the chat doing that shit.
Oh,
I digress.
Oh, I'll see what he's got here. Did he put something in the chat? I haven't seen it yet.
it's from Quora.com, so it must be real.
Not Byron Cabbage. But yeah, they're all going to do the same thing because they don't know what gravity is. They don't understand. They just know the big G gravity they were taught in Sunday school. I'll be better suited to do more in a minute.
Yeah, okay, so your link is full of misconceptions and
okay.
observations that have to do with the sky, that have nothing to do with the earth. But, you know, your ships over the horizon thing, we can start with
So-
that if you
So
if
you mean like
wish.
those people who answered that question is also like some like homeless people who did like something like creative stuff, which is literally imaginary in your in your like point of view. And you mean
No,
like,
they're spouting their faith that what they've been told is accurate. So yeah, I mean, I actually found it interesting that that the person starts out by saying Newton wouldn't have even bothered to prove it, just like nobody today bothers to prove it, right? Yeah, that's about the most accurate thing in there. It says, so Newton felt about as much need to prove that the Earth was a sphere as would someone writing a physics text today. Absolutely, they don't prove it because it can't be proven. They all assume somebody else has. That's the most accurate part of your little answer there.
We posted the quote from Newton and Byron called it AI. Oh my God.
That's because
Yeah,
Byron
obviously.
didn't know what he thought he knew about Newton. He thinks, like I said before, he comes up with an idea, even if it's wrong, and thinks that it's correct. Because you're in the globe world, anything you can imagine is possible.
so you are also imagining thing, right?
No,
Yes, because he just imagines.
no, I just told you no. So you just imagined I said yes when I said no.
No, I didn't say you. Yes, didn't imagine, but like
You
I
asked
said,
me, am I imagining? No, I'm not. These are direct quotes, direct quotations brought to you by people that
So do you have
are.
any like yeah. So do you have any proof? Like I imagine you saying like yes in my like
Yeah,
imagine.
you asked me you asked a question. Are you imagining? I said no, and you heard yes. You hallucinated. You straight up
No, I
hallucinated.
wasn't hallucinating. Like
That's a hallucination, dude.
no. Now you're like just talking about some other stuff and like not like trying to be in a point.
Okay, that's appeal to motive. That's a logical fallacy. So not only are you hallucinating, your logic inside the hallucination is fallacious.
So okay, so explain this. What is my logic that is hallucination to me?
Yeah, because I said the word no. You heard something other than that,
No, I wasn't
and
talking
then
to you.
applied
So
a
like,
motive to an answer that you hallucinated when appealing to motive is logically fallacious.
I wasn't talking to you though. I was talking to the
Yeah, you just
professor.
asked me. You just asked me. Are you guys doing the same thing? No.
As I mentioned before.
I am not imagining. No imagination required. These are direct quotations. People on the globe side have an explanation for this. They call it the Nobel Prize syndrome or Nobel Prize disease. Then Newton started Einstein started talking about all these things because his ego demanded it.
Okay, so now you are making your own stuff. Now, do you have any
Incorrect.
proof for it?
No, incorrect.
Yes. Do you have any proof for it? Like they
Yeah,
hallucinate
incorrect. This is the
ideas because of
explanation
the.
the globalists give. Why they
Okay.
try to explain away why Newton and Einstein said these things that now you disagree with, then because you hallucinated a conclusion that's directly in conflict with the people who made the claim.
So you mean like in the history there was some people who made the claim, and I'm like using that claim.
For a different conclusion. Yes, you
Oh.
hallucinated a conclusion.
You mean like that? Okay, I
Yeah.
get your point, but like I didn't understand when you like said like they were like consumed by the ego, and like
Yeah, you didn't get it. Yeah, I understand.
Yes.
You didn't get it. Yeah. And if I gotta
You said-
explain it, you still won't get it. So we'll just skip it.
You could use simple words to like clarify it more.
Oh yeah, we are on the English
You can
Hub.
do
That's
that.
right. Okay, let me try. I'll give it the old college try here. When somebody wins a Nobel Prize, and for some reason it happens to be in physics, there seems to be a high correlation with them making other claims about the nature of creation that extremely triggers atheists to the point that atheists have deemed it a disease, a Nobel Prize disease.
You mean atheist, right?
Yes, atheists.
So you are connecting it with atheism. Atheism.
Yep, their explanation. This Nobel Prize disease is an atheist explanation for why people who win the Nobel Prize seem to, in physics, seem to drive them closer into believing a supernatural being created all of it.
So you mean supernatural being created all of it? What?
No, that's what Einstein said, and that's what Newton said. That the
Okay.
only logical conclusion, if you believe this stuff, the theory of gravity or the law of universal gravitation, if you believe these things is true, the only conclusion you can get to is that supernatural being created this environment.
But you just said like Newton and Einstein believed that like a supernatural creator created this.
No, they didn't believe it. They knew it. They knew this
it.
was the they know this because the only conclusion
So
is a supernatural
so-
being did this.
okay,
Therefore,
okay.
you would have to
Yes.
come up with a different conclusion, or you wave it away. You hand wave it away as some kind of disease that these two
Okay.
people were infected with some kind of ego-driven disease.
Okay, so you mean like they know that like there was some kind of creator, a supernatural being, and you all
Yeah, these are the-
so how did you know
These
that?
are the
like,
quotes that people posted for you.
where in the chat?
In the chat, yeah. The same chat that
Uh,
you've been posting into.
Where? Like I didn't see it. Like I wasn't like focusing on chat. Can you like pin it? Or like reply it to it? So I could like go there and see myself. Where is it?
So here's one at 23 minutes after the hour. It is inconceivable that an inanimate brute matter could, without mediation of something else, which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact as it must do. If gravitation in the sense of,
Here, Brian. Okay.
yeah, do you see it?
No. Okay.
Okay.
I'm clicking it. Like, oh, yeah. There we go.
He thinks gravity in the way your teammate lady was talking about it earlier is absurd.
These kids think math is a force. They have no idea what gravity is. They don't understand the four-dimensional manifold. They don't know what x, y, z plus time is. And if you try and explain it to them, they're just going to numpty hand wave it away.
So who wrote that statement?
Newton, the one who you've been religiously citing, and your teammate also, I think, was a big fan.
Okay, so you mean like Newton wrote that stuff?
Yeah, he wrote it
Yeah.
to. It was a
Yes.
letter to. It was a
Dude.
letter
What about
to one
the
of his.
Einstein? What about the Einstein?
Dude, this has been posted. I'm like going up in the text chat. This has been posted like 8 times. Like, how the? Ugh.
Okay, this is.
Peel back a layer and then 3 more grow back on this one.
Guess he got over the fact that he's talking to a team, and now he's actually talking to the team.
Yeah, just a complete weaponized ignorance at this point. Just take the most idiotic take on what these scientists have said and then just run with it.
Yeah, I mean, people are free. Like I told everybody AAK there, they're free to keep going with their globe religion, but just don't pretend that it has any basis in reality. And even your buddy, Isaac Newton, also felt that gravity as an invisible magical force that could do all these amazing things was absurd.
Fuck's sake. They think we're lying to them when we tell them straight up exactly what the mainstream narrative says, and they think we're lying. Whatever, dude.
I mean, I don't recommend it. I don't recommend being part of the globe religion. I think it's a false religion, with the false God. I think it's a bad idea. I'm just saying we have free will here on this earth, so people are allowed to believe in absurd ideas. Just don't be trying to get all of us to follow you down your delusional fairy tale land.
Hey, how dare you think for yourself, Marymount?
I know, it's so dangerous. So, Brian, did you get a chance to look at the link that you shared from Quora.com? Because like I mentioned before, each one of those claims is irrelevant to your claim of living on a sphere. So, do you think that those things?
Okay.
Mhm.
I surrender, okay? I surrender. I have to go to sleep, so I surrender.
All right. Earth is flat. Have a good night, man.
All right.
See you next time.
I surrendered.
Yeah, he was in checkmate. He was in checkmate an hour ago.
The penny finally dropped. He's like, "Oh man."
Yeah, he was in like the corner of the chessboard. The queen could get him horizontally. The rook could get him vertically, and the bishop could get him diagonally. So he's out of there.
In the words of Homer Simpson, dope.
This cabbage guy thinks he's smart.
Oh, Cabbage,
Oh,
you're up.
I had
Go
to,
ahead.
I had to stop talking to him in text because it's almost like he doesn't understand anything.
Go ahead, Cabbage. Tell us how much you know the Earth is a globe. We'd like to hear you.
Yep, I'd love to. Go ahead, do tell.
Yeah, tell AG how much evidence you have.
Do you know how to use your microphone, or are you stuck on the keyboard, Cabbage?
Keyboard Cabbage. That could be a thing. It's getting to feel like turkey weather over here in the Midwest.
Yeah, about that time, man.
Got flakes falling. Oh, man.
Yeah, we got a nice covering of snow here. It looks pretty, except my sons only did like half the yard raking yesterday. But I'm sure we'll get a chance to finish.
Something about this weather, man. It changes my whole mood. Everything's just, I don't know.
I
I
felt
think
that
about,
way too this morning. I know what you mean. Yeah.
yeah, isn't it magical? Like, it's I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Using the words magical, I think is probably,
Gay?
yeah, I
one thing
can use that word. We can take that word back. It means what it
let's
means.
look at that. Like
I
the
was just
Flintstones. The Flintstones were having a gay old time. That's what we're going to
That's
do.
right. That's right.
Yeah, I don't know. It uplifts the spirits, you know? You're out there, you just, I don't know. You want to make a crackling fire and be outside, you know, with the friends. And I don't know. I'm a suck for this time of year.
It's raining here. It's going to turn into snow in about 8 hours.
You lucky dog. I'm only getting a light dusting over here in Nebraska.
This will be our
I made a
first snow.
fire last night. Oh, yeah, this was our first snow. I made a fire last night. Didn't last through the night. I got to go rekindle it. But it is like, I did feel more at peace like yesterday because I knew the snow was coming. I was like frantically running around, covering stuff up, putting stuff away, going to get another rake because the leaf blower battery ran out.
I have a
But then
very
today
important
I'm like,
question.
I did everything I could do. I did it all. Just, oh well, I'm just going to sit here and look at it. Because what else can I do?
I have a very important question to ask you, Mary Mom. Do you make baked goods?
Oh yeah, I totally do. Yeah, except my 16-year-old son, he is like gourmet baker type. Like he makes tiramisu, homemade eclairs, where he
Whoa.
pipes in the filling. And yeah, so
I mean,
it's like these days, yeah, like when I make something, it's kind of like, hey, yeah, here's some chocolate chip cookies. But yeah, I mean, I wanted to make, actually, you know what? I should make some bread or rolls today because I made this chicken dish that it really wanted rolls, but I didn't have time to make them by the time I realized it needed rolls. So, but I could make them today because we still have some left. I think that's a good idea.
I think
Yeah,
a good pot. Go ahead.
I was say I was with AV there when you said tiramisu. I was like, whoa, I just met you.
Exactly. Are we going that hard? Wow. Okay. Yeah, your son's going hard in the paint when it comes to like this time. Yeah, if he's making tiramisu, golly.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, it's really good too. He tries out different recipes to see which one's best. He brought it to school, of course, to his Spanish class. Everybody was a big fan.
Yeah, good set of chocolate chip cookies right now. Ice cold glass of milk. Know what I'm saying, Crit? Where's Crit at?
Mm-hmm.
But pot pies are good too. I heard you mention that. I should put that on the menu for the future.
mhm.
I have a good pasty recipe. It's similar, type thing that my mom got from when we lived in the Upper Peninsula. I should get that one out. It needs rutabaga, which I don't have, but I can
Uh-oh.
get some.
You're really trying to make it like grandma used to make, huh?
You got to have rutabaga in your pasty, yeah.
A good thing on a time like this, you don't have to worry about an impending asteroid coming to take us out, like 3I Atlas or whatever. Like the Globers do. They're like all running around. Oh my God, the sky is falling! Ah, like it's just a bunch of Glober fear mongering.
Yeah, the news for today, the Harvard professor says the alien craft is revving its engines. You're like, holy shit.
You're gonna be here any day then.
Yeah, it's like some
Are
sort of
they going to make it for
teenager.
Christmas? I mean, that's what's on everyone's mind, man. Like,
Supposed to be here for Christmas.
because I mean, all I want for Christmas is, impending destruction of the entire planet.
I want to see like a giant UFO over Lake Erie. That'll be cool looking.
Oh yeah.
Sanal has proof of the globe there. Sanal, you've got some proof of the globe for us?
All I want for Christmas is proof of the globe.
This proof
Yeah, you could
of the
make
globe is
you could make
flat earthers are pools.
true. What'd you say,
Flat earthers are pools.
Yeah, that's
Flat
what I
earthers
figured.
are
He
pools.
says,
That's the
yeah,
proof.
he says that like he must know better, right? That's why, yeah, educate us then.
I think that's the
Sanal.
proof. That is the proof.
Oh, that's his proof? Wow.
Yeah, that's his proof.
Yeah, it reminds me of that meme where it's like a little girl on Santa Claus's lap. Like, hey, little girl, what do you want for Christmas? I want a unicorn pony. Like, well, how about something real? How about photographs from outer space? Okay, what color pony? What color unicorn do you want?
I've seen that meme. It's funny. We got a lot of text warriors today, huh? They don't want to get on the mic, but they're in there. They're all striking their keyboards. Come on down. Glad you could make it. Oh, we got.
Yeah, they're shy.
I can't even. Some of these guys have like different characters, and they're not even alphabet, like weird characters.
Yeah, talk to us. These guys are very patient, and since it's the English Hub, I'll even declare Amnesty Day for word crimes. I won't even get after you.
I gotta get busy.
Well, here, since they like reading, I'll give them something to read.
Like, yo, bro, Earth is really flat.
Yep.
It presents
Yeah, man.
itself as something.
And in your pure point of view, how are the other planets look like?
Uh-oh.
Lights in the sky.
Yeah, I'll let you guys lead this
He
one.
he started with talking about Earth, and then he went to looking at lights. I'm not. That's why I get confused with these guys. What they're doing.
He left.
Ran.
Try to step back a little bit when we got too many chefs in the kitchen.
Yeah, I mean, but it's sometimes good to hear like we all like in unison with like one voice. Like they say, "Hey, is Earth really flat?" And they hear like 10 people, "Yep," all at once.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's like, what are the other planets? Like all at the same time, lights in the sky.
Yeah.
See, it really goes to show you that there might be some disagreements inside Flat Earth about lots of different topics, but we all know, without a doubt, 100%, the surface of the Earth is flat. While on the globe side, they can't even agree on what rate of curvature they would expect to see. Like, get your shit together and then say, like, hey, this is how the Earth is a globe. Well, how do you know that? You know it because it looks flat, but it's not flat. But there's planets in the sky.
Yeah, I think also, Brian getting upset about us being a team, that's a good endorsement for us being a good team. Like, I was thinking that earlier because it was kind of like, it happened 2 times actually that, one approach happened, the person got really agitated as if that was the problem, right? That AV wasn't giving the evidence of the flat earth, only asking for evidence of the globe. That was the worst thing ever. That's what the lady said, the AA lady. But then when I gave her the evidence, then she just had to leave. And then same thing with the story. Like, he's not giving me a story, Byron said. And then, Rodwin gave him a story, and that wasn't good enough either. I think it's kind of like, it's a good approach, even though we weren't really doing it on purpose. It's, because they get really hung up on one thing that like they want us to do. If we don't do it, they're like really mad. But, somebody else just comes in and does it, just kind of takes that away because it's not really that thing. That's just the thing they're using to hang their cog dis on, right? To avoid going further into the topic. It's like, you guys are the problem. You're not doing what I want. Because, yeah, Brian, you started making all kinds of demands. You must do this. You must answer that. It's just, I find it very entertaining, actually. But I think it worked well. The team was doing great this morning.
Oh.
You think that's
Drace is here. Hi, Drace.
Hey, nice to hear your voice.
You too.
Hey, Dre. What's up, bro?
I'm just doing stuff around the house. Figured I'd pop in.
Same stuff, different day. I hope you and
Basically.
Carmen are doing well.
Yeah, we're good. We're gonna go out in a little bit and deal with some food issues, grab stuff for the dinner and stuff like that.
Yep. We were just kind of answering some Flat Earth 101 questions to some noobs who weren't very receptive.
Yeah, it was a good listen.
At least it's good for exposition. Oh no, I think I got a little too strict in the side chat and everybody stopped talking. Damn. Just trying to encourage them to participate over here.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Here we go. I pinged a couple people back at the home server, tagged into this place, so let everybody know where we're hanging out. Figured people could join in and chill with us. Welcome.
Can you hear me now, bro?
Yeah.
There you go. Loud and clear.
Okay, okay. So, AV, you there?
He's not here now.
Oh, he just left.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to ask, why do you guys believe that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, so why do you believe, like, do you have any like ideology why you believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah, because I believe in direct observations of physical reality. I believe that you can measure something. Like I can measure how tall I am, and that would be a fact. I can measure my shoe size. I also believe that practical demonstration is another key feature of knowing what something is.
Okay, so but there are like many experiments and proof that the Earth is like globe or sphere, like whatever you want to call it, but like there
All
are
right, present
multiple.
when, yeah, present when ready. Let's go through it one by one.
Okay, okay, yeah. Like for example, like there is an experiment in which they put a laser and it's on the ground, and they made it as horizontally, like very accurately horizontal as possible, and they went some kilometers after, like, to widen the gap, and they
Who's
put
that?
a very strong laser. What? Can you understand me?
Yeah, who's
Yeah, we
that?
can understand you. You need to post it so we can check it.
Yeah, we need to know exactly who this they is.
Okay, like there's a video on Veritasium. Like, what?
Okay,
Yeah,
so just go
Veritasium.
grab it and pop it in the side chat there, and then we can go
Okay,
over
okay.
that. Thanks.
Like, it will take some time. Like, okay, like let's go to another proof, like, because I cannot find the video in which they prove this, but like another proof is like you can go to a higher elevation, like a mountain or a very a highly elevated space, and if you look to the horizon, like after you are what was the word? After you are at the top of the mountain, you can look at the horizon, and like the Earth gets out from your field of view, because the Earth is
More when you're
curvature.
higher.
Yeah, the curvature.
There's no drop over distance, though. It doesn't curve away.
Yeah, I'm
You
listening.
can see more when you're higher anyway. What are you talking about, dude?
You can see further if you go higher. Yeah, so we agree with that. It would work perfectly if the Earth was a flat plane as well.
No. If your hypothesis was, or if your flat Earth was correct, you would be able to see, like, until the end of the Earth, like,
No,
possibly, like.
No, that's
DJ,
not
you
right.
take this one. Go ahead,
Like,
bro.
if you get into
Well,
a
you could only
helicopter-
see. Okay, so you can if you go to the internet, right, and say what is the distance, the maximum distance that I can see in my location, right? It's going to tell you that the maximum distance you can see is, 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers, maybe 30 kilometers, because the air is not perfectly transparent. Okay, the air is opaque over distance, so you can't see forever through the air.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what about like the pictures taken from the top of the moon? Like not like from the moon. There's a picture of the Earth, and like it shows like it's perfectly, like, not perfectly, but like spherically shaped.
Well, you can't validate that, can you? You're not going to be able to go there and replicate that. You just have to believe NASA.
No.
Don't
Like,
you?
there's a photo from, yeah. So you're saying the NASA, the picture from NASA is not accurate, or?
Yeah, they lied about the moon landings, unfortunately.
Okay. How do you explain the moon, like yeah, it might be like it might not make sense, but like when you look at the sky, like there's like around sometime like 15 days is half, and like the shape of the moon changed, right?
Well, the
So
shape
you're
the
listening?
shape doesn't change. The angle
Yeah,
in which
like the
the
shadow.
okay. So what do you think the cause of that is?
Yeah, okay. So when the moon like
Moon
since
cycles,
the
right?
earth
Like
is,
you got like a crescent moon and a full moon and a half full moon.
yes, yeah,
What do you think the
okay,
cause
yeah.
of that is?
So as you if you know, like
Oh, I know.
in the spherical earth, like since I believe in that, like there's a sun at the center, right?
Yeah, but
So
you're
do you
talking about
believe
the
in that,
moon
or?
phases. You're talking about the moon phases right now.
Yeah, I will explain. Like so the sun hits the earth like from if there is a pictorial representation it would be there, but like yeah, I can send you like a video of it if you want. There's a video.
I'm just
I'll send it
asking
in
you
chat.
what
Like
do you think the cause of the moon phases are? What do you think's causing
yeah,
that? Do you think it's
okay,
yeah.
because the earth when the sun hits it, there will be a shadow behind the earth, right?
Well, that's not what the claimed cause of the moon phases is. So just have a look at the screenshot that I just put in the side
It
chat.
is.
Okay, so just have a look at the screenshot that I put in the side chat. Okay, I
Okay.
just took this screenshot right now. Okay, so I'll read it out. Okay, so is the Earth the cause of the moon phases? No. No, the Earth is not
I
the
did not
cause of the moon phases.
say the earth was the cause of the moon phase. Like the sun's shadow is the cause, because when
The
the
sun's
sun
shadow.
hits the earth, yeah,
That has nothing to do with the
like
Earth.
not the, there is, bro.
No.
No, I searched that it up. Like there's a correlation between them.
No, there isn't
In a
actually.
way that because when the sun hits the earth, it creates a shadow behind it, and since the moon is orbiting around the earth, the moon gets into the shadow part, and
That's incorrect, right?
more
So
gets-
look, I already know this, right? So you could look it up as well. Like, do the moon phases have anything to do with the shadow of the Earth? No. Moon phases are not caused by Earth's shadow. They are caused by
Okay, I'm
changing
gonna
perspective
send
of the moon's sunlit side as it orbits the Earth. Okay, so it's got nothing to do with the shadow of
where
the
does
Earth.
the sunless side come from?
What do you mean, sunless side? You're saying that the shadow of the globe Earth is what causes the moon phases, but that's not true. Even in your globe model, it's just not true.
He's muted, I think.
He's what? Muted?
I think we need to get the YouTube link.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I had to. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Anyone? Okay, the mic again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can. Okay, I send a YouTube video, as you can see, from the. If you go to the chat, there is a link I sent, and if you look at that video, it refers. It's at the exact point in which the video shows the curvature of the Earth affects the curve of the moon, like the phase of the moon. And if you look at the video, if you look at the video, the Earth's shadow because it's curved. It creates a shadow on the moon because moon is behind the Earth, and the moon's shape would be affected by the curvature of the Earth, as you can see on the video I sent. So, did you see?
Talking about an eclipse, you're not talking about the phases of the moon at all.
No, that's not an eclipse. I mean,
oh man,
my bad. That was my explanation. Like, so as you can see, that could only happen because curvature of the Earth
Neil
creates an
deGrasse
image.
Tyson, he's talking about an eclipse in the video that you posted. He's not talking about moon phases. And also he's strawmanning the flat Earth by putting a flat disk as the flat Earth, which is just ridiculous. It shows that he hasn't done any research about flat
Okay,
Earth
so
either.
maybe I don't understand your theory. So
No, it's you that doesn't understand your own globe model.
okay, so what do you suggest, like the phases of the moon is in your flat Earth theory?
How would I test that?
So you don't know that, right?
Nobody knows
You have
exactly
no
what the moon
explanation
is
for
or
it.
how it works.
So you guys have no explanation?
Well, you just butchered the explanation, right? You just completely got it wrong. Even the globe
Yeah.
explanation you got wrong. So, I mean, what's the point in that? Like, you didn't even explain it properly. Now, I didn't make claims about the moon, right? This isn't 24/7 moon. Okay, this is talking about the Earth being flat, not about something that's in the sky that we can never test.
But the only explanation for the moon. Okay, but
The
only
moon
explanation
phases
for
has
the
nothing
moon-
to do with the shadow of the Earth, right? You can look that up right now if you want to. I already posted screenshots, but you can go look it up for yourself, right? Just to say, is the moon phases caused by the shadow of the Earth? And everything's going to say, no, it's not.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Please.
If the Earth is flat, where's its core?
Why would it need to have a core?
Oh my. Where do you think lava comes from?
Lava
Holy
tubes?
shit. Wait, wait. This is
What?
another one.
Earth
Look,
is
we got this is a
fucking
double. Hold on a second, dude. This is a double one.
Okay, I will mute. Like, I will let him
No,
talk.
no, hold on. Look at this. So you've got one globalist who thinks the moon phases are caused by the Earth, the Earth's shadow, and now this other guy thinks lava comes from the core of the Earth. This is embarrassing. Your guys' understanding of the globe model is like lower than grade school. Are you smarter than a fifth grader?
I'm not on
fifth
either
grader-
side. I'm just trying to figure out what
The
it
fifth
is. I'm
grader
trying-
wouldn't brain fart that question.
I'm not here on either side. I'm trying to figure out if it is flat or if it's round. That's the whole point of me being here. I'm not on either argument.
How about this? Can you just explain what made you think, or where did you hear that volcanoes or lava?
No, I
from the
fucked
core of
that
the
up.
Earth?
I fucked that up. Okay, I fucked that up. I'll admit that. I fucked that up. I butchered that shit.
So what does your flat Earth explain? For where volcanoes came from? I want to understand, like, genuinely.
Well, the deepest hole ever dug was only 7.6 miles. Okay, so I don't know. How would we test that? How would we test exactly how the lava system works under the surface of the Earth when the deepest hole's only 7.6 miles?
Like,
Right?
that's
barely
that's
deeper
why I
than
believe
barely
that,
deeper than the ocean, the deepest spot in the ocean. That's as far as anyone's explored into the Earth. A little bit deeper than the deepest part of the ocean.
Yeah, Yeah, before you keep going with that, I just wanted to commend the guy, whoever that was acknowledging that, that he didn't know what he was talking about the lava. It's normal, like, you've been told just this to accept on faith that you live on a globe with no verifiable evidence. And then you were just told all these other things. And then a lot of people just assume those other things have something to do with the globe when they work perfectly well on a flat earth. So but I wanted to commend the guy for like being willing to acknowledge that, because a lot of people come in with mistaken ideas and they just cling to them like ferociously and stubbornly with no evidence to back them up. But yeah, about the whole, you understand, Miba, what he was saying, what DJ was saying about the since that's the deepest hole that's been dug, all these other things are just claims. They're just ideas. They're not theories. They're just ideas somebody had with no evidence to back them up, that have just taken over the lore and the comic book science textbook that you probably read sometime.
Okay, so you're suggesting that both sides do not have like full proofs or
nobody can have full
evidence or
proof
explanations
evidence.
for what most of the things are happening around us are. What?
Unless you've been in space to see Earth, nobody has factual proof, because you can't trust NASA. They've lied multiple times before. Like the guy said before about the moon landing, they faked that, so you can't really trust NASA or any other source unless you've been up there yourself in outer space to see if the Earth is flat or round.
Well, no, that's not entirely true. I'd say you got about 80% of it. Because what you could do is you could just believe them. So that's another framework. They said they did something. Okay, I believe you. The other framework is to test what they said. Like they told you it was a giant leap forward for all mankind. Giant leap. Not just a new renaissance. This event was literally going to change everything for all of humanity. So Carl Sagan said, for him, it was the most ironic token of all of human history. If you were to say what's the most, like something peak irony, he said the moon mission was peak irony. Here was an event that should have changed everything, and nothing changed. No change, no effect. The most impressive, exponentially factoring, they call it the overview effect, something that was going to instantly change people's view of the world, and it didn't change nothing at all. Zero. Nothing changed. So that's another framework you could look. You could be like, well, maybe it happened, but in practical purposes, it really didn't happen at all. Or the other framework is, how do you know? How do you know what they did? How did you verify it? How would you verify it? Can you go there yourself? And it turns out you can't, because they destroyed the technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. So you really can't verify it. So here you've got something that requires verification, and there's no way to verify it. So there would be your three things. Like you got the last one pretty close, about 80%. But the first two, you totally missed.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, what you said makes sense. So, I'm on neither side now. Like, to be honest, what you said, like most of it makes sense. Like almost all of it. So, I'm just gonna admit that I took the loss. So, yeah, thanks for the explanation.
No, it's not a loss, man. You just showed that you're intellectually honest. So you get a credit for that, for sure.
Okay, thanks. See ya.
You don't have to go, but see ya if you go.
Okay.
Well, look, here's what it is, right? So we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming the Earth is a flat disk floating around in space, right? That's not what the flat Earth is. Okay, when we talk about flat, we're talking about the surface of the Earth not having any curvature that would have to be there if the Earth was a globe. And we've got thousands of different experiments that have been done validating that there's no drop over distance, right? No curvature. So if you have a certain distance over the surface of a large body of water, like the ocean or a lake, it would have to be curving because of gravity and because of the curvature of the Earth, because the Earth's a globe. So over 10 miles, you would have to have 66 foot of curvature over that distance. And when we go and check for these large amounts of curvature that should be there, there's zero curvature there.
Okay. Thanks.
Oh, Clet's comments in the chat are such a disappointment for someone with such a nice profile picture. That beautiful shuttered window with the flowers growing around it. And then you can't seem to take the topic seriously, but that's your window. Very nice. So when you look out that window, you see the flat Earth. That's a good place to be looking at the flat Earth from. I'm sad to hear that. So, do you have any evidence for your globe, Kletz?
No. Like I said, like I said, I admitted that like my my estimates or what I said didn't have proof. So, like to be honest, like, right now I'm not sure about which one is right because like there is more explanation or it might not be the truth, but like there is more explanation to what's happening around us on the globe side.
Oh yeah, I heard you, maybe.
Like,
Is it
on the
Meba?
flat side,
Meba? You like to be
there's
called
like
Meba or
explanation.
Meba?
Yeah, it's
Meba?
okay. Maybe that's fine.
Okay, so you're saying there's more evidence on which side?
The globe side, because like they can explain the moon cycles and like the sun and most of the things.
And why would any of those things, if they could be explained in the way you claim, they have an explanation? Whether that explanation's accurate or not is, in many cases, in question, depending on which particular mechanism you are discussing regarding phenomena in the sky. But regardless, how would any of those ideas about things moving in the sky give you evidence for what you're standing on?
Like it's just reasonability. Like when they present their evidence or proof, like their representation of it makes sense. Like when I come to the flat Earth and I see what your proof is. Like there is no evidence or things that make sense and that I can accept to be the truth. And what you guys say like mostly doesn't make sense to me. So I just wanted to explain things to me, like why the full the moon phase or the gravity or the moon photos from the moon, like more anything like you can explain to me. I'm willing to listen.
Yeah, well, the main reason we discuss the Earth not being a globe is because there's no measurable curvature, and due to the fixed geometry of a sphere, in this case, a sphere Oh, whoops! Sorry, I got muted because a phone call came in, but it was just a robocall from my children's school, so I sent it to voicemail. They're hoping for a snow day. Could happen. I'll listen to it later. Anyway, so I put there. You see where I tagged you, and then at 30 minutes after the hour, there's. So I'm not sure when I got cut off, but I was trying to explain to you how the geometry of a sphere, in this case, a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, dictates certain phenomena that we would see in reality in terms of the predicted curvature. So the image I have there at 30 minutes after the hour is regarding the maximum distance of the horizon that would exist if we lived on this claimed sphere. So that's why we talk about the Earth not being a globe. It doesn't have anything to do with the moon or any of those other things. Those are all just kind of icing on the cake. Like sometimes we talk about the astronauts and their questionable claimed observations that can't be verified and so on. But we don't really need to look in the sky because we can look on the ground. So this particular image is from oil rigs in California. According to the formula, I can give you the website that explains the horizon formula. Are you a person who's interested in math? Nipa?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I'll search it up.
Oh, no, you don't have to. I've searched it for you. I just didn't want to put it, I just wasn't going to go for the effort of posting it if you weren't interested. 32 minutes after the hour, University of Washington, it explains how you would calculate the maximum horizon on a sphere. Because you understand that if we were on a sphere, you would not be able to see objects that were around the side of the sphere and also the horizon. You would have a geometric horizon that can be measured at a maximum distance based on the radius of the sphere and based on the observer height for the particular location. So that's why we're seeing there in that image that the horizon is behind the oil rigs, meaning the oil rigs are serving as mile markers, and the horizon is more than 10 miles away. Whereas if we were on a sphere, the maximum distance of the geometric horizon would be 3.46 miles. So the horizon is way more than twice the distance where it should be. And that's just one observation, but these are the kind of observations that we're talking about. This is how we are debunking the globe. This is why questions about the moon or lava, whereas they might be interesting, you seem to be frustrated with people not explaining all of these sky phenomena to you, but it's really not our business here. That's not why we're here. That's why anti-globalist DJ said, that how would he test the cause of these moon phases or eclipses or whatever you want to know about the moon? You can't test it. You can make claims, but you can't test it. However, claims about the ground, about the geometry of a sphere, we can test, and we have tested it. And every time we tested it, the geometry of the globe is demonstrated to be false.
Okay, so according to your explanation, like if the Earth was flat, though, like when the sun rises, the sun would rise to like everybody on the world. Like since the Earth is flat, like it would they would see the sun like almost at the same time.
Gosh, I thought, weren't you the one who anti-globalist DJ already explained how we don't have superhuman vision? Gosh, I could have sworn that was you. But anyway, yeah, so you went right
the air
back.
is opaque, somewhat opaque, he told me.
Yeah, so we went right back to the sky, didn't we? So, gosh, when I first heard this, I mean, maybe the 8 inches per mile squared would be more compelling. I mean, that's the first thing that I heard in terms of debunking the false claim geometry of the sphere, meaning a faulty mathematical conjecture that is repeatedly debunked by observation after observation after observation. So the horizon observation sent you back to the sun, which is a specious claim. You are coming up with a straw man model of what the flat Earth would be and how things would be, and then claiming that you're seeing something different. Therefore, it isn't flat. So no, that you're not debunking anything by making that claim about seeing the sun. We don't make a claim that you should see forever. In fact, to the contrary, we spend a lot of time educating people about optics, which we can get into next if you want. But yeah, the chart there is 35 minutes after the hour. What do you see there in the chart, Maba?
Okay. Okay, so yeah, I have no more proof, so yeah, my bad.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, do you see the chart though? Yeah,
Thanks
I
for
didn't
listening.
actually. You said no more proof, meaning like you had some. Did I miss your proof? You had some? I guess I missed it.
No. Like no, like what my ideologies. I have no more like things that I believe, and most of the things I believed in were thought to be true. I just told you, but like, why you're saying that the whole like the education system in the world is relying on false evidence. That means.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes false evidence or sometimes no evidence at all. Yeah, no proof, just a presupposition of a globe with nothing to back it up. But yeah, you use the word ideology and belief. That's what the globe is. That's right. So yeah, I get it that that's new information for you. You might need time to look into it further. So yeah, the chart there is explaining what the drop below the horizon due to Earth's supposed curvature would be if we were on this globe. So 10 miles, 66 feet of drop, 20 miles, 266 feet of drop, and so on. And this is never observed in reality. So there's a guy, Dr. John D., if you wanted like more details about sometimes it's easier to look at it on your own than to try to take it in when somebody's just explaining it to you here. So in terms of the horizon measurement, I'll give you a YouTube video where he explains it really well about the maximum distance of the horizon. So yeah, the difference you'll see between the globe claims and the flat Earth claims is that the globe claims are just that, empty claims that do not have mathematics or evidence to back them up, that rely on someone just having a belief in the ideology and believing the stories, whereas the flat Earth claims have mathematics, carefully documented observations, like you'll see in that Black Swan Rising video, and logic that adheres to what we actually see in reality, what you could also see if you wanted to go out and test it.
Okay, but there are like live videos like of a rocket launching up to space, and like after some point, like as I said before, like he said the air after some point we cannot see the Earth. That's why we can't. That's why we assume it's a curvature, but like after a certain point, like if you go high enough, like using a helicopter or a rocket, you'll see the curvature of the Earth. Like the Earth starts to curve and it will go out of your field of view, like because the Earth is spherically shaped. And there are live videos that I have mentioned. And
yeah, okay. So if you would like to see images from space, we can also show you images of a flat horizon from space.
I'm not with
yeah. So I like, yeah, rockets launch. I don't think anyone here is denying that. During the Felix Baumgartner base jump at 127,000 feet, there was a flat horizon as seen out of his cockpit window. Sark has shown you a rocket launching, and then, you know, there's many images of this, the rocket just going back into the ocean, just, you know, making an arc and so on. You know, I don't think I'm just showing you these, you know, because none of these things are proof. It's just disputing your claim that this somehow proves a globe. Because here's Blue Origin, Flat Horizon outside the cockpit. Because we've already done the measurements showing that predicted drop over distance doesn't exist. Oh my gosh, Dandelion, you're kidding me. The drop over distance isn't observed in reality? Tell me more. There's things you can see that you shouldn't see if you lived on a globe. Wow. Where are these things? Could I go do that too? Yeah, you could. That was me reacting the way I reacted when I found this out, but you're still going back up to space. I mean, I get it. Like, people are into the science fiction. I get it.
Like the videos you sent, like the from the pictures I see, like your point makes sense, but like on the last one, like the last video, as you can see on the chat, the Earth.
Yeah, AG. You're talking about AG's.
It shows that the Earth is flat, but like, yeah, AG's photo, yeah. I mean video, but like in the video, like the first shot, it's curved because like you're further up and like you can see more of the Earth, and therefore you'll see that the Earth is not flat from the first part of the video, but like on the second part of the video, it just shows a straight line. But that happens because when you get close enough to the Earth, because the Earth is like very, very, very large, the curvature starts to seem like it doesn't exist, because like it's like every curve is like hundreds or maybe
both of
even
those shots, I gotta stop you. Okay, so both of those shots are from the,
like very
both
low
of those,
kilometer.
dude. No. Okay, so that footage is from the Chinese space station. Okay, and they have a bunch of main cameras on the Chinese space station, right? It's the same height as the ISS approximately. And all of the main cameras show a completely flat horizon. And then they've got a fisheye lens as well. So when they switch to the fisheye lens, it shows drastic curvature like that. When they switch to the normal cameras from the same height, it shows a completely flat horizon. That's the point that AG was trying to make with his meme. But maybe the meme doesn't quite explain that. It's a little confusing.
So you're saying that that's from the same
footage.
height?
Yeah, I'm going to give you the footage from the Chinese space station right now. Just a second. I'll just find it.
Okay. It's okay.
Okay, China. Second. All right, I found it. Okay, so this is 1.3 million feet height. Same height as the ISS, approximately. And the footage looks very different than what we see from the ISS footage. Okay, it's the Chinese space station. So if you have a look, you'll see different angles, and, you know, all of the main cameras are going to show pretty much a flat horizon, completely flat horizon. But then there's one time they'll change to a different camera that has a fisheye lens, like a very high wide angle lens. And then that will show drastic over the top curvature, way more curvature than you would even see from that height if it were a globe.
Okay. So you're basically saying that the first image, the different cameras are showing like one of the cameras is basically showing fake proof that the Earth is curved, right?
It's just like a fisheye lens. Look, here's some examples of what fisheye lens footage looks like. All right, so depending on what camera people use when they do footage, it's going to create distortions. Just like you can see.
So how do you know?
Here. Well, I'm not using the footage to make claims, am I? You guys are saying that you can see the curvature of the Earth from space.
Oh,
now I'm
okay.
showing you that, well, once you look into the different lens effects and things like that, it's quite difficult to determine what you're looking at. What I'm pointing out is that you have contradicting footage. Okay, so from the ISS, you see what looks like curvature of the Earth, but from the Chinese space station, which is the same height, all of a sudden you have a flat horizon. So all I'm pointing out is that you can't have both.
But like, won't the different camera gears have like different like effects depending on the lens? Or I'm not trying to argue,
So
but like,
if you've got a wide angle lens, and okay, say the horizon is in the center of the frame. As the horizon goes above the center of the frame,
I'm listening.
It's going to look like it's curving like a globe, right? But if it goes below the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving the other direction, like a donut. That's a lens effect. All of the ISS footage shows the horizon above the center of the frame, which would make it look like it's curving.
But,
See, have a look at the footage I posted. Okay, so the GIF that's directly underneath the Chinese space station footage. As the horizon goes up towards the top of the frame, look how the curvature gets more and more drastic. That's a lens effect. That's not actually curvature. Now, if that dropped down below the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving the wrong direction, like in the GIF underneath it. Okay, it looks like a globe, and then as the horizon gets over to the other side of the frame, it's starting to curve the wrong way. Now, the surface of the Earth isn't shape-shifting. Obviously, it's just a lens effect.
yeah, but like
So that
when you see like the Earth being flat, it might be the lens effect too, like because at some angle the Earth looks like.
So
the
we're not
normal
using this as flat
curvature.
Earth proof. We're not saying, look at this, the horizon's flat, this is a flat Earth proof. We're saying that you have contradicting footage between two space agencies that are lying to you. So you're going to have to throw one of them under the bus or something like that, because you can't have a flat horizon from 1.3 million feet and also a curved horizon from 1.3 million feet. So maybe you should say, okay, well, I'm not sure what's going on with the lens. Maybe this is inconclusive as a globe evidence.
Yeah. So as you said, I don't think this doesn't prove like for both sides that the
We're
Earth
not
is
using
neither
it, though.
curved
This
or
was
flat.
your evidence. Yeah.
Oh, they were using it as evidence. Okay. So
We're not using it as an evidence for anything. I'm just using it as an evidence that it can't be used as an
that we
evidence.
claimed. Okay.
I mean, yeah. That's all.
Okay. Yeah.
But we can debunk the globe very easily with long distance observations.
What? I didn't listen. My bad.
Like what Dandelion showed you before, like the long distance observation. That's impossible on a globe. Okay, here's another one that's impossible on a globe. Okay, so I'm just uploading it now. Okay, so this one's over a lake,
Okay.
which which the distance is 21 miles. Are you familiar with miles?
Yeah.
Okay, so 21 miles, that's like 34 kilometers or something like that. Very, very long distance. Okay, so he's using a super zoom camera, a very, very high-powered zoom camera. So you can have a look at the observation in the side chat there. So he sets his camera up on one side of the lake, and he sets his camera up at 5 foot height. And he's zooming across to the other side of the lake. Okay, so here's the Google location, the Google Maps location. So that yellow line, that's the observation path, right? So he's standing up at the top. He's got his camera set up there. And he's going to be zooming across to where the yellow line meets the other side of the lake, the bottom of the image. Here's the camera set up, 5 foot off the surface of the water. Okay, so I'm going to give you an analogy, a very easy way to think about this. You know the ship called the Titanic that sunk? Giant ship?
Yeah.
Okay, the Titanic was 175 foot tall. Very, very big boat. Let's just imagine that where this camera is, on one side of the lake, the Titanic is there, like next to the camera. Okay, so if the camera were to sail across to the other side of the lake, you wouldn't be able to see the Titanic anymore by the time it reached the other side of the lake.
Just want to know how is my audio quality right now?
Oh, it's great. Thanks for asking.
Thank you. No, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. No worries. Continue, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So, the Titanic would be completely unable to be seen if it were to travel over to the other side of the lake. So as the Titanic sailed away from the observer, after a certain distance where the horizon should be, it should start to disappear from the bottom up. Okay, so once it gets to 10 miles, you shouldn't be able to see 66 feet of the bottom part of the Titanic. And then by the time it gets to the other side, okay, it should be completely hidden behind the horizon. But what you're going to notice in this observation, when he zooms across the lake, you don't see any curvature. Okay, you can actually see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. The shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden by hundreds of feet of curvature. Here's another analogy, or a hypothetical. Okay, if there was a skyscraper building that was 30 stories high on the other side of the lake on the shoreline, you would only just be able to see the top story of the building popping out over the horizon. The whole rest of the building would be hidden behind the horizon. Okay, so this is an image. This is an image here. Okay, see the last one I posted with the white tower?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is what it looks like on the other side of the lake where he's zooming across to. Okay, so he's got a friend over there. So this is just to show you what it looks like on the other side of the lake. Rayleigh, do you mind if I move that image just so I can put a side by side?
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, man. 1 second. All right, so this is what it looks like close up. Okay, and this is what it looks like from 21 miles away. Okay, during the daytime and during the nighttime. He did observations during the day and during the night. Okay, you don't see any obstruction. You can still see the shoreline. You can still see the entire white tower. There's no curvature. Okay, over this distance, there should be just under 300 foot of curvature. That's why I was giving you the example with the giant building.
Yeah, but like the globe Earth doesn't say like the Earth is like perfectly a sphere, and like at the center of it, like what's the name of the shape? Like is like somewhat of an oval at the center of it because of the rotation of the Earth on its own axis, and because of that, like it might change, like the distance of the horizon might change.
Yeah, I get you. Right, but it's
depending
only
on the
it's only the
latitude
tiny.
or from where you are,
Yeah.
basically. Yeah.
So there's a maximum and a minimum radius.
Like
So-
yeah.
Yeah, so it's only the tiniest little bit off being a perfect sphere.
But like for us, it's like in like a lot of kilometers, like because of it might be like as when you see it in like the small shape of the Earth, like it might be a little bit for the human eye if you see it from the afar, but like when you get closer and actually observe it,
Okay.
it's like in hundreds or
Okay,
tens of kilometers.
Well, no, it's actually the opposite of that. Okay, so
In
over a
the
small
equator.
distance. Okay, so if the overall radius changes a little bit, okay, that means over a small distance, it would be hardly anything at all. Okay, so if this is what they say, it's almost a perfect sphere. It's 0.33% of being a perfect sphere. They say it's only 14 miles wider at the equator than it is at the poles. So if you're making an observation over 20 miles like this, it's such a small difference that they wouldn't even bother taking it into consideration. That's why they don't take it into consideration when they're doing the calculations about Earth curvature, because it's such a small difference.
Yeah, I'm listening. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's not what you're saying where this would be possible on a globe. Okay, so the horizon should be at 2.7 miles. Okay, taking the maximum radius. Okay, so this is the maximum radius. Okay,
Taking
so the Earth would be, it has a slightly greater radius around the equator than it does if you do it pole to pole, north to south, a great circle around the Earth. Okay, so it has, they say it's a bit fatter at the equator because the Earth's spinning, right? And it's bulging out a little bit at the equator. Okay, so let me check. On the globe, what is the radius at the equator? Okay, so it's 6,378 kilometers. Okay, so it's only a tiny little bit more.
Yeah, around like 20 kilometers. Yeah, I searched it up. So
yeah,
it still might make a difference. So that's
No,
that,
it would
that was
make
my
it would
point.
make a difference. Yeah, it would make a difference, but it would make such a tiny difference that it would only be a little bit different. Okay, so over this distance, we should have 293 foot of curvature. 293 foot. There's zero curvature. So just having a slightly different radius isn't going to make a difference when it comes to how much curvature is missing.
Yeah, I'm still like finding it hard to believe that the photo have no curvature, but because like as most of my observations, as I have seen, there is at least some kind of curvature on the Earth. There's like
Okay, but
when you go to a
you've
mountain,
never seen
or,
any.
like,
You've never
or
seen any
when you are in a
curvature.
high place. So
Yeah, but you
in real
even
life,
if,
I have,
okay,
like,
look, let's
I
say
have
this.
some-
Let's say this. Let's say pretend the Earth's a globe. Okay, so even if the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't see any curvature from that height, even if it was a globe. So I'm going to show
From
you
a
footage
mountain?
right now. I'm going to show you footage right now from the tallest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. Okay, so this is from the
Yeah.
top of Mount Everest, and this person is actually panning the camera 360 degrees. Right, so have a look at this footage here. Okay, so once again, this is not flat Earth proof, because even on a globe, you wouldn't see any curvature from this height. But this is just to show you that even when you do a pan 360 degrees on the top of Mount Everest, you don't see any curvature. You wouldn't see any curvature. All right, so look, here's another one. Okay, so let's go even higher. If we go even higher than Mount Everest, right? So this is an airplane. This is a time lapse from a flight on an airplane, condensed into a 1-minute video. And once again, you don't see any curvature even from a plane. I mean, I've flown all around the world, and I'm always amazed how flat the horizon is. You don't see any curvature. And that doesn't even prove that the Earth's flat, because you would only be able to see 0.1% of the surface of the Earth from that height. It's not very high.
So you're sure the Mount Everest or like the other photos taken are at least the Mount Everest one, like there is no editing because to make it clear, because like Mount Everest is like very high, so I think I believe at least like
okay. Would you believe an astrophysicist if the astrophysicist was to tell you this?
No. Like it just contradicts my ideology. That's why I'm asking you. Like, because the air should be like not visible, like at least to some extent, because it's very high at first.
Yeah, but you don't. You just see a flat horizon.
It should be snow, like cloud. It might be cloudy. So I'm just asking. So how is it this clear? It's very clear on the photos in the video you sent me. Just asking.
Yeah, it's just showing you that from the top of Mount Everest, you don't see any curvature. That's all. Okay, you could probably take footage on a clearer day, but that doesn't. You're still not going to see any curvature, because mathematically you wouldn't see any from that height anyway. It's not flat Earth proof. I'm not saying this proves the Earth's flat. Okay, here's 2 videos in the side chat from an astrophysicist that hates flat Earth, right? It's Neil deGrasse Tyson. He hates flat Earthers. And even he's explaining how from much higher than a plane or much higher than Mount Everest, you wouldn't see curvature. He says even from 10 times the height, right? 10 times higher than Mount Everest, you still wouldn't see any curvature, because it's not high enough to see any curvature. He's explaining that in those 2 clips that I posted there. Okay, because one of them, he's debunking the claim that you could see the curvature of the Earth from the Red Bull space jump, when the guy jumped out of the capsule. Okay, he's saying that no, that was a fisheye lens, you wouldn't see the curvature from that height. That's 129,000 feet. 100,000 feet higher than a plane. Okay, he says you wouldn't see it from that height. Okay, and then the next video, he's saying from the Richard Branson's Virgin Galactic flight, which went up to 300,000 feet, you wouldn't see any curvature even from that height. He said he did the calculations and you wouldn't see it. So that's someone from the globe side just being honest, saying that he did the mathematics and you would not see it from that height. So when globe earthers think that you could see the curvature from a mountain or from a plane, it's incorrect.
So what we have been told, like mostly, so you're saying it's not correct? Okay.
Yeah, basically. Not about everything, just about the globe.
Yeah. Like mostly when you go to a mountain and you don't see as far as you think, it's because of the Earth's curvature. Like that's what mostly we're told. Like at least that's what I'm mostly told. Like when I saw it, at least one time when I saw it, I was told that we couldn't see as far because the curvature of the Earth, and
Yeah, that's what we get told. Yeah. But these people that are telling you, they're not lying to you. They're just repeating the textbooks. That's what teachers do. Okay, they're very good at memorizing the textbook information and then passing that information on to the students. It's not like the teachers go out and actually test the Earth for curvature. Okay, they just believe it because that's what they were taught also from a young age, right? They're just good at forwarding information from the textbooks to the students, right? They don't know. They're not lying. They're just believing, just like you're believing the information that we get given. There's nothing wrong with that. It's normal.
Okay, it's just hard to convert your mind from like 10 or like more than 10 years of believing that the Earth is spherical.
It was just as hard. It was just as hard for all of us as well. You know, I asked all the same questions that you're asking. I thought the person that was suggesting that the Earth could be flat was crazy. And then once I started looking into it, that's when I was like, oh, that's interesting, right? That's an interesting point. It makes sense, right? So I went and tested the Earth myself over a large distance, over a large body of water. Okay, I used to live on a giant lake in Australia called Lake Macquarie, and I went and did at least 20 different tests at different times over the surface of that lake, and I couldn't find any curvature. Okay, when there should be over 100 foot of curvature over that distance, it's just not there. And then I thought the same as what you thought. There's all of this evidence that the Earth's a globe, right? Surely people have gone out and measured it and tested it, and there would be all sorts of evidence that I could look up.
Yeah, like one of the evidence.
You cut out for a second.
Yeah, that's the phone.
Ekros, what's up, man? You back, Meba?
So can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, the network outage, my bad.
Okay.
So, like as you were saying, yeah, well, it's very hard to believe to just like change your mind like that, but like
Yeah, it takes a lot of research and a lot of it's like a natural function of the human brain to like protect deeply ingrained belief systems. Like you've thought the Earth's a globe from a young age, and that's deeply ingrained into your brain, basically into your memory. And it's very natural for the human psyche to like try to protect that information, you know, trying to protect you basically. So a lot of people go through cognitive dissonance, right? They'll come up with all sorts of reasoning on why it wouldn't be true, and try to do whatever you can to hold on to that belief system. It's perfectly normal.
Yeah, but
Happens-
the one,
happens
one
to
like
everyone.
experiment like that made me really like question the questions. What you're saying is like there was like they took a laser, like a very strong laser, which can like shoot a laser up to kilometers, like very long kilometers.
Mhm.
And they went far, like a lot of kilometers away from where they put the laser. Like they made it as horizontally as very accurately horizontal, and after some kilometers, they put on like a detector where if the Earth was flat, like there should be it should line up, like the laser should like perfectly
Yeah, I
line
get
to
you.
that point. They like they did calculate the above sea level, like the terrain, and etc. But like and after that, they shoot the laser. But when they shoot the laser, right, like when they turn on the laser was not at the place expected, and it was like some like millimeters or centimeters further up because the curvature of the Earth. Like, do you understand?
See
like,
that? I understand. I understand. Okay, so I think maybe you're talking about what Rayleigh criterion just put in the side chat. Where are we? Full episode. It says Genius series by Stephen Hawking or something like that. Right? They tried to debunk flat Earth. Is that the video?
Yeah.
See the screenshot? Okay. So in that series, right, they actually got caught red-handed faking footage. Okay, so I'm going to post the video that
did you ask
shows
me
that.
like the exact video? Like, was that the exact video?
Well, I'm
No, I
guessing
don't think
it's this
that.
video
Like
because
the
flat
video I
earthers.
saw was not this. I would try.
Well, you need to try to find it. Look, this is the thing. This is the thing. We've got dozens.
I understand.
We've got dozens and dozens of laser tests that have been done, right? And laser tests debunk the globe. So look, hold on a second. I'm going to here's a giant list. Okay, I just put a list of about more than 10 laser tests in the side chat there, right? Some of these have been done by engineers, PhDs. Okay, these debunk the globe, right? These are laser tests that are fully documented from start to finish that completely debunk the globe. So you're more than welcome to find your one that you think debunks flat Earth, but here's 10 more or 20 more that debunk the globe, right? And these ones have been done. These ones have challenges out to invite anyone to try to debunk them. So there's a whole series of them right here.
Yeah, I don't need to find it. Like there are like a lot of laser tests. Like more than
laser tests.
There are maybe more than 100. So it might be hard to find
all the laser tests. All the laser tests debunk the globe. Maybe there's if you can find one or two that maybe seem to try to debunk the flat Earth, we can go over those step by step and make sure they've done it properly. But so if you want to find that sometime, we'd love to go over it with you, and we can go through the video and we can make sure they've accounted for everything, right? Because if it's just a tiny bit off, right, if the laser's just going up a little bit, that can just be caused by atmospheric conditions, right? Because light can deviate a little bit through the atmosphere. But with the laser test that we're presenting here, is huge amounts of curvature missing. Okay, like the lasers are hitting their targets where there should be 400 foot of curvature. So it's not it's not going up by a couple of feet or something like that, or a couple of inches. This is hundreds and hundreds of feet of missing curvature, not able to be explained by the bending of light through the atmosphere.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So one of these, we had a team of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser, and they were shooting the laser over 40 kilometers away and hitting their target. Over 40 kilometers, there should be a huge amount of curvature. I forget the exact amount, but more than 400 feet of curvature over that distance. And they have a 1 hour long documentary showing the whole process start to finish and a 180 page PDF document that goes over all of the technical details, which is actually in the side chat there. It's actually the last thing there. FE Core Experiment Final Version.pdf. So we've got highly technical laser tests done by professionals that debunk the globe, as well as all the long distance observations. Something to look into.
Yeah, I didn't know it was me. My bad. So yeah, thank you for the explanation.
No problem,
But
man.
I'll look into it, like the videos you send me, and I'll try to find the video that I saw, and I'll come here and like send it to you, and we can discuss about that. I'm gonna leave the chat now and like try to search for it. If I don't find it, like I might come back tomorrow, like to listen. But thank you for the explanation mainly.
Yeah, I've always had to bring into question, how would you level a laser for a test when a fraction of a millimeter can cause a large error over distance?
Yep, that's a great point.
So I think the only way you could do it is you would have to build a rig that on a test bench would be perfectly level. And then you would have to float that laser on mercury so that it would stay level in the field.
Yep. Yeah, it would be wow, so it's such a tiny little, what's that, 0.378 of a millimeter.
Yeah. No one has that resolution in their eye to see less than half a millimeter of error in it.
So just because of such a long distance, that tiny little error could lead to such a huge deviation, is that right?
Correct.
Yep.
Doesn't take much at all.
Because when I started looking into that episode, that's the first thing I calculated was how much of an error would I need to create that effect? And I said, oh gosh, it's like nothing of an error. Because how would you even build something that could be accurate to a 1/10 of a millimeter cheaply? Because you can do that if you have unlimited funds. You know, you build a $10,000 balancing device, but most people don't have that kind of money to spend on just a little leveling device.
Who just thinks that was Jesse Passing Heights can just get an old theodolite and it'll work just perfect. It don't need to be calibrated or nothing.
You don't even need to account for refraction if you're a globe earther making an observation. It doesn't happen on those days.
You know, it's interesting, the self-defeating nature of the GT, that they just can't help but defeat themselves. We don't have to do it. All we got to do is just sit back and wait for them to do it.
Yeah, it's hard. Got to be rough. Being a globe earther, having zero observations, zero empirical evidence to back your claims up.
When you think you have all the science and all the math and all the scientists and all the logisticians and everybody else on your side, and then to think that you don't even have a observation, that must be tough.
Exactly, and and that's what they say. They're like, well, what? So all of the scientists and all of the schools and universities all over the whole world are teaching that the Earth's a globe, right? And you're saying that all of them are wrong. Well, I would say that all of those people that you just mentioned combined can't come up with one observation that matches up the globe and confirms it's a globe. That's what's the real crazy part about that.
You know, sorry there. I think I was trying to connect to my car, so I had to try to stop it. Sorry. But, you know, here's the great thing about the GT is they never outgrew the fairy tale stage. You know, so fairy tales always said a long, long time ago in a land far, far away. Well, now you've got the heliocentric model. Millions and millions of years ago on a planet far, far away began the seeds of blah, 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 or whatever the hell. And then the second one, of course, that they love to use in modern times is all the king's horses and all the king's men said that it's a globe. So it must be a globe because all the king's horses and all the king's men. We need to actually coin that as a logical fallacy. All the king's horses and all the king's men. Because, you know, when they're talking about all the scientists and such, they're doing it a little different than the appeal to authority. And they're doing a little different from the appeal to the masses.
It's more like a appeal to mass psychosis.
It's like the appeal to, well, with all the king's horses and all the king's men, they surely can put Humpty Dumpty back together again.
Yes, smarter people have done all the thinking, so they don't have to think. They just have to believe.
You know, I don't need a horse because the king's got plenty of horses for us. I can just go out and push my little hoe and trudge through my little land because I don't need any kind of animal or anything because the king's got all the horses and got all the men. I mean, isn't that what living in a kingdom is for? I just go back and do my menial labor and let all the smarter men do everything for me.
Yep, here's my little fallacy that I came up with. There's probably already another one that already covers this exactly, but it's called the on my unicorn fallacy. Because everything kind of happens on my unicorn when it comes to the globe, and the globe is the unicorn. Because they can't prove that the unicorn exists in the first place. The on my unicorn, a fallacy, occurs when someone builds an argument upon an unverified or imaginary premise, treating it as an established fact. It is the logical error of reasoning from within a framework that has not itself been demonstrated to exist in the first place.
Maybe that could be the Sasquatch fallacy. NASA has pictures of Earth. We have pictures of Sasquatch. We have no proof of his existence.
Yeah. It's a lot, probably more evidence of Sasquatch existing than the globe. That's...
I like that. Tell me the name of the fallacy again. The on my unicorn fallacy.
Yeah. Yep. That's it.
On my little unicorn.
Yeah. It's in the side chat there, G.
Call it the My Little Phony model.
My Little Phony. That's hilarious.
Yeah, or we need that old My Buddy song, like My Baltard. Wherever I go, he's going to go My Baltard.
The curvature is the unicorn, essentially. I mean, all of the arguments that they have all lead back to that curvature in the first place. So if they can't validate the unicorn exists in the first place, then all of their arguments that that's a prerequisite for are kind of trash.
They're not kind of trash. They're absolutely trash. They're done for. They're toast.
True.
I mean, you don't have anything without curvature of the Earth. It's like Matthew Learns was in the other night, and he was telling me how he believes in the globe because the moon, he says the moon always has the same angular resolution wherever you are. And so he says that that could only be explained on a globe. So I said, great. So you first accept that the Earth is a ball tard, and then you get the honor of accepting that it's the moon stays the same size, explains that there's a ball tard. But first, you must accept that the Earth is a ball tard.
Or perhaps we don't have the technology to detect the change in angular size of an object that far away.
Yeah.
See, that premise never jumps into their mind.
Well, and I asked him this. I said, well, how do you know that by the same token, the moon hasn't expanded and gotten proportionally higher? You would have no way to know. So, for instance, if you are so if you're a half a mile from a 500-foot target, you need to be you need to have a 1,000-foot target at 1 mile to register exactly the same. So therefore, there's other variables there that we are incapable of measuring. And of course, he pretended that he couldn't understand that. You know, that you can't reduce a multivariate situation to one simple variable. I mean, I just don't understand the.
Hello, guys. What's up?
I just don't understand the GT until you bring out on my little phony. That's what we have to start calling it. It's the My Phony model.
Hello, guys.
Just with a stick, huh? Just a little quip there. Just is now going to resonate.
Hello, Crib Story. Hello, guys.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Yeah. Do you know it's almost 2026?
I don't care about you, man. What are you talking about?
Flat Earth.
Flat Earth? No, bro. The Earth is not flat, bro.
Really? Why not?
What? Shut the fuck up, man. Don't speak. I'm not talking with you, okay?
Well, that's okay. You can do whatever you want to do. You can not talk or talk. What I'll do is notice a contradiction. You'll tell me you're not talking to me as you're directly talking to me. It will highlight just how inconceivable and illogical your own internal worldview is. Even something as simple as, I'm not talking to this person, and you do.
That's the equivalent
He's
of
talking to someone else now because he's gone.
in the back seat going, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you.
Yeah, the dude isn't even the driver. Like, use the same analogy. On the road of life, he's not even driving his own car.
You know, I love it when like the Globies come in, they're getting their ass handed to them, and then they start telling us, and then they tell us how like they're going to leave, et cetera, and then like, okay, well, go ahead, leave. And then 30 minutes later, they're still in here complaining and moaning because they don't like what we say. Or, and there needs to be a logical fallacy for that as well, where like I'm not interested in this topic, but yet then like it does. Why it doesn't matter, and then well, you just spent the last 30 minutes making it matter.
Hello, can I ask a question about picture from the chart about length of shadow on in different cities?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just read a bit, even trying to calculate, but I'm not sure that with in my math.
That's a poorly formed meme that you put in the side chat there.
Yeah.
I would dismiss that as a bad flat Earth argument, personally. I get the idea of it, but that bottom bit with the corpuscular rays, it's a bit misleading. It's kind of insinuating that the sun is like right there, just above that section of clouds, which definitely isn't the case.
Yeah, the main idea, as I understand, that we can assume that sun too far away, and these lines from suns are parallel. But it also can be explained that sun is close. And in this case, we will see on flat Earth different lengths of shadow. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I start thinking further about, so we can calculate, I believe, from this data, if we, by the way, if we believe, I just read about this experiment about Rattos Phanes, it's some several, I don't know, far away, this man, according to this Wikipedia, made this experiment. And he measured that angle between two sticks in 800 kilometers, as I understand was distance, and angle was 7 degrees. It's different.
7.2, yeah.
Yeah, 7.2, yeah, exactly. And so, what do you think? Maybe it's more mathematical questions, not believing. So we can measure distance to the sun. So we take assumption that flat is Earth. We have all this data, and I believe we can measure distance to the point of light, to the sun in our case.
Not really, because what even is the sun? And is the sun that we can see in the sky an apparent location that we're seeing it from? We have no idea the size of it or the distance to it. You're not going to be able to determine the distance to the sun using the Eratosthenes method or anything like that, and assuming the Earth's flat. Right? I think the only the point with that one, right? Firstly, prove that guy ever existed and actually did this test. That's not something that can be proven. Okay? There's no evidence that he ever did that. Yeah.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, without if we it's first questions, because I cannot didn't reproduce. I just believe that it's correct data with when with distance 800 we have 7.2 angle. But
if we believe that it was correct data, which would just be purely just belief based, because there's no evidence that was correct data. But if it was, then it's just still based on the assumptions that he made of the Earth being a globe and the sun rays coming in parallel.
But we make other assumptions. We make assumptions that data is correct and Earth is flat. And in this case, we just take this data, its distance and angle is 7.2. That's it. And Earth is flat. And the next assumption, Sun is point of light, and we're trying to measure distance to this, just trigonometry, mathematics, to measure distance by this angle if we have two data, distance with to the sticks and angle. Just mathematics task. But I'm not sure in my mathematics, so it's my question, maybe you made this, or maybe have found some this, maybe someone else made this mathematics to measure distance to Sun based on this data. It's kind of interesting. From my mathematics, it's what I'm not sure that I tried to ask, maybe you know.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but there's a PDF in the side chat that you might find interesting. I haven't read through it, but apparently the Chinese did something similar, but they assumed that the Earth was flat and that the Sun was much closer.
Oh.
And they came to the determination that the Earth was flat based on their test. It's kind of like the Chinese Eratosthenes. So there's a PDF that you might find interesting. But in regards to what your question was, I'm not sure about that. I don't think that you could do that.
Yeah, Earth is not flat. It's square.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, just maybe because I heard in this chat from other guys, it's interesting that he says that's not just believe or don't believe, just take it. Mathematics, I just remembered what is tangents. It's kind of interesting. It can be simple stuff, but interesting.
Yeah, we actually had a guy who's a math professor do the calculations, trying to triangulate the distance to the Sun. And he's a globe earther, but he was doing it based off this method that you're talking about. And I forget the exact distance that he came up with. I can find it for you. He comes in here quite often. His name's Matthew. Matthew Learns. Matthew Learns. Yeah, he's a like a professor. He's a math guy. I'll just try to find his math and see the number that he came up with. I think it was 3,000 something miles.
3,000. No, according my, I definitely not perfect. It's about 6,000.
Oh, maybe it was that. Yeah, I'll check. Are you doing kilometers or miles?
In kilometers. I made. Maybe he made in miles.
Yeah, because that, it's that matches up.
But it's again, it's okay, less than 10,000 kilometers. Okay, Matthew, you said, yeah? It's interesting. Coach them.
You can ask him about it if you see he comes in here fairly often.
Could you say again, Matthew and...
Matthew Learns, right? Yeah, Learns.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Maybe it's questions to this good guy with mathematics, not like I. Oh. Okay, thank you.
I'm just in the home server, just trying to find his test. Oh yeah, he says we calculated the Sun's distance to be 3,481 miles. So I'll check what that is in kilometers. And he said, 5,600 kilometers. I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm just saying that's what he came up with.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, it's okay. It's a bit close to my calculation, but once. Okay, and so my next thought. So it's thousand kilometers. It's a bit not so far as its planes can hit sun if it's correct, but it's definitely its sun is higher than planes. It's what my next thought. But
Well, yeah. What's a plane in kilometers in height?
yeah, no. So it's too it's too close because
Well, a plane's only
planes-
9 or 10 kilometers in the sky. So if the sun was 5,000 kilometers away.
Yeah, it's so it's why it's trying to I tried to catch this guy and ask about this. Okay, maybe that's it. It's only one question that I have. Okay.
Yeah. I can try to tag him. He's usually lurking around.
Yeah, so we can do with the death of the fantasy, the My Little Phony fallacy.
Yeah, I can't even find his name in the server to tag him, but I posted the rat signal in the side chat. That might attract him.
The rat signal. So, DJ, what do you think it is that after all this time, that there being absolutely zero evidence for the Baltard, that it still, to this day, holds such power over the masses?
Simpson!
The conversation went dead.
No, there's kind of like a blurter who just started saying some random shit and kind of like made it off-putting for a little bit.
Oh, I hate when I get something like that. Well, sorry about that. I'm a Glober, but I'm not going to rain on your parade today. I'm just listening.
Well, so far we came up with something new called the My Little Phony, the death of the fantasy fallacy.
Oh, yeah. I popped in right when you guys were mentioning that originally.
Yeah, so when
And
you come in here with a straight delusional fantasy that some other people did all the thinking, so you don't have to. That they've got it all figured out. They've squared away all the inconsistencies, the paradoxes, the logical fallacies. They've done all that for you. You just got to keep believing.
I stopped in earlier. I mean, that'd be one way of doing it. I don't think it's outside of our abilities to do it. That's all I'm saying. I gotta go in and get some smokes here. I gotta get off here for a second. Yeah.
Detect.
Oh, okay. It's quiet again. What's up? Get this party started. You guys are very quiet today.
Nobody wants to champion the globe today, right?
Oh, I'm a Glober. Have some fun with me. Come on. Have some fun. I know that's what you're here for. So what you got today? Anything?
You know, we have measurements of Earth curve.
I myself have in a few interesting ways. So that's just me, you know.
Awesome.
How
have you measured the Earth curve?
I've done a couple of interesting things. We've done. I live here in Cleveland, and we have shoreline up here on Lake Erie, right? And you can't see Canada from Cleveland, but that's one aspect of it. You know, the water's in the way. But then a little simple thing we did was took some tripods.
Wait, hold on. 1 second. How did you know that the water was in the way and not the gas?
I'm going to go to there here. Okay.
Okay.
We took some tripods to the beach, and with cameras, telescopes, cameras with telephoto lenses, and there's a stretch here where we've got about 6 miles that we've got of beach, and put 3 of us, one in the middle and one at either end, and I think the total distance we had was only about 4 miles. We didn't do a full 6. It's about 4 miles from end to end. And the person in the middle, which happened to be me, when I set up my camera and I leveled it, I was looking over the heads of the other 2 people, no matter which way I looked. I looked at the person to the east, I was over their head, and to the person in the west, I was over their head, with my camera being level. Now we have very similar gear, and we were set up our tripods right at the water level. We measured the distance down to the water. We were talking to each other through our cell phones, making sure everybody's doing it the same way. And each of us levels our cameras. The person at either end can see way over both of our heads, the other 2 people's heads. The person in the center with their camera leveled, which is me, sees over both people's heads to the left and the right, the east and west. So the only way for that to happen, if all 3 of the cameras are level, the cameras are level, is that the Earth has some sort of a curve to it. It's the only way for it to happen.
Okay, can you define it then? How much curve are we talking about?
Well,
you said you were in the middle.
I didn't sit and do the math, but there was a bit of curve. I'm going to have to pause here just for a moment because I got to go in and drop off some cigarettes I just got for somebody. They're waiting for them. I will be right back in just a few moments. I'm not running away. I just was in the middle of an errand. Okay, one moment.
Very good.
Okay. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in a second.
I just want to ask him how much is way over somebody's head. Because if he's standing in the middle, that's only 2.67 feet. So I guess we'll see when he gets back. I'm on break at work, so hopefully, if I have to go back in before then, somebody else can ask him.
Do you go out and do all that and not do any math?
Death of a fantasy. My little phony observation.
Yeah, it's just strange to me. Yeah. You know, it's like watching a football game or something, soccer match, right, for Americans, and there's that one player that's just like dragging himself up and down the pitch. You know, he just doesn't want to be there. He doesn't want to be doing this, and you can see it. That's what these global observations sound like to me. No real due diligence, no rigidity. You know what I mean? Like, just fucking go eyeball it. Oh shit! I don't seem to be. You know, I can see slightly above his head. Must be curvature. Yeah, that's what I mean, lads. That's what he should be telling us.
Yeah, okay. I don't like the smell of that. My car, I just had it parked for a few moments with the engine running, and there's an odor, something burning or smelling. Not good. But when I'm driving it, you don't smell it because there's air moving over it. I don't know what it is. I have to go figure that out.
It's your pride.
It's my pride.
Yeah, you just went and bought cigarettes for somebody. That isn't where you'd expect to be in life.
Right. I don't smoke at all and never will. And yes, I went and got cigarettes for somebody because they're handicapped and they can't get out of the house. So, but I just help them out, even though they're helping themselves to their death. But they're an adult. Do whatever they want. Pretty much. Oh, today, Eastern Coast, about 2 to 3 o'clock East Coast, there's a rocket being launched to Mars, sending 2 probes to Mars to measure the magnetic field of Mars, and they're looking to try to figure out where Mars's atmosphere went. They're trying to solve that problem because Mars did have atmosphere, it did have running water on it. They just want to know where the hell it went to. So that's what this
That's a
dual probe is supposed to help.
And then what does that do?
They're measuring the magnetic field is the main thing that the probes are supposed to be doing. Mars has a very small, weak magnetic field. They want to see what it is. I don't think they've ever really accurately measured it very well. So that's what this set of probes is doing.
Okay, then what happens?
Well, then we learn something.
Which does what? What happens then?
Well, then we have more questions, and we'll probably send another probe to go answer those questions. So
okay,
it's a never-ending process. Learning. It's called learning.
Yeah, Grenade. Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Do you think a few shitty moon missions discovered the entirety of the secrets of the moon?
No, I don't think any.
So why would we just skip over a body that's a third the size of Earth to go to Mars, a significantly more difficult target? No, we haven't been back to the moon.
But we're capable of doing more than one thing. Oh, we are going back to the moon, and there are probes on the moon right now. You go ask the Chinese; they've got
We've been hearing it. We've been hearing it for decades. We know. We hear the same stupid
this upcoming year. I think there's a couple of things that are going to land on the moon this year, this upcoming year. And then in about 2 years, I believe they are going to have some people step on the moon. I believe they're planning on 2 years. I don't know if they're going to hold to that.
Just got to get the studio right.
Their main problem with that right now, I think, is the landing craft. I think how they're going to land this time, because I think they're going to use Musk rockets, and Musk hasn't landed anything on the moon yet. So
yeah,
hello.
I don't know if you know this, but it's been 20 years that Musk has been working on trying to get a rocket, and he hasn't been able to even get it to low orbit.
He has gotten lots of rockets. If you pay attention to his Falcon 9s, those rockets do very well. They've launched hundreds and hundreds of them. Now his other rocket, this big heavy thing that he's got, that one there, he's been moving along. The last launch was very successful. It achieved all of its goals, and I think the next launch is going to maybe do just as well. I think what he does is he's not afraid to fail. because
no
the failure
rocket.
gives you information about.
If it's supposed
what
to
you
go
need
to
fix the failure.
Mars, it would have to go at least to orbit. It can't even get to low orbit.
Well, we've sent things to Mars before, so I don't think that's a problem. So,
Who's we?
You know, humans.
All
have
of
sent things.
humanity. All of humanity has sent things to Mars.
Well, if you count the Russians have done it, there's their problem there. They have problems crashing things. The Europeans have done it, and the of course the Americans have done it.
And that's all of humanity, right there.
You go look at
Europeans. I think you're
that's
not
a
getting
large
this,
chunk
that-
of the population. You're not going to get, let's
That's
say,
a lot-
somebody
really?
in
That's a large
Zimbabwe
chunk?
going to, launch a rocket to Mars. You know, they don't have the economic resources for it. But you're going to
Well,
get,
this ain't all of humanity?
large countries are going to do it.
For what purpose?
And we
What's
work
that
as
do?
teams. We don't. It's not when America goes somewhere and does something in space. It's not just the Americans doing it. It's teams of people all over the place doing it. We're not just
This guy's full of lore, isn't he?
one country thing here.
He's in here. He's in here thinking he's
especially with
speaking
the
to
Europeans.
a group of nursery children.
Yeah, then somehow he thinks that a government organization, NASA, is suddenly not government organization whatsoever. It's a team of people. When the first thing, if you go to
What
NASA
is the government?
and say,
The government's the government. We the people.
no, not even close.
we put that right in the damn document. We the people.
Yeah, not even close. You are not included in anything revolving NASA.
Actually, I am
Ask 'em.
included on this launch.
Yeah.
This,
Go ask them. Go ask them. Go ask them. Say, hey, am I included in
The
this?
launch
They'll
today?
tell you no. Who the fuck are you?
Listen, the launch today, I own some shares of the company that built the probes. It's a company called Rocket Labs,
Oh,
and I own some of their shares. So I really hope
enough
that the launch
shares
goes
to
well today,
be at the board meetings.
and I hope that the shares double or triple this week. They actually have 2 launches this week. They have the launch today. I think they have one on Wednesday for a totally different probe, a totally different thing that they're launching. So they've got this week's a big
Yeah,
week
that,
for
does,
Rocket
that doesn't
Labs.
include you in the fucking process. Should be as well.
Watch their stock.
referring
Their
back
stock's
to
about
that you're a taxpayer.
$50 or $51 right now a share right now. Watch what it is later in the week.
You seem like a bit of a blabbermouth, like someone speaks a lot, can't think very much.
Well, I do think quite a bit.
It doesn't seem so. Like you think owning a handful of shares in something is you being directly involved in the
I'm involved in a lot of things. You guys don't know anything about me. You have no clue.
Yeah, I don't, and I don't want to know anything about you either.
Well, we asked you what was your involvement, and you went to I own shares.
Well, in that particular one, I own
If you're more
shares.
directly involved in that, then why didn't you go to that first?
I don't have to. I don't have to disclose who or what I am to a bunch of randos on the internet. What are you talking about? That's just
No, not
fucking
asking
stupid.
for your name, not asking for your job title.
I don't want to know anything about you at all. Already,
Oh,
what
I'm
you
sorry.
shared is too much.
I'm sorry. So sorry. I hurt your feelings.
And there you go.
That doesn't,
Now,
doesn't stop the Earth from being round.
and
The Earth
demonstration.
still is round. At the end of the day,
Right
no matter
there.
who
I don't
am,
care.
The Earth is
Don't
still
care who
round.
you are. Don't care who you are.
Yeah, based on what your flimsy fucking observation
that
that you
there's-
didn't
there's
even do any basic
Thousands of
math for.
companies around the world that utilize the fact that the Earth is round in their daily business. They literally make a living off of it being round.
Yeah,
there's
you make a living off
thousands and
giving
thousands of
cigarettes to people.
companies that do that,
Yeah,
and
you
they
make
have
a living off
shareholders, and they
bringing
have
cigarettes.
Okay,
to
name
their
one.
shareholders.
Name one.
Well, the shipping companies, for one, they know for a
Shipping
fact.
companies.
Yeah, what's the one Maersk, the one shipping company that transports most of the
Uh-huh.
product around the world? They know that the Earth is spherical because they have to pay for the fuel to get the ships around the southern portion of the planet, which it would have to be 3 times longer if it was flat, like you guys say. But it's not. They know precisely how long the distances are. They know how precisely where things are at because they have to pay for the fuel for it.
Yes, because these are
precisely.
traveled routes, right? These trade routes. They've been traveled before. The distance is known.
Right, the distances are known, and the reason that they know what the distances are is because they're paying for the fuel.
It doesn't prove it's on a spherical Earth.
But if it's a flat Earth, like you say, the distances would be in the southern hemisphere would have to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 times farther than they actually are.
That would be you making a claim to some type of map, right? Do you have one?
Oh, so you're going to say you don't have a map because you guys are so ignorant. Over 2,000 years, you guys haven't figured out how to build a map of the planet.
What do you mean over
You're actually
2,000
sitting here
years ago?
on the internet, and you're using the internet, and the internet is all wired together. You could actually use the internet itself to tell you the size of the Earth.
Yeah, and how is the internet connected?
Ping each
Undersea
other.
cabling, right?
You could ping each other here, and you could figure out the shortest distance between each of you.
Well, the question
And in
to you
doing
is,
so-
have
and
you
in doing
actually
so,
verified any of these
create a map of
distances?
that.
Have you personally verified any of these distances ever?
Am I personally? Why would I need to personally do that? There's people
Well, to make the
that
claim
actually
that
do
they're
it for a living.
accurate,
I can
make
actually
the
go
claim that they're bigger
get
or
their
smaller than
information
they
from
should
them.
be. Have you verified any of these distances?
I can actually do the traveling myself and go see the distance and see how much time it takes and see how much fuel it takes.
Have you done it? Have you done it?
I've done some overseas voyages. I have done a little bit of ship stuff. I was in the military, so I got to do a little bit of that. So, but while I was at it, I wasn't sitting there doing that because, I wasn't trying to come up with some sort of
you had a
answer
different
to a
post.
flat
Yeah,
earther.
yeah.
Why would I imagine that I had to go provide evidence to flat earthers ever? Flat earthers are like
Well, see, we wouldn't use such a we wouldn't use such a ridiculous argument as shipping routes demonstrate the Earth's spherical.
Well, they
We
do.
would say measurements of the ground demonstrate the Earth's spherical or not.
Well, the ship, if you go time over distance, you know how fast that ship can go. You can figure out how far it is between 2 points, how much fuel you shoved into it, and how fast it went.
And is there between 2 points on a flat surface as well?
But yeah. But the problem is in your flat map that you would
the
want to
problem
make
is
for the Earth.
you're looking at globe projection
distances
and
would
you're
be totally
flattening that
different.
shit out, and then you're saying, "Oh, look, the distances would have to be 3 times as much."
Well, they have to be.
But you've not verified either of them projections. That's why I asked you. You must have a map you're making claim is completely accurate, and you
How
verified.
come somebody in the southern hemisphere watching the sunrise and sunset, the sun
Okay, now
doesn't
we're
rise
out to the
and set
sun.
in
Right,
the
just
location,
skipping off
they
to the
would have
sun.
to be on a flat Earth. How comes if you're in Sydney, Australia, and you're watching the sunrise and the sunset, part of the year, the sunset, rise and sunset doesn't happen anywhere close to where it would be on a flat Earth, if the flat Earth people were correct in their assumptions.
Once again, I mean, you're making claim to some type of model you've got that you're making a comparison
Well,
against.
that's
What
part of
is
your
it?
problem is you guys don't have a model.
No,
Or
it's
you
not
say
part
you
of our
don't have a
fucking
model.
problem.
The main reason
Not
you don't
part
have a
of our
model is
problem.
because you don't want to be
We're here
held
to discuss the
to
ground.
anything. The second you
We're
have
here
a
to
model,
discuss the ground.
then people can actually go out and prove you wrong. But if you have no model,
It's not
then
our
nobody can prove you
issue.
wrong. It's
not our
impossible to
issue that
prove
you
a
can't
negative.
understand. It's not our issue that you can't accept that whatever's taking place above our heads is taking place above a flat surface.
Oh, wow, interesting. You say now you mentioned above our heads. Okay, so that means the sun, the moon, the stars, all that's in fair game to play with.
Well, certainly. When was the last time you looked down to see the sun?
You do when you're looking at sunrise and sunset.
Or you look down at your feet, do you?
Yeah, you do. Go set up a camera, level the camera, and then
you look down at your feet.
look in the photograph
You look down.
where the sun is, and compared to the center line of the image, it's lower than the center line of the image. Yes, go do that. Come back to me when you
I
got
asked
that.
you when was the last time you looked down, not across, not horizontally.
Yeah, when you go look at the sunrise and sunset, and you could put your tripod up at the ocean, let's say, where you're right at sea level, and you're looking out. The horizon is below you. It's not above you. It's not in line. It's not parallel to the center line of your camera. It's not in line with the level of your camera. It's not. You guys always say it is. You always say that the horizon rises up to you. You go up in a high building and you look at the sunset. You look at it goes down. It goes even farther down. It doesn't rise up to you. Aircraft, when they're in the aircraft,
can you
flying,
be sure that what?
they have
Can you be sure
they have that artificial horizon on the aircraft instrumentation.
Fucking blob
You
in
know,
my
the
phone.
action. Yeah, they show you where level flight is versus the artificial horizon. Yeah, there's a difference between the two.
Do you even know if you're actually looking at the horizon in the first place?
You're looking pretty damn close.
Pretty
You're
damn
not looking
close.
5
right?
degrees off. You're not looking 20 degrees off. You know, fractions of a degree, but you're not looking, very far off. You guys make it sound like it's got to be, we're like totally fucking idiots. Like, should be able to see the Himalayas if there was no air here. Because if there was no air here, then all of a sudden, because it's the air that's distorting the image. And if on a flat Earth, I should be able to see them from over here in the United States. Yeah. If there was no air, I should be able to on a flat Earth, but I can't because there's air and it distorts the image, and that's what's doing it. You know that's wrong. You know that the reason you can't see the Himalayas is because the Earth's curved.
Fuck it. You're a special guy, man, honestly. So you don't think air distorts imagery now?
I do know the air gets distorts the image, but it's not as much as you need it to. It doesn't distort it as much as you need it to do all the stuff that you guys.
Well, we're not saying you can't see all across the world because it distorts the imagery. We're saying because it literally stops your view. Because the medium is getting, because you're looking through more and more atmosphere.
I said if I took the atmosphere away, if there was no atmosphere, you couldn't see the Himalayas from where you're standing.
Well, that's a nice hypothetical, but we've got an atmosphere.
I know, obviously, you'd have to be in a spacesuit at the time, but it would be a little inconvenient. But yeah.
So your standard of evidence is we evacuate the entire atmosphere of the Earth so you can see the Himalayas, right? Is that your standard of evidence?
No, my thing is this: it's not the atmosphere that's causing you to not see the Himalayas from where you're at. It's the curvature of the Earth. That's
So you think you can just see infinitely through atmosphere?
Well, what about the guys that go up in that tall building and
you can't see me. Can you answer a question?
Where's that building? Dubai or whatever it is, the one that's really, really tall. They can't see the Himalayas from there, and they're they're up above the clouds in that building. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking through a hell of a lot less atmosphere. They can't see the Himalayas.
So when you jump in an Olympic-sized swimming pool, right, and you're at one end and you try to look down the other end, see the lights on the back wall, and you can't see them, your conclusion is the swimming pool's curved.
Olympic size? Yeah, there's a little bit of a curve there, but I don't think it's enough to do what you're talking about. No.
Well, you can't see the light.
The scale of the things. Like I was talking about doing the thing on the beach. When I was in the center looking at the two people to east and west of me, it was about 6 to 8 inches or so. I was looking about just above their heads. The guys that were at each end looking at each other, they were about a foot and a half or so. Okay, so they were looking well above the heads of the others. So it's not a huge amount, even just over a mile and a half. But in a swimming pool, it would be barely even noticeable. It's too short of a distance.
Yeah, but your vision is obstructed, right? You don't see all the way to the end of it. Why is that?
It depends on where you're putting the camera. You're putting the camera so that the center of the camera is in the middle of the water line.
Do you understand what I'm trying to
Or you put the
comparison I'm
camera
trying to make here.
an inch or two above the water line. I mean, where the camera's at is very important.
We were talking about how far you can see through the atmos.
Didn't catch that. I don't know if it's my mic or my speaker or what. Something that wasn't. I couldn't hear that.
You were making the claim the only reason you can't see objects that are thousands of miles away from you is because the Earth's curved. Nothing to do with the fact that the atmosphere obscures your vision because it's a medium.
I agree that atmosphere obscures your vision, but the reason you can't see from the United States, the Himalayas, is not the atmosphere. It is the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so to what factor is the atmosphere limiting your view, and to what factor is the curvature limiting your view?
The atmosphere for that distance, because of the curvature of the Earth, you're only looking through a small portion of the atmosphere versus the full distance. If I'm 10,000 miles away from the Himalayas, the portion that I'm looking through from my location towards the Himalayas. Matter of fact, I have to literally look through the Earth to see the Himalayas. They're not. I can't look horizontally out because that's not where they're located. You know. So you're even if I assumed that the Earth was flat.
Okay, right. Okay, right.
Let's
so on
start with
days
that
where-
assumption.
on
Let's just
foggy
start with the
days,
assumption
when
the Earth is flat.
visibility is less than 100 yards. Why is that? Has the Earth shrunk?
What's the maximum distance a person standing, pretty much anywhere can see? On with the total assumption that the Earth's flat, what's the maximum distance you can see?
It would vary depending on the conditions.
Okay, and
if
let's
they
say you
use
had
special
optimal
equipment,
conditions.
they might be able to
Let's say
see
you were
further.
Let's say you were an absolutely dry, humid
Can't
day.
give you an absolute
You're,
answer. The conditions are ever changing.
I know, they're always changing. But let's just say you lucked out, and today was the day that everything was, all the cards laid exactly correctly the best way. What would be the maximum distance you could see?
Again, I couldn't say for sure. Well beyond
can't
what
say
the
for
globe
sure?
limitation allows anyway.
You can't say for sure?
Well,
How
I can't
can you
say for sure.
about anything?
I mean, you can go. You can go and look. You can go and look at the world record photography's shots that have been taken. I mean, they see out like 250 miles.
And they're always shots taken from on top of a mountain, looking at another mountain that's significantly far away, right?
Yeah.
They're always up above. They're not on the
250 miles.
surface. They're not on the surface. They're not above water. There
It
may be
doesn't
some
matter.
lakes between them,
It
but
doesn't
they're
matter.
way up in the atmosphere, right? And the reason they can see those things is because the object that they're looking at is significantly tall, and they're significantly high.
They're not peering at just the peaks of the mountains. They're seeing all the way down. They're seeing the valleys. They're seeing shorelines.
They're not seeing.
whatever.
They're not seeing all the way to the base of the mountain. They're not seeing the very base of the mountain. They're seeing
Well, here,
maybe
I'll put one in. I'll put one in the
a
chat
third of
for
the
you to look
mountain, maybe 2/3 of the mountain, but they're never seeing that lower portion.
at. Well, there's many reasons they may not see something or another. It's not exclusive to curvature being there.
Well, why do you think that they have to always take these pictures from
But
really
they can't
high
even
up?
see that these.
To
I
see
mean, the
these
peaks
long
of these,
distances
the peaks
really
of
high
these
up.
mountains
Why can't you
should
see
be
them on the
behind
ground?
3 miles of curvature. So
There's places, like states, hell, there's even states that are extremely flat, or very, very flat. Why can't you see in those areas? There's parts of the Earth, like we got our salt flats. They're pretty damn flat. You've got all kinds of stuff. I'm gonna be going through Arby's here. Does anybody want anything from Arby's while I'm here? Let me get my order real quick. Okay. Turn you down.
Hi, welcome to Arby's. Will you be using an Arby's rewards offer today?
No. I just want a Greek gyro and crinkly fries and a strawberry lemonade, a small one. And I need some horseradish sauce.
Yeah, anything else for you?
Nope, that's all.
Okay, your total is 198.
Okay, thank
Hey, Renee, your hot mic, and dude, I muted you up so that you don't continue doing so.
Yeah, I thought he was like doing some kind of skit there for a second.
Does anyone else want to continue with this guy? Because
I just muted him up to cover him, but y'all, we can unmute him.
yeah, I think it's just a bit of a waste of time, to be honest.
All right, Grenade, confirm when you're in control of your mic, man. And yeah, probably obvious. Probably.
Yeah, I've just got to get the order when she passes it through the window here. That's all that's left. But yeah, the one guy was talking about the angular size of the moon. That's a very easy thing to do. Just take 2 pictures. Keep the camera settings exactly the same. Take a picture at the moon at the horizon, and another one at the moon when it's directly overhead. And the only thing you're changing is the angle of the camera. Yeah. Okay. I'm back. I'm done with the Arby's. I'm not done. I got to eat it, but I'm about as done as I'm going to get for a moment. So I know we're just yik-yakking here. So oh, we lost everybody. Everybody lost interest.
No, just you. Dude.
Oh, I was in the middle of an order, and you guys, you were right to mute me. I'm sorry about that. So, no problem. No hard feelings. What do you guys think of the people that went to the South Pole to see the midnight sun? How you guys feel about that?
About what? You got to describe what's going on.
Sets on a flat Earth. Well, if you do that, the pizza-shaped flat Earth, and you got the sun going around in circles around the North Pole. If you stand in Antarctica, you're never going to get the sun to go around you.
Nobody's presenting that. Nobody's presenting that, but strawmanning people.
That's why they didn't bring any flat earthers with them. They purposely factored out all the flat earthers, so they would only bring
the guys that went were flat earthers. They intentionally got people that were flat earthers.
Who?
The guys that went. What were their names?
No, huh?
That so-called final experiment crew.
Yeah, was anyone there a flat earther?
I thought there were 3 of them.
Well, who were they then?
I don't know the guys' names. I don't really give a shit who they were, but there was the 3 of them were supposed to be flat earthers. You're telling me they're not flat earthers?
There was a young Earth creationist.
Flat earthers now, but
there was a young Earth creationist.
I thought they were flat earthers.
No, you had a young Earth creationist.
Was it Whitson? Did Whitson go?
Yeah, Whitson went.
He's a flat earther. What the hell you think?
He is. He called himself a true earther.
Well, what's he think the shape of a true Earth is?
Go ask him.
He doesn't think it's round, right?
You gotta go ask him, dude. He's got a huge social media footprint. Huge.
Well, I tell you one thing. He changed his mind at the end of it, didn't he?
Did he?
Didn't it shake him in the shoes a little bit?
It did?
It sounds like you don't really know, Grenade. Are you asking us?
My take is generally this. You have a final experiment that wasn't final nor an experiment, brought to you by a young Earth creationist, a guy who identifies as Batman, another guy another guy who has a dog and likes to play with camera lenses, and another dude who identifies as part of a wolf pack, who wants to basically use Nazi-style World War II submarine tactics to just find someone, surround them, and just bombard them with torpedoes until the person basically gives up.
So you're saying that they went somewhere and the Earth went all the way around them. And at that particular time of year, where does the sun go all the way around you?
Where does it? So the sun?
It's not at the North Pole. They weren't at the North Pole, were they?
So which one is it? Does the sun set on your flat Earth, or it doesn't set?
Well, that's the question. I'm not a flat earther. To me, the sun appears to set.
On your flat Earth. On your flat. So you did a final experiment that compared flat Earth to a globe Earth using the sun in Antarctica. On your flat Earth, does the sun set or the sun doesn't?
Well, the flat Earth that people have presented to me is
no, not anyone else. You.
Now listen. I'm not a flat earther, so I'm just presenting you what I have been told about the flat Earth from
whoever told you that, go talk to them. that's where you would go talk to the people who you've already talked to.
You guys are disowning your own models because obviously you don't
No,
want a
I'm
model.
telling
because
you
the
this
second you
very
have a
simple.
model,
Go talk
the
to the
second you have a
people
model,
you've
you'll have to
already
be held accountable to it.
Go
And the fact
talk
you
to the
don't
people
want a
you've
model
already
means you don't want to be held accountable,
which
for,
is not
for
me.
your statements,
Not me.
Renee,
That's not me.
which is
You are
totally
talking-
dishonest of you.
You are
It's not our
hallucinating
claim.
then.
You're thoroughly dishonest.
It's not
You're
our claim.
lying to
hallucinating.
yourself.
It's not our
So you're
experiment.
telling me I didn't present you a model, and the model I did present you was a dishonest model, and it wasn't me to begin with. Dude, you're hallucinating right now.
At the end of the day,
you're in a mental break with
does the sun
reality.
does the sun
Which
set
one
on
is
your
it?
flat Earth?
No, your flat Earth, not mine. Your flat Earth.
I don't
Which
have a flat Earth.
Then what did you use to compare?
You're accusing us of
I
having
don't have a
What
flat Earth.
model?
24/7.
What
I
model
just
did
listen to
you
flat
use?
earthers, and flat
What
earthers tell
model?
me what they think.
What model did you use?
Who? What model? Who? What model? Not
You
ours.
did a final. See, look. This is how bad this guy is at
What's
science.
your model then?
Your
What's your model?
model. What
have
your
one.
Present
experiment?
your model. I want to
Your
see your model.
experiment. Your model.
Your entire
What's
argument
the
is a
sun
straw
do at the
man.
end of the day in your model?
Your model.
Who cares?
Not
It goes
mine.
over flat
Yours. Your model. Your experiment.
See, you won't even present your model. You won't even talk about your model.
Don't need one.
No, present your
I don't
model.
care what my model is. My model's a globe.
And you
So I
explain
don't know
that
what the hell your
how
model is.
inside the final
Your model
experiment.
doesn't work.
You have a
any
globe,
measurements verifying your
and
model?
you compared it to a flat Earth that you can't explain your
The
take
whole point of the
questions on.
final experiment was to have people who are flat earthers go see the 24-hour sun to see if it was a real thing. Originally, they said it was a lie. They said there's no such thing. Then they went and saw it, and they actually saw a 24-hour sun.
The 24-hour sun, the midnight sun, was fully explained some 280 years ago. They wrote a book about it, Zetetic Astronomy.
So in their
it's like
book,
page
how do they explain it?
73. You can buy
How
it.
do
You
they
can
explain
download the book for free.
The sun
You can
going all the way around
you.
you.
Can download the book for free.
Give me the cliff notes. What's the
immune.
reason for
You're
the sun
immune
going
to it.
around you?
You're immune to it.
You're not even
You
willing
will
to
sit there and look at Zetetic Astronomy.
You're not even willing
and
to
pretend it
discuss your
doesn't
own model
exist.
then, huh?
Just doesn't exist. Like this book was never written.
I don't care whether the book's written or not.
You don't care, yeah.
It's irrelevant.
You only care in
What's important is some people think
that
the
you
Earth is
don't
flat.
know.
And
That you
those
have
people
no
who think
idea.
the Earth is flat think the sun goes around the North Pole.
Who thinks it's flat?
That's your
So
flat
if the
Earth.
sun goes around the North Pole, there'd be nowhere other than in the northern region for the sun to go all the way around you.
I think I'm breathing air right now.
That's
in the,
that's your flat Earth. Your flat Earth.
On your flat Earth,
No,
does the sun
your
just go
flat
over
Earth.
top of you, and then at nighttime it goes
Your-
underneath the Earth?
That's your
It's
flat
rebuilt
Earth.
every day? Does
That's
it get rebuilt
your
every day?
flat Earth.
Are you like a Native American that think the Earth gets rebuilt
That's
every single day?
your flat Earth.
Grenade, see the way you just said your flat Earth, like you're putting something on us, like some model on us that you're whining about. We're not talking about it. You are. It's your argument, buddy. It's
You're
your
not
claim,
talking
it's
about
your
any
it's
model.
not ours.
That's the thing is, you guys don't even have a fucking model.
Exactly, Grenade. If we're not talking about a model, why the fuck are you putting one on us, boy? Huh?
So, here's the thing is, you guys are so incoherent about
Well,
what the hell you guys even believe. You can't even represent it as a model.
Liar losers. You're not gonna.
You can't even represent what you believe into a model.
We just did. It's flat. We just did. Flat Earth. No model. None needed. What do you mean we can't represent it? We're all here representing.
Oh, so it's flat. What's holding it up? What's underneath it?
Fucking. How are we gonna test that, buddy?
You don't even have an idea.
Why is that part of the
How
model?
are we gonna test that? How are we
Where
gonna
would you
verify
include that in the model? So you got a flat model.
What a dumbass fucking question.
Is there a dome?
Hey, that's.
You think there's a dome over the Earth?
No. Now the sky
Did
again.
I say that?
Dude, this guy.
So
man,
the
this
sky,
guy's whack.
the Earth goes on forever. It's just flat.
Did I say
There's
that?
no edge to it.
Were you saying that, or am I?
Do you have an edge?
But Hulu, I think he's streaming. He's trying to get content.
He's too triggered, man.
Well, it looks like he's trying to get content for his stream or whatever. It looks like he's a streamer.
Yeah, plus he's eating on mic too. I mean, what a pig.
But
nonstop claim stacking. It's hilarious.
But usually, he sounds like an older guy. Usually, the older guys, they want to put us in a model. They want to put us in something that they've always been hearing, like out in the other social media like places. And so he's coming in here. It's a projection. So if we don't adhere to that projection, then he can't, like, there's no point that he's making other than, he's trying to go. He's trying to go with a pizza disc kind of idea. And, what's under the earth and all that kind of stuff. That's someone that's brand new to the whole topic. It sounds like he's just barely heard of it or something. Or it looks like when I looked at his profile, he's trying to create content for his stream. But
yeah, it boils down to one thing here, that his model got debunked in the final experiment. It got destroyed, both globe and his own flat earth. Now he's been kicking and screaming for a year. Almost a year has gone by. They've been kicking and screaming, and now they realize they don't have a model. They don't have a map. They attach themselves to a young Earth creationist. And now the last thing they can do is try to say, and flat earthers are just as bad as they are. No, thank you. I don't care who you are. I don't want to know anything about you. You're completely irrelevant. It's like trying to break down just a simple fallacy, reification. The map is not the terrain.
Let me see if I can
claim in a model. It's not right.
Let me see if
the guy says, you don't have a model, then he asks for one. Give me your model. You just said I don't have one.
Let me see if I can extract some content from this guy. Then I'll give him back to you guys. What? I don't think I can undo his mute.
Let me try.
Is he server? Is it server muted?
He's server muted. Yeah, I don't know why.
Dude, you got server muted by the server mods, not by us.
Here, disconnect and rejoin.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. There you go.
Okay. But it was timed. It was throttled.
Right. Grenade Head, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Wait a minute. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I lost your thing there. Okay.
There might be a miscommunication in what you're trying to propose as far as like an argument or like what we think. So I think maybe we should like start from the beginning. What do you think?
Okay. So you start with the Earth is flat. Okay. Tell me about that.
Well, yeah, just hold on a second. Yeah,
still eating.
Also, I mean, I don't know if you know this or not, but it's kind of like bad manners to talk with your mouth full. Have you ever heard of that?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I told you I was eating. Sorry about that.
I know. Yeah, we can wait.
Let me start operating my. I'll mute myself.
Yeah, we can wait. We can actually wait until you're done, and then you can engage properly. So we're not in a hurry, dude. We're here 24/7. We're here all the time. We've been doing 6 years of content on YouTube.
You could explain your situation to me while I'm eating.
Yeah.
Just it's a flat Earth. Go tell me the next step. What else is there?
Well, there isn't anything like. All right. So we have to start from like the reason why, right? So there seems to be people that believe that the Earth is a globe and we're spinning in the vacuum of space. There's a bunch of things attached to that narrative. But in order for us to like find out anything about flat Earth, we got to first find out if what we've been told is true or false. So we got to go from it at that perspective, right? We're going to go and see and test out in nature, see if we can do long distance observations that prove that the Earth has a geometric horizon. So we're going to see if we can do that. And by doing these tests, right, like many people do this, and you probably heard the saying, we see too far. They don't finish the sentence. It should be finished as in, we see farther past the geometric consequent of the Earth being a globe. So if we see farther past that, that means that the predictable distance away from the observer to the target, which is the horizon, should be at least according to the globe metrics, which would be that the radius value of 3959 would be adhered to from the observer point of you say like a 6-foot observer at sea level, would be from the point of observation to the target distance, which is the horizon. It would be equal to the amount that should be there, the curvature, from the radius value. So we extract, like simple geometry, right? You go from point of observation where the person's standing, like on the beach, and then you look off to the horizon where the water line is, and there should be at least the distance of 8 inch per mile squared. So you work out the parabola, right? You want to know the distance it would be from the observer to the horizon. So we have to first test this out. Now, if we do this, right, we're going to come up with one or two things. That the Earth, in conclusion, will be measured as a sphere, which the curve of the Earth will be pronounced, right, within the measurement. Or you're going to find out that it's not pronounced and there's something else happening. Now, I'm not going to talk about refraction just yet. I'm going to wait till a little bit further down. But what we're doing right now is a line of sight test. The line of sight test is going to indicate one of two things. We're going to either see farther past the geometric horizon where it should be, or we're not. So it's going to stop abruptly, and for a 6-foot observer with 8 inch per mile squared, at sea level, we're going to probably see around 3 miles, in between 3 miles, somewhere around there. But if that's true, then we have ourselves something in the way of evidence proving that the curvature of the Earth has some validity, right? So many people in this chat, as you may or may not know, I don't know how long you've been here, have done line of sight tests. And a line of sight test will always show that the geometric curve of the Earth, the horizon, where it should be, is not there. So the rebuttal to that for a flat earther is we see too far. But like I said, it's never complete when they say that, because to somebody who's never heard of it, it doesn't make any sense. So I'm trying to make it make sense right now in this kind of like little spiel that I'm telling you while you eat. So to make it make sense, the test of long distance observations are done, or short distance, it just depends what you think long and short is. So the observations are done to a specific distance, like 10 to 15 miles. And then what we're going to do there is we're going to extract, like I said, either the Earth will be equal to the geometric curve of the Earth, being that the radius value is going to be done with some math, the 8 inch per mile squared will be pronounced. And then we can have ourselves, at least, like I said, some evidence or preponderance of it to build a case for the Earth having some curvature. But like I said, once again, many people have done this test, and we do not find that the curvature of the Earth is measured in any way according to the Earth being a globe with a radius value of 3959, the radius of 3959, and a circumference of 24,901 miles. Now, these metrics are given to us as if that's just the way it is, right? And so we do a couple of things from there. We look into history. We try to find out where in history that was this ever done, like the method to figure out, like, the radius, the diameter, circumference. We find a few key figures that you might look into for yourselves, like Al-Biruni, Eratosthenes, Aristotle, Pythagoras. Like, there's a number of guys that in the past have their claim to fame was some sort of like thing that they did to verify that the Earth is a globe, in quotations, right? So the most notable one in this particular example, it would be Eratosthenes. Now, what did he do, right? So I don't want to get long in the tooth. I don't know if you're done eating or whatever, so maybe you want to jump in. I'm going to go into a little bit of like why, because I know you want to know about flat Earth, but I want to build a road to it so that you're not just saying, oh, well, that's what you say. Now, I want you to know why everybody in here is in this position and firmly. It's got to make sense to you on a reasonable level. So I'm trying to reason with you, if that makes any sense.
I'm just about done. I got like one little bit of mouthful here.
Yeah, take your time. I just don't want to be long in the tooth while you're waiting to speak, So
That's not a big deal. I don't know how long I'm going to be carrying this out, but anyhow.
Okay. And look, and so
I do know.
Go ahead.
I do know that people have been measuring the distance between cities for a long time. We've been doing this for ever since people have been putting roads up. Yeah,
agreed.
Measuring the distance. Okay, so people have pretty much figured out how far apart cities are from each other.
Yeah,
and you can actually get charts. You can go get charts that people have written up what the distance between, this city and that city, this city.
I know exactly how that's done to you.
Right, and it can be done different ways.
How that's
you do
done.
it by the driving time. I mean, that's one.
No,
kind of map.
but do you know how they measure
like a AAA map.
He's asking Grenade Head. He's asking you a question. I don't know if you heard his question.
Yeah, do you know how they measure it?
Initially, they started off with just doing steps, and that wasn't good enough. So then they went to
today. How do they do it today?
Chains. They went to chains and rope, and then they got a little bit better. And now we're up to geodetic surveying, which is using a transom and and doing sighting to different points, like the top of a what do you call it, a power line or a water tower or something like that.
Yeah, good. Explain the process. We understand.
Yeah.
We've read Helmert's Higher Geodesy, so why don't you tell the audience?
We've moved on from doing it the simple way of just walking the distance, but our the distances are pretty well known now. I think everybody agrees.
Yeah. We know
when you look up the distances. Okay, so get one of those charts.
Go through the steps of Helmert's Higher Geodesy.
Okay, now so you just get one of those charts out of an atlas that tells you the distance between the cities,
and
you take now listen. You take 3 cities that are really close to each other, and
how do you know how far apart they are?
Well, you look at that chart and it tells you.
No. How do you know in reality? Not on the chart. How do you know how far apart they are in reality?
People have been doing this for hundreds of years.
I know that. How do they do it? Do you know? I know. Do you know?
They're fairly certain that they've done it correctly. And
Yeah, I know how they do it. You don't.
Because these people. Well, I could actually go and do geodetic surveying. I actually have a transom. I actually have a transom. Got one in the garage.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you know what you're doing.
It's over 40 years old, and I have never actually used it. I would agree with that. I'd agree with that.
Story time.
I do know that there are people on this flat Earth that have used transoms, and I believe that most of them are honest, decent people, and they've actually done their job.
You have no idea how to use one for geodetic surveying. That's the point. We do. I do.
Well, that's fine. It's fine. People are doing it, though, right? And when they're done doing this, they write up what the distance
you're just trusting. You're just trusting the process. You don't even know.
They put those in a book, right?
For crying out loud! Take it on, Mickey. I'm done.
So you're saying that they're not to be trusted. You're saying that all these charts of all these distances are not to be trusted. Is that what you're saying?
Just dial it back, bro. Dial it back. Okay, he's not saying that. What you just said. He wants you to understand the method by which it was done. And I don't. You're speaking.
I do understand the method that it's done.
Yeah, what he was asking you is if you know how the method is done, to tell it to him so he understands that you know what you're doing. But other than you're okay. Hold on.
I will explain it very simply. I'll explain it very simply. This is the method. You set the transom up. You level the transom. Okay. Then you sight to a point, something off in the distance, and you sight that in. You set your the ring that's on the bottom there, so that's 0. The very first sighting, that one's 0. Okay. You don't need the compass for this. This is not necessary to do a compass. You can use a compass. It is useful to use a compass, but it's not necessary. But anyhow, so you sight off to the first location. Then you turn the transom to its second location, and whatever the degrees of angle that you just did to that location, you record. Now, if you had to move the transom so that it is off level, go up or down, you have to record those angles also.
I hate to
interrupt. You're recording.
Grenade. 1 second. Point of clarity. How far away is it from that point of observation to that target that you're trying to shoot for? What's the distance? What are we talking about here?
You could be doing this in, on a football field, or you could be doing it for a mile or two. I'm not worried
what's
about
the
that.
max? Okay, we're concerned with the maximum effective range for the device that you are using, that you said you had in your garage for over 40 years. What's the maximum effective range?
There's one in my garage. Is like, you should see it. It's covered in dirt. Anyhow,
that's great.
But it's really old, and I should take it out and get it all cleaned up. It's
okay. What's the maximum? What's the maximum? All right. What's the maximum effective range for that device? Like where it's not going to exceed its tolerance.
Well, okay, that would have to be like the thickness of whatever the crosshair that's in it.
Well, no,
right?
I'm asking you.
The crosshair is going to be your limiting factor, right? Because the crosshair itself is eating up some of your vision. So whatever that crosshair is in it is going to be contributing to your maximum effective range. Okay, so if the crosshair was 1 atom wide, that would be your but it's not. It's way wider than that. So that contributes to your error rate. And it's also the person that's using it is also contributing to the error rate.
All right,
but let's assume we've got the best person on the job.
Yeah, but we still haven't effectively given a numeric value to the distance. So right now it sounds like it's a bit ambiguous, right?
I'm going to say that it depends on how many arc seconds you want to talk about. I'm not sure what the amount of arc seconds.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Transom
I guess what I'm saying is what's going to qualify this for you.
It's not a whole arc second. It's thousands. It's
Grenade,
like thousands of an arc second.
What I'm saying is what's going to qualify this as something being some evidence that you can provide. We need to hear some data. That way, some people can actually work things out.
I don't do it for a living, so I don't actually know.
Oh,
but I do know that there is an error rate. There is an error rate.
Okay,
I got that.
That's good. That's good.
I thoroughly agree. There's an error rate. There's an error rate in everything that you ever measure. There's an error rate. I got that.
I know, Grenade Head, but we're asking for people that are going to present information like that you're going to use some device to cite over a distance. We want to know some. Grenade, hold on. Maybe you don't have it. I'm just going to clarify. Maybe you don't have it, but what we're asking for on our side is like a couple of things. We're asking for if the person that's utilizing the device, they know what they're doing. That's number one. That's what Yoder was asking you. On the other hand, I want to know, like, if you say you know what you're doing, I want to know the data that's presented, as in from what distance from the device to the target distance, like whether you're shooting, at a target. I don't know what you're using. It's everything that you're saying is covered in a mystery. So we're trying to uncover that mystery by asking you specific things.
If you go to the county, I don't know what they call them, the county recorder, or whoever does the surveying for your county, they keep all these charts. Now, when I'm doing, let's say my property, it's only 2 acres, okay, and I'm doing my little bit of property there, and I'm done surveying it, and I hand it into them. Nowadays, it's done with computers and stuff, but in the past, it was all done on paper. But if I hand it into him today, and the numbers I give him don't equal what they say my piece of property should be, then there's something wrong with me as a surveyor, right? So they have drawn up the county, and they've got it down to the nth degree. I mean, they really, each piece of property is being taxed based off of its size, so they're very, adamant about having the right sizes of these things, mainly because, money's involved. Okay. So if a whole bunch of people are taking measurements and they're doing it wrong all the time, because there's some error rate in the equipment, they're going to know it. It's going to show up on the charts. All right.
So
especially since we're using computers nowadays.
Right, we're kind of
in the old days, it might have gotten lost for a while.
Grenade, we're moving off. We're moving off from the premise. The premise is establishing some facts as to how people know that the Earth has been measured to have some curvature. So you brought in this idea that you're using this device that was in your garage and it's been sitting there for a while. And fine, you're an amateur. You're not really a professional that's using it out.
Right. But there are people who are professionals.
I know
do
that.
It daily.
Yeah, I know that. But what we're doing right now is going through what
you're telling me I can't use what they.
No, I'm not saying you can't use it.
Why does it matter that I know? I don't know how to do brain surgery. Here's the important
because of the fact. Yeah, because of the fact that if it's going to give
I actually know brain surgeons. I don't have to know how to do brain surgery to know that brain surgery works.
Just relax, brother.
Okay?
Relax. The only thing I'm challenging you right now is that if you're going to present some information as to saying that the Earth is a globe conclusively using this method, then we're going to ask specifics about it. And if you don't know those specifics, then the only thing you can do is appeal to somebody who's done it, and then maybe inserted some information about the Earth being a globe.
Appeal to people who are more expertise than I. Yes.
Okay,
I don't do brain surgery on myself because I'm not a brain surgeon.
That's fine.
I go to a doctor, somebody that's actually
fine.
trained in it. Somebody that does it every day.
Bro,
So
it's crazy that like the cognitive function that gets turned on when people talk about flat earth. They think that they have to be beyond brain surgeon level to know where they've lived their entire life. Isn't that crazy?
That is weird. It is weird. I grant you that.
But you don't. Yeah. So there's a level of confidence that you have right now about the information of the Earth being a globe. For some reason, you're carrying it like you're very sure, right? So what we're doing right now,
I have a level of confidence that's fairly high because I'm
that.
trusting multiple different lines of evidence, not just one line of evidence.
I know what you listen. I know your position.
Geodetic surveying.
What we're doing right now is we're actually
these all combine to each other, and they all interact with each other, and they all agree with each other. Leads me to believe that it's spherical.
Leads you to believe because other people have done whatever they've done. It sounds like it's more faith-based than it is based on data and actual information to me. It's what it sounds like to the audience as well.
To a certain degree, it is faith-based. I grant you that. Literally everything we do is faith-based. I trust
incorrect.
that the people who built my car knew what the fuck they were doing, because I'm going to go driving down the road with this car.
Yeah, but
they better know what they were doing.
I know, but with that,
or I'm dead.
Yeah, but with that same conversation,
hold on. I hate when people make these. I hate when people make these kinds of examples because you don't know what kind of how your motor works, but you know what size tire you need. Okay, you know what kind of part you need by identification. Okay, you know things that have to do with measurements because at the very least in our retard lives, we have to know what fits with what. So it doesn't, what you're saying right now about not needing to be a brain surgeon to trust one, not knowing what they know, to trust that they're going to have to do what they have to do in your head, has nothing to do with you knowing what size shoe you wear, knowing how tall you are, or how, I don't know, like how many square feet are in a parking lot that you're going to build. These aren't things that your example applied to. And that's what we're talking about with the Earth. You measure it. The shit you're talking about kind of doesn't apply to that. We're not talking about philosophy and faith. We're talking about measurements.
I've done construction, so I know how to measure things. I know how to build a building. Okay, I've done heating and air conditioning. I know about measurements. Okay, so I understand a certain amount. Is what?
Is it faith-based? The things you know how to measure. Did you call that faith-based?
Faith-based? Well, I have a certain level of faith on some things because, like, let's say I'm doing refrigeration, and I'm measuring the pressure of the gas in the system. It's faith-based that I'm assuming that the gauge is actually manufactured correctly to give me the pressure reading that I'm getting.
Oh my God.
Okay.
No,
so yes, there's always faith-based. Only because I can't do every single step of it myself.
That's not.
It's always going to be faith-based. If I was doing every single step of it myself, then it wouldn't be faith-based.
Yeah, but that's not faith. What you just said, though. All the other words you're saying, like the example you gave, is not faith. Like if you didn't have the correct thing to go with the refrigeration, it wouldn't work. Are you using a tool that measures properly? Because if it didn't measure properly, it wouldn't work. There's no faith.
It would work to a certain degree, but it wouldn't work as well.
In that. There's no faith in using something to work for its intended usage. Come on, you're being ridiculous.
Well, then let's take the chart that people have made for the measurements between cities, and that's its use. That's what it was designed for. Okay, and we're gonna use it. It's the same thing you're saying. If my gauge doesn't work, or it does work, then my results are either going to be good or bad. If it's a bad gauge, I'm going to get bad results. Well, if the chart is bad, I'm going to get bad results, right? If I'm using a chart that was made by people that didn't know what the fuck they were doing, and they put stupid ass numbers on the page, then when I go out and drive between these cities, or I do something on this with these distances, then it's not going to work, right?
But that's wrapped up in a pragmatic fallacy. You're saying because it works, therefore the premise is true, and that's just not true.
Well, something has to be right about it. If it works, it's at least within a certain percentage of being right.
Grenade, just hear me out here.
There's an infinite number of ways of doing things wrong. There's only a finite number of ways of doing it right.
You need to let me come in here, man. You're just dominating right now. Just wait. So if you're saying that the distance between point A and point B is going to lead you to believe that because they did this job and they did it right for the distance, then that must mean that the Earth is a globe. In your mind, you're thinking that equals that the Earth is a globe.
I didn't get to that part of the argument yet.
I know, but it's kind of like
it's only one step of the argument.
Grenade. It's greasing the skids for what you think is going to be evidence or preponderance of it, so that you can build a case for the Earth being a globe, but it's not going to work out. And I'm telling you why.
Why not?
Because one thing doesn't.
All the numbers on the chart are correct.
Bro, wait.
Then the rest of my argument, which you haven't even heard the argument yet,
because I have to.
You've only heard one part of it.
Stop talking, Grenade.
You're saying the argument is flawed.
Stop talking, Grenade. Stop talking. All right. So if I'm saying that the distance between point A and point B is measured, and they've done a good job doing it, that doesn't mean that the Earth, and down the road, if you're going to use it for evidence, it doesn't mean that the Earth is a globe by proxy of them measuring point A to point B. Because you have to figure out if the Earth between those two distances is measured to have some sort of curve in between them. So it's not just the distance, it's the drop over that distance that you're going to try to figure out. So the distance is okay to measure, but you need to know how much curvature there is in between those two distances, or those two spots. That's what you have to
Now, you guys don't even know the argument yet. Okay?
What do you mean,
Let's just start here with this. I'm going to make an assumption that the distances between the cities are known. Okay? I'm going to use those known distances. We're going to assume that everybody did everything correct.
That's your problem.
We're going to use those known distances. Now listen.
We're going to stop you there.
Now wait a minute. Listen. Everything starts with some assumptions. These are my assumptions. I'm at least laying these assumptions out, and I'm telling you what they are. It's an assumption that the chart is done correctly in my argument.
No, that's a problem. We're challenging that chart.
The next step.
We're challenging
the next step of my argument. You can do that after I get done with the argument. The next step of the argument is this: you take three distances to three different cities that are really close to each other, and that builds a triangle for you. Okay. Then you take cities that are near them, add another city, and you build a triangle with that. As you do this, let's say you did it to scale, and you created little triangles of cardboard, and you were very precise when you were doing this, and you made little triangles that represented that each side of the triangle was the correct distance to scale to that city. And as you did this, and you kept adding all these triangles, you start taping the edges of these triangles together. When you're done, okay, as you get farther and farther away from your starting point, it won't lay flat. The triangles will not lay flat. The only way to tape the edges together is to have them be a curve. It's the only way it'll happen. That's the rest of the argument. So you go take the chart in the back of an atlas, those distances between the cities, you take
so because
cities that are close to each other, and you build little triangles, and you keep on doing this, work your way out from there.
Because you didn't stop, dude. Because you didn't stop, he couldn't tell you that the first thing that you brought up was wrong. So you made this whole line of assumptions all the way up to building this idea that the Earth is a globe. And that's where you're wrong at the first step. But you didn't want to wait to hear how you were wrong. So now you built this whole case built on.
So you're saying the charts and the atlases are wrong. You're saying that the distance between New York to Chicago, nobody knows the distance between New York and Chicago.
You've got to prove
they don't know. It's totally unknown. There's something wrong about the distance between those 2 points. How about New York City to Albany? Or how about New York to Boston? Or how about New York to Long Island? Nobody knows these distances, right? That's what you're saying?
You got to prove that they're true.
Well, these people have been measuring this over and over and over for thousands of years. They're pretty damn accurate by now. People are driving them. Money is being made based off of these distances. People are fueling vehicles based off of these distances.
Really, what's the evidence of that standard being understood to be the correct way? How do you know?
You do this yourself. You get in a car. The car tells you, hey, you just drove 200 miles between New York and California. You know something's fucking wrong, right? Because it's not.
What kind of what kind of car? Are the tires going to be inflated correctly? Is the gas the mileage being put out exactly how the gas?
But the distance between New York and California is not 200 miles. You know that.
Oh, so
right?
you're saying that within a tolerance? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty damn close, right? You go look at the Atlas. You go get your AAA triptych, which thousands and thousands of people use all the time. You think they would notice it if they were wrong? You think people going, "Hey, AAA, you're fucking wrong about these distances. They're wrong. I just drove it. It's wrong. You're wrong." You think you think people would fucking notice? What about plane trips? They put so much fuel in a plane. If they're wrong, people die.
The amount of fuel is irrelevant. No, it's not. It's not true. Anyway, how much percentage off would you have to be before you noticed?
Oh, on a driving trip, you wouldn't notice 20 miles.
No, I said how much percentage.
The average person wouldn't notice the difference going New York to California. They wouldn't notice 20 miles. They wouldn't notice.
Oh, no, I said how much. No, I said how much percent. How much percent?
What percentage is 20 miles out of 3,000?
No.
It's not a whole hell of a lot. But yeah.
Well, how much is 4%?
I'm talking shorter distances. People know the distance to the town next door. They know it takes 3 minutes to drive over there. They drive it every day. If it's 20% larger, well, it's something wrong. You know what I mean?
Where'd you get 20%? Hold on,
as
friend.
Wrong as you guys are saying.
You're literally saying the exact same thing. Hey, bro. You're literally answering my question and saying it 3 times. I don't need an echo of the answer. I just need you to say the answer, and then I get the counterpoint. Okay? That's how it's done in conversation. You say something, I answer. You counterpoint. Then I say something, then you answer. Then I counterpoint. You understand?
He doesn't because he's left.
Did they not teach manners in your family?
He left.
He left.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He was about to get spanked left and right. You know why? Because I started going down the track of asking him for real numbers, real variances, real tolerances, real percentages. All of a sudden, his vagary couldn't stand anymore because he's like, "Oh, if it's off," it's like, "Okay, start quantifying it." He also said, "If you take these cities and make triangles, that they won't really fly." Okay, did he do that? The answer's no. He was just told that that's what happens. He never actually cut the cities out in pieces of paper and taped them together. Are you kidding me? Get real. Never happened. Also, he's relying on the accuracy of, check this out, leveled instruments that acquire the target in the distance by optical means. So in other words, you're putting the reticle on a target in the distance, and how you know it's on the target is you're looking at it. So that means that he trusts in the accuracy of light as a measurement, right? That means that I could use a more accurate measurement like a laser and even validate his claims even further. The problem is when you use a leveled laser, it debunks the globe by orders of magnitude. So then he would have to throw the accuracy of his quote-unquote transoms under the bus. Fortunately for him, it never got that far, so he gets to live another day in his false view without cognitive dissonance.
Who was that guy? He sounded familiar.
Yeah, he's an older man. done some things in his life, and so he thinks he has, credibility to speak on certain things, but he wasn't actually talking particulars. He was talking pure logical fallacies and vagaries. When actually pressed for the particulars, he immediately left. Immediately. Like clockwork. Hey, how much percent variance over the distance would that be? I'm out. See ya.
He's back.
Hey, bro, while you were gone, did you figure out the percentage difference?
It ain't going away, Grenade, so you just need to answer him. Dude, we're not going to move off this point, so just answer him.
Yeah, and what measurement methodology is somebody using when they travel from town to town? Their odometer? The amount of time it takes to get there? The variability of speed and traffic conditions?
Like people have measured things multiple different ways. We pretty much.
I don't care. Hey, listen, bro. I don't care. I'm asking you
maybe more accurate than another.
I'm asking you for specifics, not generalities, dude. When are you going to get to the brass tacks?
So you're basically saying that humans just have got it wrong.
Hey, guy, don't try to gaslight me into thinking I'm asking a different question than I'm asking. I asked you, how is somebody who travels from town to town measuring the distance between those towns?
A lot of times.
Are they using their odometer? Are they using their speed over time? What are they doing?
Yep, they could do both. Most people do use their odometer.
Okay, how accurate are odometers?
Well, it depends, again, your air pressure in your tire, the radius of your tire, and when it was calculated to your
odometer. So you don't know the answer. So you're right. So you don't know the general discrepancy.
Well, I gave you the reasons that the odometer would be wrong.
I could care less, dude. I said, how accurate are they? Not the factors that make them accurate or less accurate.
Well,
I said, how accurate are they?
Each of those things could change the accuracy of it. We agree to that. You know that the odometer.
What is the average accuracy error of an odometer then, based on all those factors?
Well, if they were 1% wrong, would that be a problem for you? Well, if they're 1% wrong, would that be a problem for you?
Hey, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you because you talked through me. So repeat yourself. Go ahead.
If they were 1% wrong, that would be a problem, wouldn't it?
I don't care. No, I asked you what they are. I didn't say how much they are. From my point of view, I said, do you know how much they are wrong? Yes or no? The answer is no, you don't.
Well, let's go find out. Let's ask Google. What's the average error for an odometer? Do you think somebody's actually figured it out yet? I don't.
Well, why, dude? I don't know, dude. It's part of your argument. You should already know it. Dude, it's part of your argument. You should already know it. No, you don't have to know it. Okay, I see. So you don't need the particulars of your argument actually proven to yourself beforehand. You're just going to appeal the generalities. That's interesting. All right, listen. Why don't you go to Google and just whatever Google says, the first answer. Don't do any primary source knowledge. Just look up whatever Google says in its little AI blurb, and then give us that value.
I just asked Google. It said 2 to 5% is the average.
Oh, so it could be upwards of 5%, huh?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah,
that's a pretty big range there. Okay, so 5% is pretty big, isn't it?
Do you think it would be 5% on a distance between, let's say, New York and California? That'd be hundreds of miles, wouldn't it?
I don't know, dude. We're talking about the odometer, not the actual distance. Because I asked you how people that are traveling are measuring it. There could be a claimed distance, and how would they validate it with their odometer, which is 5% off? They're not gonna do.
Well, if I'm using my odometer to figure out my distance between point A and B, and it's always an after the fact thing. I have to drive the distance for the odometer to tell me the distance. So if my triptych from AAA tells me it's, let's say, 3,000 miles, but then I drive it and I'm 3,400 miles or 3,000 or 2,900 miles, whichever way I'm airing. Then I would know it after the journey's over with. I could compare it to the triptych, what the triptych said it was. But the triptych was created from people who are, doing more precise measurements than my car. So, my car's, we already established my car is going to be 2 to 5% off. So why would you use the car to measure the distance between places? We really don't. It's convenient.
Yeah, we don't use cars. Yeah, we don't use cars to measure distance between places.
We usually use geodetic surveying. We usually use geodetic surveying, or nowadays we use GPS. Of course, the GPS.
Right, so in geodetic service, right. In geodetic surveying, right?
Geodetic surveying doesn't require the Earth to be spherical.
Hey, bro. What the fuck, bro? Am I breaking up?
Geodetic surveying doesn't assume the Earth to be spherical.
Yes, it does.
Geodetic surveying is just measuring angles between
things.
Wrong.
There's
no radius involved in geodetic surveying.
You're wrong.
All they do is they measure the angles between things. The angle up, down,
listen,
left and right.
Check this out,
all
brother.
They measure. They write down what the angles are at each station, and then they put them together into triangles, and then they use just regular geometry to figure out. They're not using sphere.
Okay, you're wrong, sir. If you were correct, then Helmert's Higher Geodesy, the book, wouldn't exist. In which they assume the Earth is a globe, and they have a law of formation of which they apply the geodetic measurements to, and they have a geoid and an ellipsoid and an equipotential surface. So they take the raw measurement data from the field and then they apply it to that model. That's how they could tell the differences between California and here. So they put them all on this giant model. Okay? So they don't just go out, take raw measurements, and then put the raw measurements together. They have a model matrix in which they put the measurements to, and they have mathematical transforms which take the raw measurements and map them to that model. So you're just wrong, sir. Sorry. Okay, so you don't know what you're talking about.
They weren't using satellites. They weren't using computers. The earliest mappers of America.
All right, dude.
And
okay, satellites, computers don't have anything to do with anything, dude. Okay? You're wrong that they just take raw measurements and then they just end up with what they get. They have assumptions built in. Okay? So you're just wrong. The end.
The curvature of the Earth literally falls out of the measurements. It literally falls out of the measurements.
It's kind of like, is that kind of like when I eat Taco Bell and it literally falls out my backside?
Like the example I was giving, if you create little triangles of all the little cities and you tape the edges of the triangles together.
Okay, let's agree. Let's agree hypothetically. Okay, cool story. Hey, bro.
Built into the numbers.
Yeah, cool story. Can you show me your paper mache project where you did this task that you claim is to be done?
I can do it for you. I have not. I did it a long time ago. I don't have it with me, but I can do it. It's fairly easy to do. It's very tedious, very time consuming, but very tedious.
Yeah,
you just go grab that list out of the back of an atlas.
Okay. So the distances between your triangular points, how do you get them? Is it from line of sight, like you're looking at something in the distance?
Time for me here.
It's whatever they use to determine the distance. Which nowadays, like I said, nowadays they're doing the GPS. But
I thought we were talking about geodetic surveying, dude. It's like you can't stay on one topic, bro.
Whoever created the chart that's at the back of your atlas used a method, and I'm going to assume they used more than one method.
Dude, you're talking about geodetic surveying. Okay, how is that done?
It's just by taking angular measurements. That's all it is.
Okay, how? HOW.
Okay, You aim the transom at one location. Okay, you write down what numbers the transom's sitting at right there. Because it's got a little ring that's got the angles on it. You measure. You write down what those numbers are at. Then you move it to another location. You slide the thing, you slew it over to the second location.
So you aim it,
and then you record how many degrees you went between those two.
I got you, bro, but you suck. You suck at explaining it, so I'll do it for you for the sake of the audience. So you get your transom, which is essentially an angle measuring device. First, you have to level it. Then you look at a target out in the distance, and you aim the reticle at the chosen target, which may not be a landmark, or it may be a pole which has marks on it. And then you angle the thing up or down, and then you assume that your angle up or down is a direction to that object that's at the reticle. Okay, so that assumes a certain level of accuracy and certain assumptions about the way the optics are in the distance behaving relative to your reticle. Now you have to maintain an accurate sight picture, which means you have to be looking straight through so that your eye line and the reticle are actually linear to the object and then linear to your level line, right? And since we know that that's not possible to do unless they're absolutely on the same plane, right, there's going to be a discrepancy there.
You don't need a level.
What you're trying to tell me, you're trying to tell me, yeah, you need to level it. Anyway, so you're trying to tell me.
You don't need to level. You actually don't need to level anything from the beginning. You could use a theodolite, or not a theodolite, a transom. You could
have
use
to have a baseline for your angle. Holy crap, dude.
Leveling it. Because all you're doing is you're measuring the angles between things. Has nothing to do with whether the Earth is curved, flat, or anything.
Hold on. What are you measuring the angle between?
Let's say a water tower in the distance and a church steeple. Okay, you're measuring from your location to that water tower, the light on the top of the water tower, and then you're going to go turn your transom to the cross on top of a steeple, church steeple, and whatever that angle is, you write that angle down.
Okay, so you know an angle from a floating point where your transom is located between 2 points in the distance. Okay,
if you have to move the transom up and down, you record
Hey, bro, that's not how they do geodetic surveying, you dummy.
Well, that's what they do. They measure. They know a tower is 100-foot tower. They measure to the top of the tower, to the light bulb on top of the tower.
We're talking about geodetic surveying, dude.
That's part of how they do it. That's how the geodetic surveyors do it. There's other methods. They'll have somebody go stand with a stick at a distance, and that stick has got the striped lines on it.
Right. So in other words, they're using the church steeple as a stick, dude. Holy crap!
Yeah, they could use the water tower or the thing as a stick because they can know the height of the tower.
I agree with you. Okay, let's assume I agree with you. So your claim is that in the distance, when you aim your reticle at something, and then you get an off angle to something else, that you can then deduce accurate geometric information about the shape of the surface you're on from those different angles that are acquired optically. Yes or no? The answer is yes.
The more of these measurements you do, the more you'll determine. You'll figure out the shape of your.
Hey, bro, why don't you just answer the question? All right, hey, Holmes. Just answer the question with a yes or no. It was a yes or no question. Holy crap. Like, what's wrong with you? All I want to know is if optically obtained information about the differential between a surface relative to your target location and your observer location can be trusted. The answer is a yes or a no. Okay? I don't know why it's so complicated for you. Or are you afraid I'm taking you down a path where I'm going to get a gotcha on you or something? So you got to make sure you do it in this big umbrella of, you have to take thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of these measurements in order for it to be accurate. And I can't just give you a yes or no. It's more complicated than that. If you can't trust the one measurement, then you can't trust 1,000. Because if your methodology isn't accurate enough to give you information that can be trusted, doing it 1,000 times isn't going to make it trustworthy. So the answer is yes or no. Holy crap, brother. So let's see if you can answer yes or no. Go ahead.
If you're okay, I'm going to answer. Are you ready? There is not a yes or no.
Okay, it's a yes or a no. this methodology of targeting something in the distance and having an angle change from the device that you're targeting with can be trusted to accurately measure the surface? Yes or no? Holy crap, dude. If you say it's not a yes or no question, then you're basically saying it's unknown whether this method can be trusted. So why should I care? All right, so let's see if you can answer yes or no. Let's find out. Go ahead.
I just said one measurement is not going to give you the accurate shape of the Earth.
I didn't say one measurement can give you the accurate shape of the Earth. I didn't say that. I said, can that measurement methodology be trusted to give you geometric information about the surface? That's it. Okay? It has to be. According to you, it must be. So you should simply answer yes, because it's required for your entire argument. Because you're saying they're using this method by duplicating this method in multiple locations to get the overall shape of the Earth. That means that it must be an accurate method. Holy crap, dude. Listen, I'll help you out, friend. You should be saying yes. You literally should be saying yes. I don't know why it's so hard for you to say it. Or does no mean yes or yes mean no? I'm not sure. Why don't you let me know? Go ahead. Yes or no?
It's a method. It's a method.
Ooh.
Okay, one more time. I don't care if it's a method. I want to know if it's an accurate, trustworthy method. I know there's multiple methods, okay? We're talking about this method. We already know there's multiple methods. We just want to know if you can answer confidently that acquiring information from the natural world in this manner is sufficient to give you geometric information about the surface. The answer is yes. That's your answer, you dummy. So let me help you out. Your answer to this question in your worldview is yes. If it's no, then that means it can't be trusted and we got to throw it out. If it's yes, that means we can use it. I don't know why this is so complicated for you, bro. So let's find out if he actually understands that he should be answering yes. All right, go ahead, friend.
The answer is...
Oh, hold on. Now go ahead. Sorry.
The answer is yes.
All right, I'm glad you agreed. I'm glad you finally said yes so simply. So if that's the case, my friend, and we acquire this information... No, it's my turn to talk.
There were some clarifiers, though. That's the point.
I could care less about your clarifiers. Okay, check it out. You said yes. So that means that we can use optically obtained information from a target and an observer to give us geometric information about the surface. So you said you build, so you would understand what a laser transit is. You would understand that a laser transit leveling measurement is very accurate and how it's used. So if you take that methodology and you take it out to water and shoot a laser 25 miles over water with a 6-foot tall sending location and a 6-foot tall target location over water, both are 6 feet off the surface of the water. So let's just call it 6 feet above sea level for lack of a better term. You shoot the laser, it hits the target 25 miles away. Now, there's supposed to be a giant hump of Earth curve in between point A and point B. Now, using laser transit methodology, if it hits the target, that's 2 orders of magnitude off of the globe prediction. So the globe predicts that the laser should go over the target by hundreds of feet, yet it hits a 6-foot target. Now, taking into account the beam divergence, because it's a laser, which is collimated, and it has a certain divergence, and taking into account refraction, you still end up with it only being moved off the target in the single digits. So it still hit the target. So the cone of uncertainty still hits the target. And still, within the cone of uncertainty, it debunks the globe by 2 orders of magnitude. Now, you being a builder, understand that if you take a laser transit and you debunk the measurement by 2 orders of magnitude, then that claimed thing that's supposed to be there isn't there. So you already agreed that this method is sufficient to measure the surface. And we both know, since you're a builder, that level is the standard, and that water is the standard of level. and that the equipotential surface of water is flat and level on the surface, validated by laser transit methodology. Therefore, if 70% of the Earth is covered in this water stuff, which is the standard of level, that means that 70% of the Earth is level and flat because it's not curved, as measured by laser transit. Therefore, the Earth is flat. I rest my case.
Who has used a laser transit over 25 miles?
Hey, bro, I'm glad you asked. We got a documentary of the guys that did it, and we also got the paper that they published.
And why?
And not only that, we have.
Why did they do it over water?
Hold on, brother. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Not only that, but we have them done over land, 35 miles. We have them done by PhDs in optics, where they use 2 different lasers to mediate out any a refraction, and they use the difference in the laser frequencies to figure out that there's no hump. And that experiment that he did himself convinced him the Earth was flat because he directly measured it and found out there's no curve on the water. And if the Earth is a globe, water must be curving.
Both locations were at the same elevation off sea level?
Yeah, you know, the water on the beach. You know, if you're on the beach,
I'm saying the
and
one
you
on
can see
land.
the water,
The one on
and your
land.
feet are in the water.
The one on land.
Yeah, the one on land was done. The one on land was done in the Utah Salt Flat. They did the laser 35 miles, and not only did they do it 35 miles, they put it in a pickup truck and they watched the laser the entire 35 miles. Now check this out, brother. 25 miles test is 2 orders of magnitude sufficient debunk of globe geometry. 35 miles makes it even worse because if you know anything about how curvature works, it's compounding because you have the previous curve and the next curve. So as you get further away, the amount of difference increases dramatically. So 25 miles is sufficient to debunk the globe by 2 orders of magnitude. 35 miles is just icing on the cake.
Before I comment on this, I have to watch the video or watch the documentation. Look at the documentation. So
I'll tell you what, brother. I'll tell you what.
Do that.
There's a lot
I
of
believe.
these. Yeah, no
I
worries,
believe
brother.
it'll be very interesting for me to watch this. So I'm going to do that.
Okay, so there's 3 that I mentioned. So I'm gonna post for you the one documentary that's about what's known as the feed core laser test. They did 17 tests. So they started out with test number 1, and then they advanced their skills and they advanced their ranges and they advanced their equipment up until their final test, which was their longest one. And so it's kind of like a progression, and they have a 120-page PDF associated with it. Now, don't let that scare you. They're like infographics, right? So each page is just, giving some info. It's not like a book. And then they have an associated documentary which talks about, how they came upon the idea, how they got their equipment, some of the technological challenges they faced. So, for example, aiming a laser 25 miles away is pretty hard. So they had to create a sled to put their laser on, which was able to turn like 1/50,000th of an inch of increments, or 1/50,000th of a degree or something. They made this really long arm, and it had the screw that had like a gear ratio, which would allow them to turn the laser. It's very hard to level something with your hands, but if you have a very accurate machine, so they made this accurate machine. It's this amazing story, and the guy that narrates it is pretty entertaining. You won't be bored.
It would have been nice if he would have.
So I'm going to get that for you right now.
He split AI.
Well, it seems like he's coming in and out, so he'll probably come back.
Yeah, it'd probably be good to just post it, but yeah, he didn't hear the beginning of when you started that. You got him to actually ask questions and want to see that information anyway. That's good.
Well, I cornered him into the definitions of acceptable evidence in his own worldview and his practices that he's done in the past that he knows are accurate. And then I gave him a piece of evidence within that wheelhouse that he can scrutinize. So if he applies scrutiny properly based on the principles that he understands, he's going to find that there's a massive discrepancy in the claim of the globe when it comes to actually measuring it.
Agreed.
let me find live stream.
I saw Eli and her be like, "Hell no, brain surgeons. Why do we have to go to brain surgery, man? Like, global logic, bro. It's not ever gonna change, dude. Global logic will never change. I mean, I'm not a brain surgeon, like, bro.
What's that guy's name?
Grenade head or grenade something. I think it's grenade head.
Well, see, he now knows for a fact that if this measurement is correct, the Earth cannot possibly be a globe. He knows it.
Did you have to wrench it out of him? Like,
he knows that I know. He knows that I know he knows that. Because based on what he said he's done and the principles that he agrees are accurate, he must accept the conclusion. Otherwise, he has to deny the very things he claimed were accurate. So he has only one option, to either accept reality or deny reality. Now, to be fair, it's okay for him to say, okay, I'm going to scrutinize this test and see where it may have gone wrong. He's going to find out that it didn't go wrong. And he's going to find out that there are multiple versions of this test done in all different variables, some over water, some over land, some at greater distances, some at lesser distances, some done with dual band lasers by PhDs in optics that actually convinced them, the PhD himself, when he researched it and actually tested it and did the practical test that the Earth is flat. He basically said, I'm going to measure it with my expertise. He did it. And he said, wow, when I measured it, it's flat. My whole life, I thought it was a globe. I never actually measured it. I went out and actually measured it with lasers, and I understand the principle. And it turns out that the giant hump of Earth curve isn't there.
I bet you $1 he's going to come back and say refraction. I bet you $1.
Doesn't matter. He could say that all he wants. He already admitted the accuracy of optically obtained information about geometry from a target location from an observer. He already admitted that.
Yeah, he was trying to get away with multiple.
He would then have to quantify specifically. Yeah. See, the thing is, you can't just use broad terms like an umbrella salvation device. You actually have to parse out the tolerances, right? So he has to actually get the real world tolerances and then apply them. He can't just say, oh, error. There might be error. See, here's the thing, bro. What he's basically saying, if he comes back and just sprinkles refraction on it, he's just come back and saying, oh, well, all measurements aren't perfect. There's tolerance. That's all he's saying. There's tolerances and factors. Okay. Quantify them and apply them. So, for example, when I was talking to him, I told him that the beam at that range is going to have a divergence. It's going to have a cone, right? It's not going to be the same size spread that it was when it left the laser. It's going to be a bit of variance. But that cone of variance is still hitting the target. In fact, they photographed the laser, and lasers follow a Gaussian distribution, which means that you can actually tell whether the laser centroid is pointing directly at you. You can just apply an algorithm to it, and it'll tell you, right? So there's all these different ways to validate it rather than just sprinkle words on it as if the words themselves defeat it. No, you actually have to quantify it. If he's built buildings, he knows that there's no way in hell that you can get the plans and be off by 2 orders of magnitude and then try to convince the person that you actually accomplished the plans. It's not going to happen. You know, like, so on a floor, when you're putting in click laminate, there's something like, I think it's like 3/8 of an inch. You could be 3/8 of an inch off over a certain span, right? Otherwise, the seams on the floor will start to separate because they're no longer laying in a manner in which the seams can accept the tolerance. So if you make your floor, rather than 3/8 of an inch off, you're going to have a hard time, right? So 3 inches, instead of 3/8 of an inch, you end up with 3 inches off. That's going to be really bad. But if you're 3 feet off, holy crap, you're getting fired that day. For real. Hey, bro, why is there a 3-foot hump in my kitchen? Well, bro, it's within the tolerances. Refraction. You're fired. And sued.
lot of people in there. Shit. You have YouTube, you have Justka, you have Ava, I don't know what's this. You have Crispit, you have Alscan, you have Febtam, you have Green Waver, you have Les Sandal, you have the Lex, you have Jetty, Mark J. What the heck?
Jetty. Jedi, what the fuck?
That's QE would always say Jetty.
You're from India. You're from India?
Who's from where?
Are you from India?
No. I'm from the UK.
Well, you may as well be at this stage. Oh,
So
sorry.
yeah,
I'll shut up.
he's from India. Well, actually, it's the other country.
What brings you into our channel with lots of people in it, my friend? How can we help you? Okay.
In order to get them to start having conversations, you got to show them the Union Jack flag. Then you can't get them to stop talking.
Holy crap.
It is true.
What I miss? That guy come back?
I don't think so.
Yeah, some other guy was like being rolled out. Hey, so what are y'all doing in here and all that kind of stuff. And I think he dipped afterwards. But now Jedi would have liked that other guy that was in there, that older man. That old man River in here talking to AI about how to or how not to give a good answer or response.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
While they're talking about like the worst week of, I know it's a little bit off topic. Well, maybe it's a little bit like the massive tech and crypto sell-off, most volatile week since April. The time to buy, I guess, or what are we looking at here?
Buy the dip. When there's blood in the water, buy it.
Buy now, right? If it's going to come back up. Nearly $1 trillion of market value wiped off the tech market in the first week of November.
I still can't believe that there's people that basically have multi-millions in some Bitcoin currency, but they lost their crypt key or something, and they can't remember it, and it's basically lost forever because nobody can hack it. It's like, all right, so, sucks to be you. That's a new dating tactic. Hey girl, I made millions in crypto. Oh yeah, let's go out and buy a Birkin bag. Yeah, but I lost the key. Do you guys know any rich people that live very modest lives?
Yeah, I mean, a long time ago. I mean, like this is like he's oh man, like like mid '80s. You know, there's like this guy who basically lived in the shack. Okay, like that was built like one of the very first like streets. Like that were in this neighborhood I moved into because I moved like up north, and people just thought like, oh, he's just some weirdo, and they're like, no, he's like a multi-millionaire. And like he lived alone, didn't have like basically had everything boarded up, lived in the shack, didn't take care of the grass whatsoever, did anything. And you're like, you think that the guy's like some kind of nut, but no, like apparently he had like just mattresses and mattresses stuffed with money inside the house. Just tons of ammo and guns and
Yeah, and even some CEOs are like that too. The one guy had a multi-million-dollar business. He was the CEO, and he drove a Buick.
Yeah, it's like where people will be like, there'll be signs, like so, like basically probably just ate beans and franks every day. All of a sudden, like one day he comes home with a bottle of hot sauce.
Yeah, beans and franks, man. That's really roughing it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the whole story because I never got him on to talk to him. But like, people have said that he was like a Holocaust survivor or something like that, and but I mean, it was all like kind of like urban legend type stuff. I never really found out the details of it.
So if you're really wealthy but living poorly, and everybody only sees you living poorly, then couldn't you, as a poor person, just pretend that you're wealthy?
Yeah, I mean, you could say the richest people are the ones that they got not stuff, like their life is full.
Think about the argument. The argument is, well, if I was rich, living humbly and poorly, I would be living humbly and poorly. I'm living humbly and poorly, therefore I'm rich. Sounds like a familiar argument, doesn't it? Hey, listen, I'll share my Frosty with you. My Wendy's delicious strawberry fusion Frosty. If you can tell me what logic form fallacy was that argument I just made.
Oh, yeah, affirming the consequent.
Correct.
You like those Frosties, huh? It's like I don't know. It's been a couple times now. You've mentioned.
Yeah, it's not a vanilla day today, so you can tell when he's having a good day. It's a strawberry fusion day.
I did get to one, like the caramel crunch one. I was like, yeah, this is kind of good.
That's Saturday right there.
And I can't decide whether I want to get on with my day and my errands or go over and provoke those people that have signs that are demonstrating on the side of the road.
Oh, it depends what they're demonstrating. Yeah. Can you mention or no?
I just, the classic stuff. Stop war. Give me free stuff.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, FedEx?
Yeah, what's up, my friend?
Nothing much. We're having a conversation about the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof.
It's flat or not?
Exactly.
Okay, what do you think about it? It's flat or not?
What do you mean? Yeah, it's flat.
No, I think it's a donut chip.
Oh, that's creative.
Do you like it?
Yeah, that's original, dude. I've never heard that.
I am special.
But if you were to use some...
Sorry, what you say?
Okay. Yeah, so if you were to actually use your brain power, what would you say the Earth is based on what you actually know? Like, seriously.
Okay, seriously, I think it's not a flat. Okay, it's because when you think it's flat, some of math and scientists think it's like deleted. Okay, when that's the my English is not good, but you got my point.
Yeah, you believe that somebody smarter than you figured it out and you can trust in them. Is that about
No,
the
it's
size of
not-
it?
Okay, it's not like that, but I didn't give it like my time to is the earth flat or not, because it didn't matter. I just live my life like that.
Well, okay. Well, if it doesn't matter, then would you like to know if it's flat or round?
It makes sense for anything.
Yeah.
Like what?
Well, yeah, if you know the nature of the Earth being a globe or if it's flat, it would give you a better understanding of the reality in which you reside in. So you reside in this reality with us, but if you think that you're on a globe, then the planet's dying and you're overcrowded. There's a lot of stuff you worry about. And if you remove that, you fear no more, right? Well, not in the things that they're telling you about the globe. You could fear spiders or whatever, but not in the things of the globe. You won't fear those things anymore.
Yeah, it just makes sense. But look, I am Muslim, okay, and when I study that or I hear something like Earth flat or not, okay, some people, Muslim scientists said it's not a flat because if we flat is not making sense and there is something wrong. I believe more it's not a flat. To me.
Yeah. I mean, you're using scriptural passages to actually dictate whether or not you can determine if the Earth is a globe or not. But what we do in this channel is actually try to get people to realize you don't need to rely on the scriptures because the Earth outside, if you believe in a creator, the creator has made the Earth in a way that you can understand what it is. Using a sound mind. Yeah, using your sound mind.
Yeah, I understand that.
Right. So if the creator made a globe Earth, then you would know it for sure, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not something like study that or search a lot of things of that. But not everything should we know. Okay, not everything. There is something it's secret in us like that.
Well, you don't think the Earth being a globe is a secret, do you? You're standing on the thing right now. You're standing on it. So I mean,
yeah.
If you're on it, I mean, there must be a way that people have known it to be a globe, before the rockets went up and all that stuff. So, they tell us that they've known for over a century, more than that the Earth has been a globe.
Okay,
so
but look,
if
sorry.
Yeah, no, if for more than 100 years you could go back in history and find out that it's a globe or what the Earth is, then you could determine right now that it indeed is a globe. So let's just say, for example, like in the 1800s or the early 1900s or whatever, people were talking about the Earth being a globe. There must be a way that they figured it out, right?
Yeah.
And I mean prior to rockets, before the rockets went up.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and if that's true, how did they figure it out? And that's what we're asking people in here, to challenge themselves to figure out if there's a method that you can tell me that they figured it out with. And if not, maybe there isn't an answer to that. Like, maybe they didn't figure it out and they're just giving you misinformation.
Yeah, lie to us. Okay, but
well, I wouldn't say lie. I would say, go ahead.
But what I think, like now, some of scientists, it's make sense or get context with the Earth is not flat. Do you understand?
Yeah, I know they're telling you it's not, but they're not proving it to you. They're just saying it. So
no, and that's what I don't mean. I like wait. I give my word. 1 minute. My English is not very good, but
you're doing fine, bro.
Right.
You're doing all right.
Thank you, my friend. Like now, the scientists and the scientists, earth scientists, math scientists, mechanic scientists, any scientists, it's connect with the earth is not flat. It's when you say in the earth is flat, it's delete all scientists or most scientists.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's going against what they're saying. But what I'm trying to tell you is that they never proved it. They're just saying, okay, they're telling you that it's a globe, but they're not showing you how it's a globe. That's a very big difference, right? And people can tell you a lot of things until they're able to show you how a method by which you could determine that the Earth is an actual globe. Then there's no way that you're going to know. Like, I mean, you get what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry for the noise. Something.
So what I'm saying is you have to be able to determine that the Earth is a globe and not just like they can show you images. They can show you like, well, look, I got the live stream from the ISS. They can do whatever they want. But if you're taking that information and believing it, then that makes you a believer. Well, and if you figure it out that there's a method that they have, they could give you that you can test the Earth being a globe. That's something very different. You're not believing anymore. You actually know it's a globe, and that's what we're asking people that are coming in brand new. If there's a way that you could determine the Earth being a globe by a measurement or some way to figure out if it's an actual curved surface.
Yeah. You have a point.
Yeah. So I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, I will search more than that. After that, when I have a lot of information, I will talk to you again, inshallah. Thank you for the time you give me and for the space you give me.
All right, bro. See you, man.
Yeah. Good night.
That's wild, AV. You like literally take the time to walk people down the logic, and it's simple, and they're following the logic, but then it starts to hurt their brain, so then they have to leave.
Yeah, it's a shame about that. If I could turn around just one person who was coming into troll, I think I feel like it was a good day.
Oh yeah, man, Ice Cube all the way.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, Big Bear.
Bro, how can I get unmuted in some VCs, bro? Like,
You have to talk to them in that room. Each room has its own
bro,
specific
like
moderator.
when I just throw up a valid argument and they don't have an answer, bro, they just mute.
I mean, there might be a reason behind it. I don't know what the reasoning is.
Nah, bro. They are just like you are drunk, you don't have a And they
Are you
just
drunk?
no, bro. No, of course not.
No. Well, I don't know, man. That's their room. This is our room. Welcome to Flat Earth, man.
So you are in the support of that Earth is flat.
Yeah, I support the Earth being flat.
You have legitimate proof also.
Yeah, that's why I became a flat
So,
earther, was because of the evidence.
so, bro, why can't you all just go to the media and expose them?
I mean, people do. It's not like it's ever going to make it on the TV. That's why we're here. What do you think we're doing right now? We have people coming here on a regular basis that choose to argue against us about the shape of the Earth, but they don't go out and say, hey, there's a bunch of flat earthers in this room. We need to go address them.
You are building a community.
No, we're just providing information.
Okay.
Do you know if the Earth is flat or if it's a sphere?
Actually, bro, I don't care, bro. I just have to live my life peacefully.
Don't you think
That's
if
the
you
thing.
knew more about the world that you lived in, that you could live it even more peacefully?
Yeah, bro, I know about how the world works, but I don't think that what shape my world is will matter how I live.
Really?
Yeah, bro.
I mean, once I start learning about like how my world actually works, then everything else starts to make sense.
Yeah, like about the politics and all, that's a good thing. But what shape my world is, bro, I don't care.
Well, if that's how you feel about it, man, I don't know what else to tell you. But that's what we discuss in here is we discuss the math and the science involved in the world around us.
Yes, bro, I'm seeing chats. Keep going, bro. Keep going.
I mean, you don't care, so like, why do I need to keep going?
You don't need to
Show some
prove.
interest and it's already proven. You already know the Earth is too big to see the curvature, so you know it's flat.
And still, bro, in the textbooks, you write it's like it's not flat, it's global. Just have a mass people, bro, and protest.
I have no idea what you just said. Sorry. I mean, your English is really good. I just, that particular phrase, I don't know what you said.
I'm saying that if you are legitimate, if you are legit and telling that Earth is flat, then, bro, just go to the media, bro. Change the
That's
answers
what
of
we're doing,
textbooks.
man.
That's what.
I talk to
If
people
you're
every
not
day
seeing
when
any,
I'm out.
Yeah, dude,
I
what do you think
don't.
just happened here? Like, what you can't see? So you're saying that? How did you even find this topic? Did you find it through the media? What is going on with you right now?
with me,
Well,
Yeah,
yeah. How did you get
you're
here?
you're in multiple back-to-back deep-seated
because, bro, like
contradictions.
practically in the
Yeah, listen, pay attention, dude. You're like, this topic doesn't matter at all to you for some reason, which you didn't explain or take questions on. And you've been here for more than a second after being told how it does matter, which you didn't agree to. Then you're like, we should be doing something other than what you're doing if it matters, which was go to the media, which has been done. Documentaries, there's meetups, there's events,
Court
there's all
cases.
kinds of yeah. Like what like flat earth is like becoming part of like the political landscape at this point.
Yeah,
Like
he's
where the
10
fuck
years
are
late.
you?
He's 10 years
Even
late
Obama
trying to
said
tell
we
us
don't have
what we
time
should
for the
do.
flat Earth. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying he's 10 years late trying to give advice.
But yeah, man, as far as like unmuting you in other rooms, we can't unmute you in other rooms, man. You have to ask them to unmute you.
Bro, how am I 10 years late, bro?
I have no idea what that was.
I just saw a grenade coming in like 5 minutes earlier. You know, stayed for like 10 seconds and then left.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna like speak, but like he stayed for like 10 seconds and he just left.
Yeah, that's what people do, man.
Yeah.
How you doing, Stark? I've heard your name a few times, but I've never actually talked to you.
I'm doing good, man. Like, yeah, I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. How are you, man? How about you?
I'm good. I just got a new used car, so
Oh,
I'm happy to be back in my own car.
okay. Okay. Well, what model?
2006 Honda Civic.
Civic. Okay, that's cool. It's like it's pretty rare to find in my country, but yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, Hondas in general are just good cars.
Yeah.
If you're gonna, I'm sure. I bet Hondas are probably expensive in your country.
Um,
I mean, I know
not that
cars.
much. Yeah, yeah.
Cars are probably
Like
expensive.
generally,
But
yeah, yeah. I heard like it's pretty good car to modify like all the the exterior part, like the spoilers and everything. It's pretty good car to do that.
yeah,
Like and how long that the car was like driven? Like when you say 2006, it's like probably or 100,000 miles, right? Must
oh yeah, it's 170,000 miles. Not bad. 170,000 for almost 20
Okay.
years.
Uh-huh.
And it runs good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I feel like the earlier engines at that time was like pretty, sweet, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's just from my experience, cars from like 1990, especially the Hondas, like 1995 to like 2010, the engines were just built better.
Yeah, I agree.
The engines were built better, the transmissions were built better, and then everything else was just replaceable, which was nice because, it's an easy way to maintain a car as long as you maintain it.
Yeah. Like I've seen some people, like Civic. I would say another car would be like Lancer. Is it Evolution or Lancer? I don't know which one it is, but people actually keep those two, like the old ones. Oh, he's here. What's up, Grenade? How are you doing?
He was scouting the landscape, making sure AI is gone. He's gone, man. He's not here. He's wiping his brow, going, phew. Couldn't take much more of that. Don't worry. Crit's your Huckleberry.
Yeah, so what we got going on?
Just grenade head. Pop back in. Nothing to see here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like he got ran off gems, and they just like mock him and ridicule him. So he's like, now to get even, he's got to find other people to mock and ridicule to feel better about himself. And then go back there and be like, hello, fellow globalists. And like, dude, we don't like you. Go away.
He wouldn't be so bad if he just learns how to like get that conversational cue to shut up.
Yeah, they make fun of people like that on that server. Like they call them autistically retarded. Like these guys who somehow think they've got science and knowledge and reason, but zero level to explain. They call them like globe liabilities.
Ouch. That's rough, dude, even for a Glober.
What? Damn.
Yeah, so I mean, at one point, I used to think you got to treat these guys with a little bit of kindness because the world is harsh to them. And even sometimes the people that they respect are even harsher. So if you just say, hey, it's okay that somebody disagrees with you, you can survive that. And other people who are insufferable and make personal attacks against you, that's just not people you want to hang out with. But what they do instead is they take that kindness as a weakness. And they think they got you. They got you on the ropes now. And they've got a way of defeating you. You're like, holy crap. Like, who hurt you?
So you got a new set of wheels, eh there? Rolling around in your Honda Civic.
Yeah, my Honda Civic Hoopty.
You gonna drop some 22s on that bad boy?
I like the old cars too, without power windows and power locks. Just straight stripped down version.
You have to crank the window upward.
Oh yeah, all of it.
That's the good old days, man. Well, they sound kind of nostalgic. They don't make them like they used to.
Yeah, it's like all those systems are just another point of failure.
Yes. No, you got your mic open, Grenade.
Yeah, let me turn it off.
You're not used to push to talk?
Doesn't know how to do it.
I'm driving. It's hard to push to talk.
Well, yeah, all right. Don't bite my head off. Jeez.
Here, check this.
Come at you with a grenade.
Check this clip out. It's Tyson saying we never went to the moon for science. It was all about geopolitical positioning. the vast majority of NASA's budget is all about warfare, nothing to do with science whatsoever. And you got Bill Nye in the background saying, no. And then some other guy saying, it's true. And then the guy says, you two are, like Tyson tells him, you two are delusional if you think the government does anything for science.
They didn't think to put a geologist on the moon until the very last landing.
High above there. You can see the glow. You was expecting the pass. You saw very bad enough.
Typical, another hot micer. I approve it though. Now, Grenade, you get to see what it's like to be hot micing over a full conversation. Someone hot micing over what you're trying to say.
Taste of his own medicine and whatnot, Crit?
Yeah, hoisting his own petard.
It don't get no better than that.
Sweet, ironic justice.
That Karma's she's a real mean one, isn't she?
They're about ready to launch that rocket.
Yeah, good for you.
Oh, so this is the last day you're going to be here? You'll finally prove the Earth is a globe to you, and you'll fuck off.
We know what their payload is, and it's your imagination. So they're taking that sucker all the way up there. They're leaving it somewhere in the thermosphere somewhere.
Earlier today, he just straight up said it's a completely vacuous point of all of it. They're going to find out where the atmosphere of Mars went, and then what? And then where the water went, okay, and then what? And then some sort of like magnetic poles, okay, then what? Nothing, and then absolutely nothing at all. Like, okay, great.
I didn't say that. Thanks for straw manning.
Well, maybe not exactly that, but paraphrasing is a thing.
Well, the paraphrasing was, yes, we're going to find out about the magnetic field. Hopefully, find out where the oxygen went, or the air went, and where the moisture went, the water went. And yes, when it's done and over with, we will probably still have more things we want to know. We'll probably have plenty more questions. So.
Yeah. You really love space, don't you?
Actually, I do. I do love space.
Kind of figured that.
I don't know if I'd want to go there or not, but yeah, I think if they gave me a ticket to Mars, I might go. I might do it. Yeah.
He's a give me guy. Just give me a ticket.
That sounds like an old 70s song. Ticket to Mars.
Dude, to get a ticket to Mars, you'd have to be qualified
give me 3 steps.
In something.
Give me 3 steps.
Are you qualified in anything at all? What are you qualified in? Oh, actually, don't tell me. I don't care.
Oh, I used to work on guided missiles. So.
Oh, there you go.
It's a little qualification.
You're just the kind of guy they need. I mean, you're the right man for the job, right? I mean, am I right?
Well, my missile wasn't really a missile per se. It's more like it was a steerable bullet.
That's what she said. But listen, what you got to think about too is that just because you have that knowledge doesn't mean that you've been flying these things over a globe. I think that's what you probably.
I know the two aren't equated to each other.
But, that's good. We're making progress.
More information than just that is the reason I believe the Earth to be spherical.
You gonna lay it on us? Oh, yeah, you're roboting, I think. You go into a dead zone and whatnot. You know how that goes. Where's your satellites now, huh? Talk about satellites and telecommunications, and then you lose signal. Come on, bro. You want to talk to people on the moon, 200 and who knows how many thousands of miles, and you can't even go to the next county line without losing reception.
You get T-Mobile to put up a couple more towers. It'd be better off.
I know, right? Ground-based technology. Lovely thing that is.
Yeah, I don't have a satellite phone.
Sucks to be you.
If I did have a satellite, would it be satellites or would it be sataloons or whatever the hell you guys
Oh,
call them?
you got me. You, dude, Crit, you got us, man. Caught us red-handed with the Sataloons.
Oh, and I watched that video of the laser thing.
Yeah,
My
how'd that
one
go?
big question is, why did he have to aim the laser downward?
What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah, in the video he talks about he takes the laser and he aims it downwards. I'm like, why? Why would you have to aim it downwards? If you're on a flat Earth, that doesn't make any sense.
You're not going to the lunar Hilton. You're not going to Mars. You're not going to be a spaceman. You're not going to date an alien. Deal with it. Welcome, everybody who just joined. Feel free to ask a question. I'm sure somebody will be with you shortly.
It's a fucking air.
I hate when they scream something incoherent and leave.
That gearhead chap that was in here just as I dropped in. What was the laser test that he was complaining about where the laser was pointed down? Or was that just another random...
Everyone went quiet for me after that. I thought something had happened to the sound.
I'm glad I could provide a sound check.
Oh yeah, he made that claim and then there was just zero follow-up. I was waiting for someone to ask him to provide where in the video they say that, you know, because we know how Glovers like to interpret shit.
They got all the claims in the world.
I mean, there's literally an entire segment of them breaking their heads over attempting to level this thing and building a side project, essentially, to give them, you know, micro adjustments in leveling it. Then after all that, we'll just, you know, swing our arm and hit it by accident and point it downwards.
What's up, Obvious?
What's up, baby?
Dude, we got the literal Doc Holiday in here right now.
Did you have to jump out or something when he said about the leveling, pointing the laser down?
Oh, Grenade Head?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Like, he just had a point that he didn't finish with, I guess. I don't know. I moved on because he didn't. Yeah, go ahead.
No, it sounded like you didn't get a response from our side, honestly.
Somebody asked for a timestamp where that happened, and that was sort of it. I thought he went quiet because he was looking for the timestamp, but then he just slipped on into the ether and disappeared.
Yeah.
See, I might have missed that. I was out the room listening through. Maybe my connection tripped for a second. And didn't hear the follow-up.
I don't think he backs up anything he actually says, though, to be honest, man. He just says things and just rambles on forward like Old Man River.
Yeah, he really does.
All I'm asking for is Lord, may it never be, dude. I don't want to be that senile. You know, one of the prayers I asked the Lord.
Yeah, I was thinking something similar. I think I said it in the chat.
I'm like, Jesus, let me just keep my mind, you know.
Oh well, you're gonna keep it. We're all gonna keep it a long time. Look where we are, man. Look what we do with it. Or I don't know. Maybe it works. It'll work against us actually. Our average opponent is, you know, pretty low effort. I have to really imagine, because I know I'll never really experience it in my life, not to any severe degree, but I have to really imagine what it is to just be neck deep in everything that's sold to you and just balancing all this hysteria and sensationalism in all the narratives that are fed out, you know? And, you know, there just has to be inbuilt cognitive dissonance with you're trying to hold so many in your head and just believe everything. That must take its toll on the mind, for real.
Yeah, they run into the existential crisis whenever we start talking about whether or not space is what they thought it is, and or the identity crisis as to who they are in this world anyway. If they're not like some future space adventurer or whatever.
Yeah. Grenade Head sounds like he was playing with, you know, little rocket ships toys when he was a young boy.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, he'll be. Yeah, he's moon landing generation. That's his.
He probably saw it on TV. Yeah.
Yeah. As a little boy, little grainy, shitty 8-inch black and white television, and that was him set for life. Probably never looked at the footage again.
Don't need to, man. Seeing is believing.
What was the means of actually going to observe the footage again back in the day? You pretty much just had to wait for like a documentary to come on the TV, right? Or go down the library.
What a mind job that is, right? It's, you know, having the spectacular like overview effect of being patriotic and proud of landing on the moon in Nixon's era.
Well, you know the trauma-based mind control that came out of 9/11? And that was obviously negatively orientated, negative emotions. Just flip it round for the moon landing. It was just as extreme, but in a positive fashion.
I wonder what the day after was like, the conversations that were happening at the water cooler, you know? Imagine what those were like.
Did you see him jump, man? He jumped so far.
You know what's weird that I never thought about? But they had observatories back in the day, right?
Yeah.
Why couldn't they have just pointed one to the moon and watched them live when they landed in the, you know, Sea of Tranquility?
Oh, they wouldn't have been able to achieve the resolution for that, I'm sure, they'll say.
Do you know what size telescope you would need for that?
Can't do it right.
They claim they
That
can
would
see clear
require
across
like
the
a
universe,
200
but they
meter
can't see the moon.
telescope.
Sorry, Rayleigh.
That requires like a 200 meter telescope to see that kind of detail on the moon.
What kind of detail do you think we get now, Relay?
Not good enough. Nowhere near good enough. They'd have to point every single telescope that on Earth at the moon and still wouldn't achieve it.
Well, they point Hubble, or it used to be Hubble, but now James Webb. They point James Webb up, at the cosmos, and they get a nice little picture. But can they just point that thing to the moon?
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Point that bad boy to the moon, and let's see what's going on. You think the American flag's still waving?
Just remember, they spent $500 million on the probe that went there, the LRO one, and that only gave them 50 centimeter resolution, which is most consumer cameras are better than that.
I mean, how good were the Hasselblads that they took up there?
They were a fine camera, high quality, medium format. They used 70 millimeter film.
They always skimp on the camera, don't they?
What is one of those Hasselblad cameras like, as far as like what we have right now?
Well, like I said, medium format cameras are far superior to most DSLRs these days.
What's it work
How
out
much
with standard film to be equal in a digital SLR? You're probably looking at about somewhere around 80 megapixels to be standard to equal standard film, and their film was 70 millimeter, so it's twice as tall, twice as wide. So you've got 4 times the resolution.
So how HD are we talking about?
Because you can get digital medium format cameras now that are 150 megapixel.
Was it better than that?
Well, film is 4,000 dots per inch.
That's when it's
usually
digitized.
Typically, it's maximum resolution.
Your little Gurga mate inside chat is hung up on his stars, isn't he? Unreal. Anyways, welcome to those that just popped in. Please don't be scared.
I, I'm too shy.
That's all right, T-Dub. You can try again later.
How the photosynthesis works on the flat Earth? Nobody? I knew it that you don't know. So you don't have a question for photosynthesis on the flat Earth?
Well, the hydroponic setup in my closet has a flat floor.
I have another question. How
Wait,
eclipses
I didn't say that.
How eclipses work on the sphere? Then how time zones works on the sphere? Then how seasons works on the sphere? Then how sunsets work on the sphere? Anybody?
Ask this Gerber guy if he can come back to DC.
It's not even in here.
Yeah. That's why I figured I would invite him in here.
Hello, welcome in. Thanks for joining us. Feel free to open your mic, say hello, ask your questions, or make comments.
Hello, thank you for the welcome. I appreciate it, T-Dub.
Yeah, my pleasure. So, what do you think about the shape of the Earth, lads?
Oh. I think it's, what do they always say? It's a cube.
Oh, so flat sides then. Cool.
Oh, shit. I mean, egg. Yeah, what happened to that older guy, by the way? Yeah, what was his name? Oh my goodness, I gotta scroll all the way back. I was talking to him for a little bit when I was on my break. Oh my god, damn, you guys are texting a lot.
Grenade head.
Yeah, was it the granddad dude?
Yep.
He was saying something about his measurement of Earth curve with him and two other friends on a lake, 4 miles apart. Did he ever answer that question? Oh, there it is. So he made a claim saying that he was on a lake with two other friends, 4 miles apart. He was in the middle. And the only thing he said was that when he leveled his tripod and looked across the lake, both of their heads were like lower, like way lower. I don't know what unit of measurement way lower is. That's what I was going to ask him, but I had to go back before he left. He said he was able to see way over their heads. I didn't get a chance to ask him about it. I was wondering if anybody else in here did it. Yeah, anyway, for the new people joining, this is the Flat Earth Room. If you have any questions regarding Flat Earth, please feel free to speak up. Have any questions about the Earth and how round it is not, or how spherical it is not, and how space is fake?
So I've got our little Gurga mate worked out. What'll happen is 2 or 3 people, or maybe more, will respond to him, and he'll pick the easiest one that he can reply to. If you have a look down all the chat, that's what he's done. Every time multiple have replied, he's picked the easiest one where he can sidestep the answer.
The low-hanging fruit tactic, I like it.
He's not leaving, Sasha. Can't let those flat earthers outdo me.
And how about this? Let's say something rude. There is no measurable curvature in reality. And that's why Earth cannot be sphere. And that's the point.
But
now,
sky measurements. You're not listening. Sky measurements, Sasha. Sky measurements. I don't give a shit about the ground. You can have it.
Okay, sky measurements what?
Proves curvature.
How?
Because the stars. Can't you see how far apart they are? They wouldn't be that far apart if there wasn't curvature.
Not because of stars, man. Must be something.
What, you're saying they're close?
Okay, maybe he can write what about the stars proving.
Let's see what he's got. Doesn't matter what the lights are doing. Doesn't matter how the lights in the sky are moving. If you want to continue to talk about lights in the sky, that doesn't make a difference. Quotes by you guys, not me.
But okay, let's.
So he's directed all of that shit that everyone else has put at me. Okay, let's just put this down.
But Matrix, look how he remembered everything.
Yeah.
How some quote. Let's quote something. There is no measurable curvature in reality. End quote. Now, can you elaborate on that?
Guys, I think the Earth is flat too.
Why?
You think it's flat? Or you know it's flat?
It's like when you're in an airplane, and you just see outside, you don't actually see a curve, do you?
No, you see more
You're just
flatness.
not high enough.
Exactly, you see more flatness, and there are clouds. Those are obviously made up by the government, so that we don't actually see the edge of the Earth,
man. The clouds are clouds.
The clouds are made up by the government, bro.
Yeah, what are not clouds, that's not clouds. That's something else. Yeah, white, but it's not clouds. But clouds are clouds.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but not all clouds. Clouds are clouds, and chemtrails are chemtrails. That's all right.
I mean, sure. Anyways, I have other facts too. Like, just think about it. If Earth was round, people in Australia would fall off, because of gravity and shit.
Yep.
And obviously that's kind of fake, you know what I mean? And another thing, NASA, it spends fucking billions, bro. Billions of dollars for what?
Are you sure they're spending? Are you sure they're spending billions?
Google the numbers. Wait, hold up.
They are taking billions. Are they spending billions?
Wait, let's see.
I know how much they are taking, but I'm asking you, do you know if they are
annual
spending?
budget is $25 billion.
Yeah, they are taking that. Now I'm asking
they're taking the money from the government for what, bro?
Yeah, are they spending that?
Obviously they are. They're spending it so we believe that the Earth is round, but it's actually flat, bro.
All of that?
Yeah, obviously.
Sure. Like, for example,
You said that you want to build a house, okay?
Uh-huh.
And I said your house will be 7 millions. And you say, okay, I will give you 7 millions, but I will build house for 500,000.
Anyways, whatever you said was, I don't know.
Okay, but it's not about that point. It's point about the surface of the earth. Is it curving or not? If it's curving, then it's sphere. If it's not curving, then it's not a sphere.
Yeah, it's not curving, so it's not a sphere, obviously.
Yeah, you have sea level and everything above the sea level. It's topography and that's it, you know.
Yeah, exactly. You can legit see the sea, bro. Do you see a curve? No.
To measure the curve.
Yeah, but we can't
No.
see it. If we can't see it, that means we cannot measure it, obviously, bro. It's
Oh.
simple science. The fuck, it's not rocket science.
Yeah, but people are saying that Earth is so big, that's why you cannot see it.
No, there's no such thing like that, bro. It's not
There is
that
such
hard.
thing,
Come
like
on.
like a
It's not
size.
that hard, bro. It's not that hard, bro. Like, just think about it. If the Earth was spinning at like 1,600 kilometer per hours, why don't we get like dizzy or some shit, bro? It's not spinning. Obviously, it's in a like flat space because it's flat. Why would it spin? What the fuck am I saying?
Hey, Bluefish, where's the edge, bro?
Yeah, what? Yeah, what?
Where's the edge?
I don't know, man. The government won't let us see it. That's the problem, though. Won't let us see it.
You're saying that there is one?
They be doing. They be spending trillions and billions of dollars just so we don't, we cannot see that. We cannot. I mean, we can't actually get the information what's outside the edge and what happens if you fall off. And all the stars and shit, those are all fake, bro. All fake. Made up by the
Stars are fake?
government. Yeah.
Who's this LARPing clown?
Shut up.
We can see the stars, though.
Anyways.
How are they fake?
Shut the fuck.
It's kind of like fireworks, but they just.
Oh, come on, that was entertaining. He's a numpty. We know it. You know it. Everyone watching knows it.
I was about to ask him about boats over the horizon next.
Oh, man. That would have been good, too.
Did he leave after I muted him, or what?
Oh, no, he's still camping.
No, he's probably still talking. You can unmute him. I can't find him on my little phone screen, but yeah. All right, there he is. All right, for everyone's entertainment, here we go. Continue the LARP, my friend.
Yeah, muting me. I think the government paid you guys actually.
I'm working for UK, not for CIA. I'm MI5. MI5.
Oh, you're working for UK.
Yeah.
Do they pay you guys?
Of course, man.
Yeah, they pay me.
All that NASA money. What do you think where it's going?
Oh, that's true. That's true. So they pay you guys so that you guys mute people like us from spreading the truth.
Yeah.
Is that so?
Yeah, we are telling you that sea level things, it's level and flat. Yeah.
Bro.
Can you imagine?
Nah, bro.
Can you imagine that you go from one town to another town and only elevation change? You go up and down, it depends on the elevation, if there are hills, But the base, it's always zero. That's so beautiful. Like I like that. I like not big mountains. I like small mountains. Like let's say 200-meter hill in the middle of the continent, and it's above the sea level. And sea level is somewhere 2,000 miles away from that hill, but still that hill is 2,000 meters above the sea level. Interesting, huh?
Nice talk. Nice talk.
Yeah. Topography sometimes can hurt, when you realize visually. You know what is topography?
That's
You know, continent, one big continent, like UK or Ireland, and all around UK, it's the sea. And how you do measure now all that ground? You measure because it's above the sea, from left, right, up, down. Because you know you have north, east, all around it's sea, flat. Plus, you have also flat surfaces. It's not that you know, like Florida, like Holland, like Bolivia, every South flat lakes. You know, all lakes. Also, can you imagine that? All plains. You know, you know what is plain? Like a region. In Croatia, we have a region called Pannonian Plain. That plain, in my language, mean it's telling you it's not saying plain. It's saying like flat sea. The real translation is flat sea. Flat sea region. Interesting, huh?
Yeah, interesting.
And interesting how you can measure the angles when you have the one baseline, you know? When you have one line and then you measure the angle, you took another line.
Uh-huh.
And do you know how you cannot measure the angles? When one line is curved, then you cannot measure the angles.
Yeah, but the line's is straight though, because the Earth is straight. I mean, Earth is flat.
No, the water is flat, and the earth could be flat, but you have also, you know, elevation change, mountains, hills. You have also.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you move the mountains and stuff, it would be flat, right?
Yeah, if you move the land, you will have only water. Yeah, contained by the land again, because you cannot have water, you know, in the air, body of water. You need container.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's so simple.
We reached to the.
But you know, we all learned that Earth is a sphere, and what we can do.
Não escutei.
Was there actually somebody genuine in here? Hello? Oh, maybe not.
Genuine about what?
Like an actual Glober.
Well,
Was
we've
that
got
Mumbo
T-Dub,
Jumbo?
who is building up confidence to talk. Rago or Rago, R. Let's have a look here. Pun, I still haven't heard that one talk. There we got Mumbo Jumbo. We still got Blutefish. That's a bit of a broken one there. I was hoping T-Dub might build up some confidence and have a yap, but doesn't look like he's going to.
Wait. Okay. Anyways, I'm back.
Damn, I guess all we have is Blutefish.
Bro, why the fuck is the VC so fucking dead? Come on. There's a lot of people here. No one's talking. What?
All right, sorry, Mr. Flat Earther. We have more questions for you.
Yeah, go on. Ask me.
How do you explain boats over the horizon?
Oh, wait, what? Go on again.
How do you explain boats disappearing bottom up over the horizon?
It's actually pretty simple when you think about it. Just imagine it. Okay, you're going to get it easily.
What am I imagining?
Imagine whatever you want to imagine.
So you think the Earth is flat because imagination?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, not the worst flat Earther ever.
Bro, obviously the Earth is flat. Come on.
Yeah, but why?
We both know. Why not?
Good point.
Well, you just made a positive claim. So what's your evidence besides imagination?
Just look at that, bro. Do you see any curvature or anything like that? No, you don't. Right? Exactly.
I see bubbles. Bubbles occur naturally in nature. Those are round, spherical.
The road is not. The road is not a bubble, bro.
It's man-made.
Yeah.
Think about
The
nature.
feeds and everything. Nothing's a bubble.
A raindrop is round, spherical-ish.
Not round, actually.
I said a raindrop isn't round.
Yeah, it's not actually round.
What is it?
I don't know what was the shape called. 'Cause I'm not that good at English. But it's not round.
I also have leaves on trees. So they're rounded.
Yeah, rounded.
How do you explain those? How do you explain an orange?
Now, how do you explain a leaf?
Oh no, that supports the globe side. A leaf.
A leaf.
An
It's
orange,
flat.
a watermelon, they all support the globe side.
Yeah, but the leaves are flat.
Leaves are not flat. Have you ever seen a leaf?
Yeah, I did.
Leaves are not flat.
They're flat. Obviously, they're flat.
You can tell me the same thing about an orange?
No, I can't say that. I mean, there are some things that are flat, that are roundish, but most things are flat. So the Earth is flat.
So most things are flat? Name me one
Yeah.
flat thing.
You.
Me?
Yeah, you're flat.
I'm not flat. My brain might be
Prove
smooth
it.
because I'm a glober.
Bro,
but
look at your
I'm not
look at your
flat.
tag, bro. It says flat too, bro. Come on.
Oh, that was an accident. I clicked the wrong one.
Come on, lads. Come on.
Oh, it's the wrong one. I didn't mean to say flat today.
It's okay. It's okay. We know that you believe in flat Earth, but you actually you don't want to admit it, but we get it.
No, I definitely do not believe in flat Earth. No. Hell no.
Just look at that. Look at that. Look at that photo. Matrix. Wait, what's the name? Matrix sent in the VC chat. See, the Earth is flat, bro.
That's just a picture, man.
Oh,
Yeah, the picture. It's visual
That's like
proof.
full
It's visual
CGI.
proof. It's
Someone
visual
did it
proof. Come on.
on Microsoft Paint. That's it.
Oh yeah, how do you explain this GIF I just posted then, huh, Mr. Flat Earther?
Yeah, that's true. That's exactly what happened.
Oh,
Asteroid
brother.
fell into
Yep,
the Earth, and
your mask just got ripped off, bro.
what?
Your mask
No
just got
way,
ripped
bro.
right
No,
off.
no.
Yeah.
No, the Earth is flat, bro. We all know. Come on, you guys just haters and stupid, bro.
Is it a disc in space?
It is kind of.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Is it
Flat.
going
The main
up?
thing
Is it going
is
up?
flat. It's not like. Yeah, go on.
Is it going upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared?
Yeah, it is, I think. Well, there are like jets under the Earth, built by the government, so that we can have gravity.
You said the government gives us gravity?
What can I say? Yeah, what?
No, bro, it's mass attracting mass. Hello.
There's no such thing as mass, bro. Shut up. Come on, bro. The fuck?
That's good
Bro,
one.
Are you too embarrassed to try and defend
Mass.
your real beliefs? You embarrassed about the globe, and that's why you're pretending to be a flat earther?
Come on, chill out. It's fun.
It's fun. It's fun to pretend.
It's fun to pretend.
I think he just wants to be on the
Yeah.
winning side for once.
I'm winning, bro. I'm winning. I won this argument, obviously.
Only if you could prove that it's flat.
Ask
yeah.
everyone, bro. Legit, ask everyone. I want it, obviously.
You said it's
Can you
flat
do?
because imagination. What the hell
Can you
is
do
that?
one? Can
Yeah,
you do one? Can you do fishbone one experiment first? It's not difficult. I will.
Okay.
I will help you. Do you see my profile picture?
Yeah, I do.
Can you do that?
I do that. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Can you really do that?
The balloon? Yeah.
What is written on balloon?
Ego.
Can you pop it up?
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I know. Do you know what happens
Exactly.
when you do this? When somebody else do the same thing?
Yeah. What happens?
Then do you want to try?
No, I don't want to try.
Do you want to try to feel other ego?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Why not? Okay. Are you flat earther?
Yeah, I am.
Do you believe that Earth is flat, or do you know that Earth is flat?
Yes, the Earth is flat. I know it.
Do
I
you know?
believe it. It's a fact. I
No.
proved it.
I ask you this: do you believe in that? Like a belief? Somebody told you, or you know
Hell
that?
yeah, I believe in it, bro. The Earth is flat.
Okay.
Come on.
That means that you are not like these people here.
Yeah, I'm not like these stupid people
Yeah.
here. Stupid people.
Okay. Why
Yeah.
they are stupid? Why you are stupid?
They're stupid, not me, bro.
No, but why you are stupid?
Yeah, I'm not.
You are, man.
How am I stupid? Come on.
Listen, my ego. What is telling you? You are stupid.
Your ego is wrong. I'm not stupid. You're stupid.
Really? Look at it's the same thing. Your ego is telling to me and to others that we are stupid. But now my ego is telling the same thing. You are stupid. And where there will go?
Your
Where
ego
this
is
will go?
lying.
My
Your
ego is lying,
and
but
my
my ego is telling you.
okay?
My ego is telling me that your ego is lying, and my ego is telling you that you are stupid.
Your
Don't
ego does
listen
not
this.
matter because you believe in
Yeah, but my ego is
spherical
saying that
Earth,
your
but
ego doesn't matter,
Earth
man.
is not
And your ego
spherical.
is
If you
your ego is
believed
so
in a flat Earth,
your ego
your ego
is
would have
so
mattered. But
low,
you do
man. That
not believe in a flat
my ego is
Earth,
so big
okay?
now.
You
I'm
do not
bigger. I'm
believe in a
big,
flat Earth,
man.
so it
My
will
ego is bigger
matter,
now.
bro.
Did you see?
My
This is
God.
nothing. This is like a stupid too. We are only making mess on this channel now.
I mean, no one's talking, so in a way, we're keeping the channel active.
Yeah, there would be like this. Oh my God! I found out one information in the world, and that means that maybe surface is curving or maybe surface is flat. And then I realized with the geometry also what is the size of the Earth and blah blah blah. And then look at the devil. There is not a sphere, and that's it, And look at the devil. If you think that people are stupid because of speaking about that, why to be with that people?
That's true. That's true.
For example, if I hate, I want to give you one analogy. If I hate, let's say the science fiction movies, I hate them. I cannot watch them, But every day I'm going to cinema and watching the movies, and plus I'm telling the other people how you can watch these movies. Or I will do another thing, what will be clever. Look, I realized one time this is stupid. I will never, ever, ever come in my life here because it's so stupid, and I will go on with my clever, intelligent life.
Okay.
Isn't that better?
Yeah, I think.
But I'm here because I heard
my point of view is my point of view is.
Sorry.
I think we should share our informations and intelligence with other people so that people knows the truth. You know what I mean?
Okay. I will share with you one information.
So basically,
I will share I will share one information for you. I don't know if you will get it or not, but this is information. They're saying that Earth is big with the radius, with the size, blah blah blah. That and that. I will tell you so simple. You cannot have 10 miles of the flatness on this sphere. That's it. If you have 10 miles of the flatness, that means there is no sphere. It's so simple.
That
means
yeah, there
if
is
you
no sphere though.
Yeah,
it's a circle, not a sphere.
Oh my God.
It's two-dimensional. Okay, there's no third dimension. I mean, it's small.
Okay, good. That's the information. You can share it with other people, or you can leave it and think, oh, this is crazy and stupid, and I don't want to deal anymore with this because it's stupid. At least I do in my life. If I see something stupid, I don't want to deal more with that. Why to spend time for stupid things? But maybe they will come in my house and they will tell me, man, the sea level is flat. And then what I will do? What?
Hey, Bloopfish. Oh no, he's gone. Rip. I wanted to get the name of the guy who hurt him so bad. He wanted to LARP as a flat earther. Oh well. It's probably T-Dub. Anyway, if anybody wants to open their mic, talk about flat Earth. Earth is measured flat, utilized flat. No measured curvature, no measured movement of the Earth. Outer space is fake. You can prove this scientifically. Anybody has any questions, please feel free to speak up.
Is this like the vastness of the empty King Solomon temple?
Yeah, did you change your username?
Say again, my friend.
Oh, you did. I was looking for J.E. Barrington. I was like, where are you?
I'm right here, my friend.
Yeah, okay. You changed your name, that's why. I was like looking for you because normally you're like sitting above me. So I'm like, I hear you, but I don't see you.
Yeah. Well, I just changed the display name. I kept the same, still have the same username.
Okay. That was a ghost entering our VC. I was like, what the heck?
Actually, that would be fun.
Can you imagine? That'd be nuts. I think there's a horror movie based about that.
Say again, my friend.
I was saying, I think there might be like a horror movie based on that, actually. I don't remember if it was Skype or Facebook call or something, but it's like a bunch of kids and there's like some random ghost or something entering the call and killing the people. Yeah, which movie that was.
Yeah, another kind of creepy, interesting one is This Island Earth.
What was that? I'm sorry?
There's a creepy, like, classic B horror picture from probably the 60s, maybe early 60s, called This Island Earth that's a similar kind of thing.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, it's so bad it's actually good.
Oh, I love those kinds of movies.
I'm trying to figure out this rice cooker here.
Which one do you have? Do you have the expensive one that has like 20 different buttons on it? Or you got the basic one?
This is the basic one with this is a pretty small one. When we moved, we left ours, but then the people who had the place here that we bought from, they left one, and it's a small one, but I figure a couple cycles should get us what we need.
Couple cycles? You mean like pressing it multiple times on the same batch of rice?
Just cooking it and emptying it out and cooking another batch.
Oh, okay. Thought you were gonna be cooking the same batch multiple times. I was like, I don't know how that's gonna make the rice.
Yeah. There's 0.6 liters, so 2 of those. Maybe 1 of those would work, but as soon as I do 1, then there won't be enough. I just have to find my right bucket here. It's got rice in it. Okay, that's jasmine rice. Now do I have enough rice? Yes, Bobby. I'm starting work on it now. So yeah, anything interesting been going on in here?
Maybe not 5 or 10 minutes ago we had a LARPer in here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I still want to know who hurt that guy so bad where he had to pretend to be a flat earther.
Well, I mean, I figure that must be that's definitely some tell if he thinks that we're that cool. If he thinks that we're that cool that to LARP being a flat earther, hey, more power to him.
I still think it was T-Dub.
Wouldn't put it past him.
Love you, T-Dub. You know, he might be sleeping right now, actually. I'll sleep on call. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the Flat Earth Room, where Earth is measured flat and space is fake.
Yeah.
Normally the fake space one normally gets them, but I guess I don't want to talk about how fake space is. All right, then.
Space is really fake these days.
All days. Every day.
Yeah.
24/7 fake space. Gotta make a new Discord room called 24/7 fake space.
You know, it is interesting that what is it about this topic that keeps the globetards coming year after year, month after month, week after week, day after day? They can't stay away from us.
Well, they were probably like the first thought in their head that pops up.
Yeah. I mean, there's no doubt about it. We are. I mean, you got to think. They wouldn't know. It's like they wouldn't know how to survive unless they were able to come in here.
That's what it seems like for some of them, anyway.
You know, the self-important Matthew Learns was in here the other day. And we're not even turn this down. Let's see. So the self-important Matthew Learns was in here the other night, and so he was telling me that the reason he believes in the Baltard is because the moon stays the same angular size, and that he's taken pictures and the moon is the exact same size when he's taking the picture all through the night. And so then his logical syllogism in it more or less is that first you accept the Earth is a Baltard, and that one explanation of that, once you've accepted that, is that the moon stays the same size, and that he can't think of any other explanation. And he did stipulate that there are other explanations, but that's the only explanation.
I don't think he understands that you don't even need an explanation for that phenomena in the first place.
No, because looking up at the moon, they're not going to tell you any damn thing about the size of the Earth.
Exactly. Anything that happens in the sky is happening over the measured flat plane anyway.
Yeah, you know, like, it's, but anyway, it's just funny how, though he didn't put it in those words, of course, but going to his full explanation, that's the only way that you can take it is that the moon, that first you accept that the Earth is a big spinny ball, and then you've got the moon to prove to you.
Exactly. I tell people all the time, it doesn't matter if we have one sun in the sky, 5 suns, 10 suns, 1,000 suns, and they're all drawing the Mona Lisa every day. Whatever happens in the sky, it's happening over a flat plane. It's been measured flat, utilized flat. Every day of human recorded history.
Yeah. I just still think it's funny that after all this time, that the only evidence, that, at least what they think of as evidence, is looking at the sky. But if you don't have looking up the sky, then you don't have any evidence for the ball theory.
Yep, that's true.
So it's like saying, hey, look at this guy's hat over here. Go look at his hat. Just go look at it. He's wearing Crocs. Well, how do you know he's wearing Crocs? Just look at his hat. If he's wearing that hat, that means he's wearing Crocs.
Let me see if I can find my favorite clip I got from this. Oh, here it is. Beautiful. Go post up in the side chat. So good. Guys, this guy in the side chat. If every time you looked up in the sky and you saw a cloud, does that make the Earth a cloud? He responds to me, yes.
Yes, it does.
Oh, man. That is my favorite clip to date.
You know, we learn the ball in special education. Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna put a. Let's see. Do you know who I'm talking about in that image I just posted in there?
Space Manji? Or that Robin Williams?
No.
Oh, good. No.
Josh Ingersoll?
Josh. Oh, yes. I know. Well, I mean, I don't know Josh, but I've never actually had a chance to talk to him.
Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to come up with a some kind of meme anyway, and I was looking for something because of his initials are J.I., and then the Space Manji just come to me because of like Jumanji, but then I posted that and somebody's like, "You do know that's a real sequel, don't you, to Jumanji?"
Wait, really?
That's not the name of it, but there's a sequel to Jumanji where they go into outer space.
I've only ever seen the first one with Robin Williams. I've never seen the one with The Rock.
Yeah, I will tell you, my friend. Okay, so I need to put 3 cups of rice. I don't know what I'm going to do with 1 cup of jasmine rice that was left in my 5-gallon bucket. Now I've got long grain rice, so I guess I'm just going to have to dump this out back.
How many cups?
3.
Oh, okay. Is it just you eating?
Say again.
Is it just you going to be eating? Oh, that's a lot of rice for one person.
No, me and Mama and the boys.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, I'm like, damn, you eat a lot.
Yeah. Let's see. But yeah, it's but anyway, he's Space Manji is an interesting character, let me tell you what. I'm not a big fan of just judging people for the sake of judging them, but I have a hard time thinking that he's who he presents himself as.
You mean like based off like, or not based off anything, but you mean like the NASA employee Amazon guy, or you mean like?
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, he's kind of his stories have changed and shifted a little bit.
Hey man, they give you the newest government paid ball show.
Well, or maybe that's what he's wanting to be, and with the shutdown of USAID, maybe he's volunteering, so when they reopen, he'll have a position. Because he said a couple times, like, "Oh yeah, I go to bat for you guys." Like, what's that mean? You go to bat for us?
Like
and then
battle?
Yeah, well, yeah, you know, like he's trying to say like he sticks up for us in the behind closed door sessions.
Bro, no fucking way. Or sorry, excuse me, no freaking way.
Yeah, I don't believe that, but
Yeah, I mean it's definitely possible, but I don't know.
And also, my real name is John Jacob Jingleheimer Aloysius Schmidt Schwartz. Yes, sir. Well,
You know what, I would believe Matthew Learns defending us behind closed doors over Josh defending us behind closed doors. So,
I think Matthew Learns is a closeted flat earther.
I think he is too, man, honestly.
I think it would be really bad for him as an adjunct professor to come out and talk about this, you know.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
See, a year or so ago, there were some people that were trying to call him out saying, well, you're not a math professor, you're not this, you're not that. But I did find Matthew being very honest about his situation. And, you know, there were some people that he did teach math, but he was never a professor. And he never said he was a professor.
I was gonna say maybe he'll join us once he finally retires.
Yeah.
You won't have to worry about a job anymore.
Yeah. Probably.
Yeah, could you imagine if FTFE or McToon tried to join us after? They're like, yeah, I knew the earth was flat the whole time. I was just trying to make money off YouTube. Now that I have enough money, I'm going to join y'all. 24/7 flat earth, baby. Let's go.
Well, I will say this, that Matthew, I'm sorry, if you go look at those anti-flat earthers YouTube feeds this year, they've been about as active as Shitsit.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, their whole life revolves around us anyway.
Yeah.
So they're not getting engagement from flat earth stuff, man. It's over.
The only one that seems to not is fake Professor Dave. And to his credit, he's not a one-trick pony. He's got other topics. This isn't his only topic.
Yeah.
So, to his credit, he's got more. He's got a bigger moat. But I figure the people like McToons that since USAID is shut down, that tells you something. That indicates that. And here's the other interesting thing about it is that they pretty well all quit 7 months ago. If you go back and look at their channels, they were active up till 7 months ago, and then they have a video here or there after that.
It's interesting. Yeah, they're all probably retired now. They're all done.
Yeah. Well, who knows? Maybe that's what the whole point of the supposed, the final excrement was about.
Yeah. Hello, welcome. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth, where the Earth is measured flat and outer space is fake. All right, just kidding. You didn't like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and earlier today they were saying how somebody on here was talking about how 0.3 millimeters off level with a laser over like 500 or 5,000 meters or something like this, of just how far it would be off. And so I don't remember if that was Matrix or T-Dub talking about that earlier, and a couple other people. And so I chimed in and I said, "Hello, my name's Jesse Passawhite, and all I do is I go buy an eBay theodolite, and that's good enough, even though a little laser can go off that far."
You know what I was thinking to prove non-globe as well? I was thinking about this the other day. Same thing like how we have a level laser.
Yeah.
How it would never increase in elevation as you walked away from the origin of that set horizontal. I was thinking that if you actually pointed the laser downward, you could walk towards the laser right before it like actually touches a quote-unquote curve if it was there. So as you walk towards that point, the laser would decrease in elevation towards your feet, and then as you keep walking, it would eventually increase in elevation again as you started walking. Yeah. I was saying, how come that's never been done for the globe? That would just that'd be good. It'd be good for them.
Yeah, no doubt.
You don't even have to do it over that far of a distance, especially if you have it at like 1 foot. Almost at observer height, I guess, laser height. You don't have to walk out.
Why do you think they didn't parade around the old meat bag, Stephen Hawking, and do that?
Yeah. I was going to say, even if you did it over water, you just sail out 1.225 miles, and then it'd be almost touching the water. And then as you kept going past 1.225 miles, it would increase in elevation again, that laser.
Yeah.
Damn, I'd be I could even fake that. Oh my goodness, I'd be like the best glober ever.
Oh, yeah.
If there's any government employees out there that want to pay me.
Prove this for you. Yeah, I just wonder why the likes of McToons and Fight the Tight Shirt and others have gone pretty much dark.
Maybe they're paving the way for new anti-flat earthers to come around.
That or with the USAID shutdowns, maybe the budget was brought to zero.
I'm actually kind of curious what the personalities are going to be like once FTFE and McToon and Dave are all gone. 'Cause there's going to be more anti-flat earthers. I wonder what they're going to be like. Oh, I forgot to add Jaren. He's also one of them now.
Yeah. I've not even looked him up. Yeah. And like I say, it is also interesting that Shits It disappeared all about that same time.
Oh. I don't remember who said it, but they're saying that he's hanging around Geo's server.
No, yeah, he has. But I mean, like,
ask,
he's not.
Yo, is Geo a flat earther or no?
I believe he is.
Oh, okay.
Yo. Yeah, I call that place Earth of Sleepings. But hey, I heard somebody there in the background. If you want to join us, turn your microphone way up so we can hear you, my friend. But welcome aboard.
Oh, I didn't even hear anything.
I don't know if he already
whoever
left.
that was. Oh, never mind. Probably left.
Yeah. But anyway, Earth of Sleepings is kind of like, QE, though I'm not a fan of QE. QE calls it the land of misfit toys.
Are they not good over there? I think I've only ever been there like once and I stayed for like 2 minutes.
Gob, 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 gob.
Welcome.
What is that?
Oh, he's probably hanging out with his boy. You know what? Let me be nice. I'll be nice. I'm nice. Welcome to Flat Earth 24/7 Discord.
Bruh, like, why do you guys believe in flat Earth? Like, there's
We don't. Is there any other questions you have?
Nah, bruh, because I came to ask that. Like, why do you guys believe in flat Earth?
We don't. That's the second time I've told you we don't believe in flat Earth. Any other questions?
Bruh, like, I only have this one. I don't know which question I need to ask.
Yeah, I mean, Lance, you don't have a belief in this topic, do you?
No,
like
no.
Like it's a common sense to have to know the Earth is round, not flat.
Okay, why does people hate black people?
Okay, if it's so common sense, how do you know the Earth is a globe?
They'll say what? Yeah, I mean, you tell me. I mean, what? We don't believe in a flat Earth here. But tell us what proof of round. I mean, like, I don't think anybody disagrees that the Earth is round.
Bruh, then why do you guys have this Discord name? It's kind of catfishing, clickbaiting.
No. You asked us specifically, your word was, do we believe the Earth is flat? And we told you, no, we don't. And then you said your next question is...
Who the fuck is moaning? Anyways, what was you saying?
Yeah, you asked specifically, your specific question to repeat to you was, do we believe that the Earth is flat? And the answer to that question is no, we don't entertain any such belief. And then the next thing you said was about believing that the Earth was round. So, what evidence do you have that would support a belief that the Earth is
Like the
round?
satellite photos, the like Google Maps, like if you see in NASA videos, you have proof. And with if you climb Mount Everest, you can see the
Let's stop
curvature
you
of
there.
the Earth.
Yeah. You're not giving any kind of information that could be kind of analyzed or judged.
If you observe, like if you go to the top of like Mount Everest, you can see the curvature of the Earth. Like
Okay. So
it's
you're
pretty
saying your
round.
one specific thing here is we can see something from at Mount Everest.
Like yeah, because it's pretty high up, and you can see the curvature. Like it's rounding. It's kind of round.
When did you climb up Mount Everest?
No, but I saw it on video. I seen
so,
it on video.
so you just made a claim that when you climb Mount Everest, you see it. And now you're saying you didn't climb up Mount Everest.
No, but because it's in the videos, like you can see it on videos on internet. Like you have proof there.
So let's rephrase. I just want to be very specific here. So what you're telling me is you believe the Earth is round, and I'm focusing on the word round because you think that the Earth is round because you saw a video purported to be from Mount Everest that shows the Earth being round.
Yeah, because there are a lot of evidence.
I'm asking you specific. Okay, friend, you're going to need to come closer to your microphone or something. It's a little hard to hear you. So you need to make your voice so we can hear you well. You're like a little muffled up or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try this again here. I just want a statement of affirmation. The most conclusive piece of evidence that you have is that there's a video that somebody took on the top of Mount Everest that shows the Earth is round.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like there are multiple evidence.
Hold on. Yeah, well, we're around here. We like to take things one step at a time.
Okay. Continue.
So, share that video with me so we can analyze that video.
Wait.
Okay, how much time do you need?
Wait, let me give you. Where is it? Where is the video?
Hey, I guess that didn't take long. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that obviously didn't take long.
100% sure that you're not? Are you 100% sure that you're not sure?
It's hard to
Or,
quantify.
no, listen really closely. Are you 100% sure that you're not sure?
No, I'm not 100% sure of anything.
So you actually might be sure.
I might be, as far as I could be, but I don't think I am.
I asked you if you're sure that you're not sure. And you just said you're not sure. So I said, are you sure of that?
No.
So you're not sure that you're not sure, so there's a possibility that you are sure?
Yes, there's anything is possible, yeah.
That one's pretzeled. Okay.
Nah, anything's possible, my friend.
No, you got the mind virus, bro.
That's
You
crazy,
have the
dude.
modern mind
Anything
virus.
is possible. Anything is possible.
It's not possible. Yeah, flap the moon by flapping your arms. Flap your arms and fly to the moon.
Well, if you did it a billion times, one time,
exactly,
you might get there. Exactly, Indio.
Exactly.
Is it possible there's a flat Earth?
Yes. Is it? You liked that one, didn't you? Go on, round of applause.
Well, if there's an infinite universe, there's got to be an infinite amount of flat Earths, right?
Exactly. Oh, I love you, man. I like the way you think.
But you agree, Javi, that you only experience a flat, motionless surface that you live on, right?
Look, absolutely. I will completely agree. If I didn't, even hear of science, I wouldn't.
That's reality. That's reality. And what they show you on TV with a spinning space ball Earth is a cartoon. Okay?
Hey, look, you already know that I'm not sure that I'm sure from sure. Okay? So I'll take that with a grain of salt.
Question is, why do you want to think that way? Why do you want to be in this state of confusion?
Because it's
not really
smart to not.
It's not confusion.
Smart to not know if you have hands.
No, it is confusion. If you can't even say that you're sure that you're unsure, you don't know anything.
Exactly. So that's the okay. Yeah, exactly. I don't know anything.
Yes,
and even that I'm not sure of. So here we go. This is why I do like this idea. Because it what is you have to think. What is intelligence?
Are you sure you like it?
No.
What does not knowing you have hands do for you in practical
exactly.
life?
So it's logical consistency with the idea that intelligence means you have to be open to the idea that you're wrong. So when you receive new information, you're able to actually change your mind, right?
Well, the no hands thing makes NoFap very easy for him.
That's true.
Yeah, man, bro, I'm fucking levitating right now, bro.
What are these things at the end of my arms? All right, well, that's the point is the
Earth is not with stuff.
You see the point, right? You have to. It allows when you eliminate dogma, it allows you to actually change your ideology as you receive your information.
We're just pointing out that the globe dogma is just fantasy and theoretical.
Look, I don't believe in dogma on any side, as you can see. Okay, because I won't even tell you absolute certainty the end of the globe, right?
Well, I guess not if you don't know that you have hands.
Exactly. Wait, I didn't even hear the question. Sorry. And the answer is probably I'm not sure. So.
Yeah, it's all right.
But look, I do lean one way or the other. I'm not certain.
It doesn't really matter, dude. If you don't know anything at all, then there's not much point in having a conversation.
Okay, good. Let's talk about fucking Jews, mate.
Oh, shut up, dude. Put yourself on mute.
Nah, I'm joking. Nah, I love Jews.
I mean, we're looking for a reasonably compelling conversation. If you just say, "Oh, I don't even know if I have hands," then it's not really going to do it.
Yeah, but I don't. Okay, but do you see the utility in the absence of dogma? Do you see the utility in the absence? I'm looking. It's loading. Sorry.
Yeah. See what I just posted?
It's loading. It's loading still. I don't know what the fuck's going on. My shit's tweaking right now.
The last image that I posted.
I can't see any images. I don't know what's going on. It's fucked. I just see that Vax squared is typing. That's it. See shit. But anyway, yeah. Do you see the utility though in lacking dogma?
I don't see any utility in you not understanding.
It isn't dogma.
Well, no, saying that you're completely certain, like dogma by definition, is laying things down as if they're undeniably true. That's the dictionary definition. I think.
So you're doing an all or nothing fallacy. I can be 100% certain of some things. It doesn't mean I have to be 100% certain about everything. There's some things I can know with 100% certainty.
Yeah, but in my opinion, you know, and again, I'm not sure about this, but I side with the idea that, you know, even with those ideas that you're certain on, you know, you'd have utility in lacking dogma, so that you could more easily change your mind as you receive information.
I think, therefore, I am as a dogma.
Well, I think it's not. I'm certain.
Yeah, but
that's not like dogma is laying something down as if it's undeniably true. I think. Okay, I think. Therefore, oh, sorry, I misinterpreted that. Well, it depends. If you strictly say that you believe that 100%, then yeah, that's dogma. If you lay that idea down as if it's undeniably true, then you're being dogmatic. So even with
the very act of believing it's 100% true proves your thinking.
Well, also, I'd like to point out that the reason this philosophy, this pseudo intellectual philosophy is in vogue, is because globe believers and heliocentrists have to preface their entire philosophy with, it doesn't matter what we observe or experience in reality, something entirely different could be true, and I don't know anything.
Yes.
They have to do that because observable reality doesn't agree with their belief. So it's just another cope philosophy that people are adopting to maintain a belief in a spinning globe fantasy.
No, I think it's people just trying to be logically consistent because they see the merit of, like, you know, falsification, saying, okay, this is the best guess. We'll replace new theory with old one.
They're only being logically consistent if you whistle past the graveyard. That they started with a presupposition that they can't prove.
Well,
namely, that the internal world is secondary to the external world, but that is easily proven to be not true.
Wait, sorry. So repeat that.
That the internal world has primacy. The internal meaning your mind, right? That everything you experience is just a product of your mind. That it's all perception, and that you can't prove the external world even exists in the first place, right?
Yeah, no, it's not with certainty. No, with certainty, no.
Yeah, you can. You can.
With absolute certainty?
I'll do it by analogy. Now, if there's no external world, think of that as like a hard drive with no data on it. And the computer program is your mind. How does your mind do anything if it has no data to input into it?
Yeah, but what if you're okay? You can always argue that your mind is too limited to even understand how it could be wrong.
Where your mind come from? It can come from within your mind.
Yeah, but look, do you not realize you could always argue that your mind could be too limited to even think of an alternative, right?
So nothing created something, which created nothing, which created something, which created nothing,
and then created something, and then created nothing.
It's a circular logic in contradiction.
Yeah, nonsense.
No, obviously not. I don't even know what that means, to be honest.
What I'm saying is, you wouldn't have an internal world without an external world for your internal world to think about. You needed exterior input for even to form thoughts in the first place.
And look, my argument is I completely agree with you. However, I'm just making the argument that for me, I am not 100% certain because I, also believe it could be the case that our minds are too limited to even think of an alternative.
You've been propaganda.
I think anyone that makes this argument actually is certain. I think y'all are just like, this is like trendy or in vogue, or you think you sound smart or like super intelligent because you're denying freaking. Man, what if we're all praising the jar? What if we're teachers?
Well, it's because it's like what they're saying. They're having to reject the external world. So of course they have to cast doubt on its very existence because they reject the external world as an experience.
Pretend it's like something deep. Oh yeah, being delusional, that's real deep.
You could actually convince me that the Earth is flat, but I would still have this belief as well. Most likely.
We're not here to convince you. The Earth, if you go and investigate it, will convince you if that's what you're interested in.
I could be convinced that the Earth is flat. Yeah, I would still hold this belief most likely because it's actually completely independent of the shape of the Earth. To be honest, I believe this before I even knew about the flat Earth.
It's independent of anything. It's like pointless. Just an intellectually.
No, I expect utility. There is utility in it, and we see it in science.
No utility in it.
Well, we see it in science. New theories replacing old ones. The lack of dogma. So
no, you would be rejecting science because science is based on the objective reality of the world we live in, natural phenomena, and you're rejecting that that's even a thing.
How am I rejecting that?
It's just a figment of our imagination.
Xavier,
and you're rejecting that's a thing, though.
Xavier,
utility is subjective, yeah. It absolutely is. Yeah.
Subjective. And dogma can be useful in some situations, and not having a dogma can be useful in some situations. Utility is not a good argument.
Okay, when could dogma be useful?
The entire dude, all of Western civilization. The Christian ethic created it. That dogma.
Well, to be honest, I don't think Christianity being taught
Christian ethic. I said
Christian ethics. Yeah, I don't think. But why does that have to be taught through dogma?
It's a dogma that it's the belief in it that the Christian ethic is the best way to conduct social structures. That's a dogma.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily think that the benefits that come from Christian ethics comes from the fact that it's dogmatic.
You're going to be using a computer that was created by a society that has the Christian ethic.
Yeah, but does the benefit of Christian ethics come from the dogma?
No, so now you're trying to get in the pros and cons. It has the utility, right? You're talking to us on Discord right now, right? It had some utility.
But does that utility come from dogma?
The dogma say that it's Christian are you not following the dogma of the Christian ethic created societies that created fucking computers?
So you just pivot.
Okay. I think we let's break this down. How do you agree that dogma is laying something down as if it's undeniably true? Right. Yeah. So when you say the dogma of Christian ethics, do you mean that ethics meaning whether or not something's right or wrong? And there's
an objective morality, and that objective morality takes a particular form, and that particular form of objective reality has been incorporated into Western Christian nations, and that has led to a certain amount of that's subjective social success, right? That the Western world dominates the world, right? And we're at the forefront of technology and all these things, or at least we're at, maybe not in modern times, but up until very recently.
Yeah, but I think the success of the West is derived from many variables. Okay,
I said utility. There is a utility to the dogma of the Christian ethic. Okay?
Yes, but I think. Yes, okay, but I'm trying to figure out how, let's say, if Christian ethics wasn't taught as if it was undeniably true and it lacked that dogma, would that prevent Western civilization from inventing computers?
There would be no Western civilization.
Yeah, but
down the rabbit hole we go. Hey, do you believe in the moon landings?
Yes.
Yes. So you believe that in the 1960s and 70s, a bunch of Americans flew to the moon and played golf and drove around on buggies.
They even read the Bible out in space.
Yeah, and they did on the moon
before they took off.
Wow, this is a funny one, right? Because as far as I'm aware, that was during the Cold War, and due to the space race. So Russia actually technically won the space race with Sputnik 1 allegedly, but they had radar, they had radio.
Why'd you believe
they
that
could have actually called out this lie, right, against their mortal enemies. So
They did. They did.
Yeah, maybe you just didn't hear it, dude. So
I didn't hear the good news.
You're going to hear freaking the Soviets saying the United States is a bunch of liars in the United States press. Like, are you kidding me? Why would they publish that?
So if you heard the Russians say that the Americans faked it, now you wouldn't believe in the moon landings. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I would have to. There's other reasons why I still believe it's true. Because now that there's more.
Why do you believe
things.
it's true?
Yeah, okay, there's more things. And again, I do trust the science. And one of the things about the science is that, yes, I trust the process. So, now, not everyone, not any amateur astronomer, can replicate this experiment, but allegedly they left these reflectors on the moon that, independent researchers in universities.
The evidence the evidence that the Americans went and played golf on the moon is that they also said they left reflectors on the moon. Is that right?
Which independent researchers can actually shoot laser pulses at and
shoot lasers at. We're shooting lasers at the moon to prove that the people went and played golf on it.
Yeah, but you can't shoot lasers
at these reflectors that were left in specific locations, and then they can measure the time delay and do some spectroscopy to then determine that the Americans weren't lying about
the Americans weren't lying, and they did play.
You don't like spectroscopy?
Not on a laser.
So these lasers.
You can't do spectroscopy on a laser, dude.
That's all right. I'm sure he doesn't know the technical ins and outs of the vague story.
No, I definitely don't. Why can't you do
so have you got any evidence that you actually believe? Do you have any evidence that you actually understand and could, make a case for, without just saying, I heard this vague claim?
No. Again, for me, I'm not going to tell you what's true and what's not. You ask me my beliefs and why I believe it. It's purely because I kind of trust.
That's what you believe. All right. Okay, so you just trust the story that they told, right?
Yeah, because it's based on
the actual
science.
Answer.
Yeah,
based on science. What do you mean? No. All they gave you was some grainy video clip. They didn't give you science.
Oh no! When I think of science, I think of like peer-reviewed empirical evidence, right? So when you have independent research,
what do you have for that? What do you have for that for the globe, the moon landings? Yeah, which Apollo evidence do you have that was peer-reviewed?
So independent researchers, this whole experiment.
Independent researchers.
I don't know their names.
Are you going to do the laser thing again? We just agreed that you weren't going to just tell a vague story that you'd heard on Reddit. You didn't know anything about.
They did it on the Big Bang Theory TV show. It's pretty cool.
No, but
we got really somewhere because you realized that you actually just believe a story that NASA told without actually seeing any evidence other than some grainy 10-second video clip.
No, it's not even based on the video clips, to be honest. I'm trying to say that,
at least the evidence that convinced you, if you could.
Oh, okay, I would have to find it, though.
Okay, what is it?
Okay, I'll be honest, I'm a big fan of ChatGPT, and it finds all my sources. So I basically had this debate.
So you believe in the moon landings because of ChatGPT?
Yeah, because it found these sources that I'm going to have to look back in my previous chats where, independent researchers are literally repeating these experiments.
Did you ask ChatGPT to give you the citations? Because it often gives you bullshit.
I always do, yeah.
Yeah, but did you go to the citations?
Not always. I don't think I did for this one, to be honest.
Yeah, you really should, because it usually gives you bullshit.
Well,
really, I found that, look, I've been using ChatGPT a lot, and whenever I do validate it, it does a pretty good job.
What's
that's
the
what that
citation?
lawyer thought right before you almost got disbarred.
Okay, give me 1 second, guys. I think in the meantime.
I hope he's got Wikipedia for his ChatGPT.
He's like, quick ChatGPT, tell me why I believe in the moon landings. Well, Jimmy Robot 45, you believe in the moon landings because blah, 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 blah.
Empirical verification.
All right, dude, put yourself on mute while you discuss your belief with ChatGPT.
GPT is basically a complicated autocomplete, and you're using it to autocomplete your own thoughts. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought
Think about it, dude.
And it did.
Well, no, why?
I believe it so much, I'm going to search it for the first time right now.
Yeah, it's supposed to be your belief. You're now having to check with ChatGPT why you should believe this government story.
Well, I'm checking the sources because you asked for them. I was already convinced.
Sources?
Remember, I trust the process. It's about the process.
The process. Well, the process church. Like a religious cult or something.
No, that's a thing. Okay.
And reading.
Okay. I can't
trust the process
at the same time. But we brought up religion, and I think this is a great opportunity.
No. This is not the time to go into religion. We're continuing to expose your baseless belief in. Actually, this would be your religion. This globe men playing golf on the moon religion.
Process of peer review. When it comes to there's no independent research.
What was the citation for the globe? What was the citation for your moon landing belief? Come on, don't dive.
Here we go. Okay. Independent empirical verification of the moon landing.
The independent and the peer review and the golf on the moon and the swimming pool that they're going to install in 2076. Dude, read in your head.
And the jacuzzi. No, but it will give you a good laugh though.
Well, why should it give us a good laugh? I thought it was your evidence for your belief. You're saying your evidence for your belief is laughable?
I'm also here to have a good time.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, we find it a good time to point out how blatantly hilarious the globe propaganda is. But if you're going to say you believe in it, I'm going to just ask, well, why? What's your evidence?
Oh, okay. 1 second. I think I found.
He's going to find out why you believe in
journal that I have come across before. Anytime I ask ChatGPT,
now he believes it because of what he just read.
No,
this is weird though, because you said you believed it before, but now you've just found out why. You've just found out what makes you believe in it now. So how did you believe in it before if you only know now what made you believe in it because you've just read it?
I think I told you that I believed in it already because I trust the process. The process hasn't changed.
Trust the process
that you didn't do.
Trust the process. What was the process? Hold on. What was your process? Okay, so here's I'm NASA, and I'm like, hey, Jimmy Robot, we landed on the moon and played golf. Look, here's some images and a video. What's your process?
Okay, look, not my process. I'm just saying that the way science works is that
the way science works. You just believe the videos and the images.
And if it's bullshit, you're gonna get called out.
Bullshit.
So in the long run,
have you ever seen the interviews when they came back from the moon landing and they sat down and did the interviews? They didn't look too happy.
I'm not.
Javier doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know why he believes in the moon landings. He's just looking it up right now.
Yes. Okay.
Why do I believe government space cartoons?
Source Wikipedia.
You ain't gonna know their process.
GPT.
I don't know if I put that in the wrong chat.
Hold on a sec. Indio, hold on.
It's always close things to do with astronomy and astrophysics.
Hold on, Xavier. Indio, you were coming in quiet there.
I was just gonna say, how can you trust the process where you don't know what the process is either? And you'd have to chat GPT that.
It goes back to what I said before, that if you just look all around you, all the technology we have is built upon scientific theories. So for me,
how do you know that? Hold on. How do you know that? How do you know that's what builds our technology, scientific theories?
Well, look, I'm not an engineer myself, but I know people who
you don't know how they do
it. I don't know it myself, but other people validate it. And to me, if it's falsifiable,
I'm asking you how you know anything that you're saying.
Just chat GPT it, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to it because
so you believe. So let's just get down to the brass tacks.
Yes.
You made up in your mind. There's people out there doing these things, and you're imagining they're doing this, that, and the other thing. They're using the scientific method to engineer high technology, and that they're to have some process to which they figure out the moon landing is real, and that they're doing all these things. But guess what, buddy? That's just your imagination. You have no evidence any of that is true. You've literally made it up in your head.
Look, this is something I think I've conceded already, is the fact that for me, I see science as something that people can come in and call it bullshit by repeating the experiments.
And you don't know what science is. That's not what science is.
How do you know any of that?
Okay. You're asking if I know that for certain. I believe that. I don't know it for certain. Can we at least, do you get where I'm coming from now?
Yeah, because I'm trying to illustrate a point. Do you have a view about the way the world works? And you've taken that and you've extrapolated it out ad infinitum and reached crazy conclusions that there's land in the sky. People went up there and hit a golf ball on the moon. Okay?
And you don't even know why you believe it.
It's a giant leap of logic.
Yeah, okay, cool. For me, it's not like is it really alien to think that is it alien to think that, all the technology around us
play golf on the moon? Yeah.
I know that science has nothing to do with technology. Technology works by trial and error. The Wright brothers were scientists and they invented the airplane. How'd they do that? All the scientists said it wasn't possible. Okay? Technology has nothing to do with science.
Computers. The electromagnetic force.
Wow.
Oh my God.
There's a theory behind it. And technology is engineered based in these theories. As far as I know, I don't know that for certain, but that's
you're right.
Been my understanding so far.
Let me tell you how it works in reality, though. They have a scientific theory, and then they try to engineer some product, and they make a prototype, and the prototype doesn't work. Even though that's a theory, they get all the equations, their prototype doesn't work. Because the manufacturing process and production are way different than theory, right? So they have to fiddle around, and then they make a whole bunch of assemblies. Take a computer chip, for example. They'll make 100,000 of them, right? But they have to throw something like 10% of them away because they don't work, even though they're all made identically, right? So manufacturing, engineering, technology, it works by trial and error. Okay, it doesn't work by theoretics and in a scientific method. Scientific method will point them in the right direction, but the actual technology part has nothing to do with science at all.
I didn't claim otherwise. I don't think that's mutually exclusive. I just think that people when you've played around with circuits in school and you have a light bulb and then you have an ohm meter. I don't even know how that shit works, but it works according to these mathematical formulas that are based on specific theories.
Well, that doesn't explain how. Listen, Michael Faraday, who discovered the law of induction and basically laid the whole foundation of electrical engineering, he didn't use any models, didn't use any equations. Everything he did was based only upon experiment. No formulas, no models, no theories, none of that crap. Just figuring out cause and effect and the relationships of different phenomena. That's it. So your ideas about the way it works, it just doesn't jive with reality.
Yeah, I think you guys have a very different reality to me. I question where your source of information comes from, because I was always under the impression that science basically has actually pioneered a lot of theories, the atomic theory, cell theory.
Like, I can believe in the moon landings because we have computers. It's like, come on, dude.
No, it's just like trust the process. If it's bullshit, someone can falsify it. Someone go do that. Someone go falsify it now.
They do it all the time.
Yeah, but okay, this is my question then, because let's
they only tell you what works. They don't.
Yeah,
they only tell you what works. They don't tell you what don't work. And things that don't work, they pretend don't exist. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Simple. Let's switch gears then. Let's switch gears.
Take for instance, dark matter.
Ooh.
You know dark matter is, right?
I am dark matter. I'm made of it.
Dark matter exist as a theory?
Because it basically, I don't know, I'm going to butcher this, but we've observed that there's this non-baryonic matter that composes 90% of the universe that doesn't interact with light.
No, we didn't observe it. It's dark matter. We didn't observe it.
They observed it on a blackboard.
The effects of it, the effects of it.
Okay.
So indirect observation.
Listen, in the contemporary theory of gravity, galaxies would be rotating too fast and they should fly apart. So they had to, in order so that theory would not be falsified, they invented dark matter. That there's mass that we just don't see, but we're sure it's there. Because our theory of gravity says there has to be this much mass to hold the gravity together. Right? But they don't tell you that's where that idea comes from.
Oh, I've heard of this before, and I believe Neil deGrasse Tyson explained something very similar.
It's an ad hoc hypothesis, right? So this is the way it actually works, right? They have a theory. The theory works for some things and not other things. And the things that it doesn't work for, they just makes up some bullshit to plug the holes.
Yeah, but then, everyone kind of says we don't really know what dark matter is, or, and we're open to being proven wrong. So anyone who wants to do some experiments and prove it wrong, and anyone who wants to disprove the fact that it even exists, you are welcome to prove it wrong.
Proven wrong. There's no evidence for it in the first place.
Well, okay. Now, I don't know if there's any evidence or not. So this is not an area. We're talking about the frontier of astrophysics today. I am not qualified to know.
It's been known for almost 80 years that the rotational curves of galaxies don't work under the modern theories of gravity. It's been known for 80 years. They had to invent dark matter. Otherwise, they would have to throw out Einstein's general relativity and Newtonian gravity. They would have to just throw it out. But they're not going to throw it out. They'd rather invent some bullshit and keep going. It's called the sunk cost fallacy. They've already sunk so much time, effort, money into something, they're going to just keep going.
Okay, that's a great explanation, by the way. I do have to say, very articulate. And I will have to look into this because, again, I don't know fuck all about dark matter,
I just use that as an example.
Yeah, you're planting the seed. You're planting the seed for me to question what I've been told, and I appreciate that.
What I'm trying to tell you is you can look all over science, right? And there's problems with all these theories, right? And the big problems, consistency problems, logical problems, experimental problems, all sorts of problems. But they don't teach it in the text. They don't teach it in school, and Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't talk about. They don't talk about the problems.
Oh, I've heard about the problems. Look, they do talk about the problems, okay? I think that, honestly, for me, though, it becomes hearsay until I really dive into it myself. So I'm not going to just take your word on it, but you've given me reason at least to then cross-validate, what people say about dark matter. So I at least commend you for that.
But the whole point is, you have a misplaced faith in some people that you've never met. We actually have a name for it. It's called the magic science guy fallacy. You think out there somewhere there's a magic science guy that figured it all out, right? And that how could everything in today's modern society work if there were magic science guys out there that had it all figured out? Okay, there is no magic science guy out there. We've talked to these magic science guys. They don't know a fucking thing. Didn't you just hear what he told you? We talked to a PhD in mathematical physics, and his argument for the globe is, I can't prove that I have hands.
I agree with him. So that's, you know what I mean? Like, I don't have a PhD, but I like the sound. I like the sound of this guy. He's on the same wavelength as me.
Yeah, but hold on. These are the people you're relying on to tell you what's true.
No. Definitely no. They can't tell me what's true for certain. Look, Neil deGrasse Tyson himself says this all the time, that it's just the best guess. It's just the best guess. But that's what science is. So
Look, bro, this is one of the guys that you would say, hey, I trust the process that he uses to determine whether we went to the moon or not. And this guy says he can't even prove if he has hands.
Yeah, I agree with him. I've come to the same logical conclusion as him. The lack of
for you to be like.
Yeah, but you believe in the moon landing, but not your hands? Come on, bro.
I didn't say I don't believe in it.
It's a cop out to be like,
I didn't say I'm certain about the moon landings either. Totally open to being proven otherwise. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a bullshit tactic to say that. Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson says it's the best theory. Is that what they're teaching all the kids in school across the earth? That the globe is just the best guess? No, they're claiming this is an absolute certainty, a fact of reality, and that's what we are here challenging. And you're here basically countering our challenge by saying, well, we don't actually know it's anything at all.
Sorry, I lost you there. We're going to have to go back.
Modify what you eat, wear, do, sleep, drink, and everything because there's global warming. It's not just a fact of reality. You should be modifying your behavior and how you think about existence because of it. It's way beyond just best guess.
Yeah, so it's disingenuous to be like, oh, well, we're not saying we know it's a globe. Yeah, that's what they're brainwashing children with. So that's what we have a problem with. If you're saying you don't know anything, if it's a globe or if they have
I
hands,
looked up to these science guys, and I always heard this key phrase, like, science is just the best guess. And to me, I was like, okay, not every scientist is like that. Some scientists are just like, no, this is like complete objective fact. But for me, okay, so you're not claiming you have the answer to the keys to the universe.
Is the globe is the heliocentric globe? Is that just the best guess? Then it's not a fact of life.
And how do you even know it's the best guess?
Yeah, to me anyway. To me, absolutely, yeah.
How do you know it's the best guess, though? Who determined that it was the best?
Well, I don't know if it's
maybe it's the second best.
Exactly.
Maybe
That's the point.
Mediocre, just like looking at chicken guts guess.
Okay, so you don't know if it's the best guess. You just know that it's a guess. Then.
Well, no, I believe that it's the best guess, but I don't know for certain. Okay, because you never stop looking for new answers. So there's a difference between knowing and believing, right?
Yeah.
You believe that it's the best guess.
But I don't know it is, yeah. Because you keep asking me how I know things, and I'm telling you my beliefs, not what I know. Because I'm telling you I know nothing.
Who told you it was the best guess for you to believe in that? Or how did you come to that?
The heliocentric model.
The globe heliocentric paradigm.
Well, again, we've gone in and out of this, and if we're going to go back to that conversation, I already know the conclusion of it, and it's to basically do my own research and verify myself what you guys are telling me about, infrared light being used to measure.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, we're just saying check reality against the claim that they've told you that you think is the best guess, and it's not.
Exactly.
Reality disagrees with it, so it's not the best guess. It's totally incorrect.
I should put that to the test. Okay, I can't take your word for it, so I should put that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Let me ask you this, because I'm of the opinion that everybody's already made a globe busting flat Earth observation. Have you ever been to the ocean?
Yeah.
So how far away do you think the horizon was?
I'm not good with distances. I mean, they kind of say it's what was it again? The horizon is.
No, I'm asking about what you saw. I'm not asking about what they say. I'm asking what you saw.
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't even tell you. I'm not good with that kind of stuff. I can't tell by eye just how far away it is. For me, I'm not really good.
Well, this is what you need to start paying attention to.
Yeah, but I would need some kind of like instrument, to measure and
you need to get like a camera or a pair of binoculars and go outside. I know. How could you?
Well, it's pretty easy to determine the difference in distance between 3 miles and 10 miles, right?
Yeah, so it would be closer to like 3 miles.
Oh, well, I know that's what the calculator says, but that's probably not what you saw.
I don't remember what I saw, man. This is a long time ago, man. I was a child.
Well, brother, I go on the Atlantic Ocean, and I've seen a ship 30 miles away. 30 miles. Okay. The reason I know it's 30 miles is because they have an app called marinetraffic.com where you can get the position of the ship. So 30 miles from my height, the ship should have been 420 feet under the horizon. The ships over the horizon thing that you were talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, why didn't my ship disappear under the horizon?
No, I don't know, man. I don't even know what you saw, okay? So I really can't speak on it. That's your observation. I need to make
I watched it for 3.5 hours. So
you can speak for yourself. I can't speak for you, bro.
Well, what I'm saying is I bet you that you have a flat Earth observation somewhere in your memory bank and you don't realize that you even made it.
Oh, okay. Well, it's hard for me to verify then,
Well, I'm just saying this seems to be the case for people that can actually remember things they've done. I'll give you a really good example of this, that people make these observations and they don't even realize it. There's a publication. It's put out by the U.S. National Geospatial Agency. It's called the Southern Ocean Sailing Guide. It says in it that because the air in the Southern Ocean is has very few particulates, it is very clean. It is not uncommon to see mountains 300 miles away. Now, if you put 300 miles from sea level in the Earth curve calculator, the only way you could see a mountain 300 miles away is if it was nearly 10 miles tall. Mount Everest is only 5 miles tall. So they had reports, and they put them in the sailing guide, but the people that wrote that did not realize that that was impossible on the globe. And they just wrote it down anyway. So this is what happens. People make observations that are impossible on a globe of 3,959 mile radius and don't even realize it. Because this is the common thing. Earth's so big. Earth's so big, that's normal. Like seeing the Chicago skyline from 52 miles away. Hundreds, if not tens of thousands of people have seen this. But everybody thinks Earth's so big. It's normal to see the city of Chicago 52 miles away. It's no big deal. No, it is a big deal because the entire city of Chicago should be hidden. Should not be able to see it across Lake Michigan. Because this has been observed for, freaking 80 years, 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
Same with Ontario. You can see freaking Ontario across Lake Ontario.
Oh, very interesting. Very interesting. Now, again, I just have to do my own research. So I think if we switch the gears a tiny bit here, and we said, let's say I did my own research.
Check this out. This is the last thing I'm going to say about it. Is that Flat Earth is not on this Discord. Flat Earth is not on the internet. It's outside.
Yeah,
it's the Earth. You actually have to observe what the Earth actually is. You're like, we're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. You're going to have to do that yourself by making observations.
Exactly. Yes. I agree. No, you've done a good job at least planting the seeds, of skepticism, and I think skepticism is always needed.
What's the harm in checking?
Exactly. So I think, there's absolute utility in what you're saying. That's without a doubt. So again, I really appreciate, the outcome of this discussion. If we switched gears a bit, let's say I performed all the experiments in the world and I came to the conclusion that the Earth is indeed flat. Where do I go from there? Because if people are making these observations, is it the case that if they try and publish them in peer-reviewed journals, it's like, what is what happens to them? Do they get fucking kidnapped?
It doesn't change anything. We already use the Earth as flat and motionless. We already do it now. You don't use it for anything.
Okay.
You could say the public faith in institutions like the government and the academic institutions would be so severely compromised that they'd essentially be thrown out to irrelevance, and that your understanding of where you are, what the sun is, what the moon is, what the stars are, all of that, where the Earth is situated, is called into question.
Okay, but I wouldn't call it irrelevant, though, because I think some of the greatest moments in the history of academia and science has been when these really tough pills to swallow come along and we say, okay, we were wrong. And it's hard for people to change.
Because they've promoted the globe for decades and taken billions of dollars in its name.
There'll be some resistance, a lot of resistance.
Well, the people, if they found out that that wasn't true, why would they trust them on anything? So the public faith in the institutions would be gone, and the people who seek to control the public institutions and the public would obviously, that was not the case.
Let's think about Neil deGrasse Tyson. If the Earth was demonstrated, I guess the larger public that the Earth was flat, what are his career prospects? Not good.
Well, I would say this. His career. I don't think he did anything wrong. I think he did his fucking best. He did his best to come to the best conclusions he could based on the information he had. I don't necessarily think he was disingenuous.
No.
Or a liar.
I'll never debate a flat earther because I don't debate objective reality.
Okay, never mind. Okay, scratch everything I just said. Okay, scratch that. Because that's the kind of dogma that I don't like from scientists. I really despise that. So don't appreciate that. So, okay, if we said, all right, you try and make these publications in peer-reviewed journals and there's this mass resistance, are we saying that these institutions are now going to come for you? You know, are you going to be in danger?
No, I didn't say anything like that. You were just saying, well, what would change if this was to be known? And I'm pointing out
so
that,
there would be no, like,
very
threat
fabric
to your
of modern
well-being.
society would be upended based on the power structure which promotes a globe and a fabric of reality that doesn't actually exist.
Sorry, repeat that one more time.
Well, I'm just pointing out that I'm not making a claim as to what would happen in a historical chronological sense. I'm just pointing out that if you're asking, well, what would really happen if people understood this truth to a larger extent, that, you know, societal power structures would be upended.
Okay. And I guess maybe...
It ain't going to look good when you've been wrong for 400 years. It ain't going to look good.
No, of course not. But, you know, that's, you know, at least we're one step closer to the truth, right? So what would it take to have the flat earth model be taught in schools all over the world, primarily, you know? What would it take?
It would take a flat earth model to then teach it to children.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Do we have one? Do we have like a good flat earth model, like one unified flat earth model?
You can't model reality as like a miniature. No, it doesn't work that way. We're just talking about observable, measurable reality outside. What you see is what you get. That's what we're on.
Look, they don't have to teach. They don't have to teach a flat Earth. They just have to stop teaching a globe. That's it. What the Earth is already obvious and out there. Children, before they're told, think the Earth is flat until adults tell them it's a globe. Nobody needs to be told anything.
Okay, so what would it take for people to stop teaching the heliocentric model? Yeah, that is a good change in the angle of this conversation. So yeah, what would it take then to stop teaching the heliocentric model?
To stop being gullible retards.
Yeah, but as you can see, it's not easy for everyone.
That facts.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying out here. Okay.
Yo, the Earth is round, and people that say it's not blue collar workers, bro.
No, it's not.
Y'all are blue collar workers, bro.
No, it's not.
Broke ass blue collar workers, bro.
Not really.
You guys don't have any college education to be talking about the Earth,
bro. Do you think the Earth moves?
Hey, let's not do that. Let's not go there.
Yo, go to college, and then I'll hear you out, okay, bro?
Wait, does college make you think the Earth is
what degree they have now?
Bro, blue collar worker, bro.
Hold on.
Everyone
say your degree. Think the Earth moves?
Facebook fucking blue collar worker, bro.
All right, bro, you're yapping, bro. So, do you think the Earth moves, though?
The Earth moves, bro. Yes, bro. All
right, so you're retarded. All right, got it.
Bro, it orbits around the sun. What you mean? It orbits around the sun, bro.
You've never seen anything go around the sun your entire life. You're an idiot.
I have, bro. When I was 8 years old, I used the telescope and I saw Jupiter, but then the next day I didn't see it.
Wow.
Want to know why?
This guy's retarded.
The same place. I didn't see it, bro. Isn't that crazy?
You looked at a light in the sky, therefore.
No, it was Jupiter. It was Jupiter. Like my dad is like a physicist, bro. Like he had a real telescope. He had a real telescope.
Your dad had a real telescope.
Yes, my dad some Walmart. No, it wasn't
so
light.
Earth
It was
must
Jupiter.
be a big ball.
No, it was Jupiter. You know what I mean? It was Jupiter.
Wait, do we not believe in planets too? Do we not believe in Jupiter?
Yeah, do you not believe in
Jupiter's fine. No, what he's saying is just a lie.
A planet's like real to you guys.
Ass clown, it's supposed to take Jupiter 72 years to orbit the sun. Shut up.
Yes, bro, I saw it, and then it didn't see it the next day, bro.
Day, and we moved so fast, you didn't see it the next day?
Yes,
How long was that day? 35 years?
Bro, I don't know what to tell you. I didn't see it, bro. You think
spiral, bro?
You didn't leave the basement.
Are you telling me that?
I'm telling you, you didn't leave the basement.
The Jupiter didn't move. When I check my telescope, are you stupid? How far does the Jupiter like orbit around the sun? How fast does it orbit around the sun?
I thought you were saying the ground moves.
I just told you 72 years.
It's supposed to be
13 kilometers per second, bro. That's crazy, bro. I didn't see it, bro. Obviously, it orbits. Get a telescope.
I didn't see Jupiter. Obviously, it orbits. Make that make sense.
Yes, bro. Don't girl boss me. That makes sense.
You've never seen anything go around the sun.
Buy a telescope. Buy a telescope. Buy a telescope.
Hey, bro. Friend. Okay,
do any of y'all have a telescope, or can you afford it?
No, not afford it because you're blue collar worker. Telescope man. Have you ever seen like the transit of a planet across the sun? Because allegedly that's something people. Yeah.
I saw a planet one day, and the next day I didn't see it. Obviously, orbits.
That doesn't mean it went around the sun, idiot.
I thought you were trying.
Where'd it go then? Up or down? Where'd it go then? Up or down? Huh?
He saw it when he was 8 years old.
The sun, retard.
Wait,
yeah,
up
okay,
the sun?
Their claim would be that Jupiter orbits around the Earth, I think.
You think the Earth moves? I thought you said that the Earth doesn't move, bro. I thought you said the Earth doesn't move.
It doesn't.
Wait, do you guys think the planets revolve around the Earth?
Xavier, everybody shut up. Everybody shut up.
All the planets. Did he just say the N-word?
No, shut up. Shut up,
He said the N-word, bro. I'm reporting you.
Shut up.
I'm reporting you.
Shut up, dude.
Shut up. Yeah.
I'm reporting you, deadass.
Yeah, then do it. Anyway.
All right, nigga.
So one day you saw Jupiter, and then the next day you didn't see Jupiter. Do you think you didn't see it because it was behind the sun?
It was orbiting, bro. I checked the same place.
Yeah. So why didn't you see it the next day?
Because it orbited, dumbass. The sun wasn't in the place that I saw it in.
Tell me why you didn't see it, though.
Do you think that the sun was in front of it? Obviously, I wasn't looking at the sun, dumbass.
Oh, so it went behind the sun. So one day it was not behind the sun, and then the next day,
bro. I checked the
listen very carefully,
and I didn't see
it. Listen carefully.
Bro,
yeah,
just
so
buy a
one
telescope,
day,
bro. Buy a telescope.
So listen carefully.
Can you even afford it, Brokey?
Listen carefully.
Brokey, can you even afford it? Brokey, can you afford a
I've lost more money on my couch than you've ever made in your life. Okay.
Oh yeah, bro. Yeah, fucking doing.
So really simple. So one day you saw Jupiter in the night sky, and then the next day you didn't see it in the night sky because it was behind the sun. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so I deafen so I don't hear your bullshit, bro.
Answer. Oh, okay, you can just go on mute.
Just mute him. This guy's retarded, dude.
Okay, I don't really know where he was coming from because, like, do you guys believe Jupiter orbits the Earth?
Listen, Xavier. The truth of the matter is, nobody's ever seen anything orbit anything ever. Ever.
Not even the moon. Not even the moon. Like, you know.
From where? Where would you see them? Where would you have to be to see the moon orbit something?
Well, like,
where would you have to be to see the moon orbit something?
On a stationary Earth, perhaps. So if you see the moon kind of flying around you.
So from the surface of the Earth, you would see the moon go all the way around the Earth.
Well, you would see it go from one side of the horizon to the other.
Yeah, so you'd see the moon move, not the moon orbiting the Earth.
Well, okay, if you don't, we have like
so I see the plane. I see
like an experiment where we have.
Hold on, I see, brother. I see the plane go from one side of the horizon to the other. Does that mean it orbited the Earth?
No, because we obviously see planes take off and land, but we always see the moon kind of travel in this
but I didn't see this one take off and land. Yeah, but I didn't see this one take off and land. Did it orbit the Earth?
Yeah, but we have good reason to believe that, you know, planes work.
No, we don't.
Yeah, it's really weird that you can't acknowledge the fact that no one's ever observed an orbit. Ever.
Well, okay, for me, what constitutes like an orbit is, you know, continuously observing something revolve around, you know, you even, right? And never touch the ground in a predictable kind of path, like maybe even something elliptical.
Okay, so you've seen the moon revolve around you?
Around the Earth itself, so like not just me. So I would say that, you know,
I don't think you ever watched the moon closely enough to even say anything. You don't know what the moon's path is through the sky. You have no clue.
Well, okay, enlighten me, because honestly, I didn't, you know, tell me.
The lunar orbit is supposed to be at a 5-degree offset tilt to the Earth, so it'll go like.
It should be 5 degrees offset tilt to the Earth.
What?
Bro, outer space is not even real, bro. Like, bro.
Okay. So the moon.
Yeah, so the moon then. So how does the moon work?
Will get
like on flat Earth?
Yeah, the moon has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, brother.
Facts.
No, but like obviously, if there's a globe with a moon revolving around it, if you then
what's the evidence for that?
You look, I'm not even saying that's the case. I'm just saying if you then change your perspective, let's say you realize that's completely wrong, and then now you believe in the flat Earth.
See, now we're getting to the point. Where would you have to be? Change your perspective to see the moon orbit the Earth? Would you be on the Earth?
Yes, like you could make multiple observations. Okay, let me finish. You could make if you made multiple observations, let's say through cameras located across the Earth, all looking at the night sky, all watching the moon, so the moon never leaves the sight of a camera. Could you not eventually kind of find that it travels in a predictable path around the Earth?
What if the moon just circles? What if the moon just takes a circular path around the Earth?
Wait, sorry, I can't hear you quite clearly.
Bro, who the fuck is that?
Sorry, say that again.
What I said was, what if the moon just takes a circular path above the surface of the Earth?
Is that an orbit? Could you consider that an orbit? I don't know.
An orbit is to go around.
Right. So that would be different. That would be okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. Do you? So it's revolving above.
You're still not getting to the point. You're still missing the point. No one has ever observed the orbit. That's a fact.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't even arguing.
This isn't my opinion. This is 100% fact that no human being has ever observed the orbit of anything ever. Ever.
Look, I'm not even saying otherwise. I was just curious to know what the moon does.
Swanger, show me an orbit. An actual video of an orbit. A full orbit. Don't show me half an orbit. Don't show me a quarter of an orbit. Show me a full orbit.
Ooh.
To me?
No, Twanger.
Oh. Who's that?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Anyway.
No, he's a resident globe fucking zealot. Globetrotter. You want someone that's you don't like Dogma? Then you don't like Twanger. He's all in on the globe. All in. He took all his chips and his Kens and G.I. Joes and his He-Man action figures, and he got it all on the globe.
Hey, Indio, can I ask Xavier a question?
No.
Yeah, go ahead. You talk.
Xavier, real quick. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Not a globe.
Facts.
On the surface.
Sucks.
It has to be flat.
It would be flat, correct. So if the surface of the Earth is flat, right? Like if you go out one day and you find out that the surface of the Earth is flat, if the surface of the Earth is flat, whatever is happening in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth.
Now, okay, I would love to question more then. So, whatever's happening in the sky on a flat Earth, are we saying that planets are just traveling like the moon? Are they, traveling in these, revolving in these circles above the Earth, but not orbiting? They're just revolving in a circle.
Tell me this: do they look like lights in the sky? Are they all lights? Do they appear to be lights in the sky?
Not okay. I've seen a lot of images where you can actually see them casting shadows on themselves, so they look like balls of
You've
matter.
seen somebody else who created an image and they touched it up and used Photoshop to enhance the image to make it look like that. But when you look up in the sky, your own eyes, do you see lights in the sky, or do you actually
I've never seen a planet with the naked eye, honestly. So I can't really.
You see, it's a red light, dude.
I've never seen Mars with the naked eye. All you gotta
do is look for a red star, bro.
Yeah,
in the night sky.
Do you permanently stay in the basement? Like what?
And actually, Saturn isn't even not that hard to figure out because Saturn's actually kind of like like oblonged or whatever.
Wait, hold on. Has this DNI dog seen Mars?
I've just been trying to survive. I haven't been looking at stars. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, so
we don't deny that Jupiter and Mars and Venus and Mercury and Neptune, Uranus, all these planets are in the sky.
Okay. So they're not just
they look like light. We don't see terra firma in there. When they tell you that Jupiter is a gas giant, I don't know that. I can't go there and test it for myself.
Yes, fair. That's fair. Fair.
If the surface of the Earth is flat, whatever is happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth. Do you understand that?
Wait, if the surface of the Earth is flat, whatever's happening in the sky can only happen above a flat Earth.
Above a flat Earth, correct.
And vice versa for a sphere Earth. If the Earth,
put the assumption into the question.
So give me that measured curvature Matthew learns.
Anyway,
I don't think you can.
It's more like Captain learns.
Okay, very, very interesting. So would you say that like the moon, for example, would you say that's made out of matter?
No clue.
I have no idea.
No idea. Yeah. I like that answer. I like that a lot. Okay.
Well, you would have to agree. You don't know what it is either, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly. Look, bro. I don't know nothing. Okay.
Neither does Matthew Learns.
Yeah, Fox.
So, you know.
And is there such thing as a bubble globe? Does that even make sense?
Nope.
Isn't it just like outside the globe?
Well, yeah, you have a good point there.
Okay, here's another question, because all of this, obviously, what's the point of it? Like, why the fuck are people trying to convince you that the Earth is a fucking football?
I don't know. You tell us. Go ahead. Tell us why.
Yeah.
What have you just been in here doing? Hold on. What have you just been in here doing for 2 hours? Why'd you do it?
I'll give you a better explanation, Xavier.
As someone who doesn't like dogs,
what explanation would be convincing enough for you?
You know, one that doesn't contradict itself, honestly. Yeah. I'm just curious.
You guys are funny. You guys go, why would somebody do X when you guys just spent 2 hours doing that very thing?
No, but that's the thing. I haven't. I've been out here literally telling you I don't fucking know. So, like, tell me.
Oh, you didn't start that way.
I'll look into it.
I'll give you another example, Xavier.
Xavier, you did not start that way.
I'll give you another example, Xavier. If I told you you were dating a man and you said, no, it looks like a woman. I'm like, no, bro, it's a man. Like, no, I'm pretty sure it's a woman. I'm like, how do you know? Did you check? No, I haven't checked, but it looks like a woman, bro.
There's only one way to find out, boys.
Go out and check.
Yeah, I'll take one for the team. Anyway, no, you're right. I started off definitely, trying to assert my understanding and my ideology, but definitely not for 2 hours. Very quickly, I realized I don't fucking know anything, actually.
Yeah, facts.
That's almost everybody. Don't feel bad.
Exactly. So that's why I'm curious. That's why I'm curious. Like, Don?
Well, we've talked to like scientists, PhDs. Matt here is a university professor. Talked to all sorts of people. And the fact of the matter is, nobody knows anything when it comes to this. Most people, like whatever they learned in elementary school, that's where their learning stopped. And they all have this. It doesn't even matter if they have a PhD in physics. They don't know any more about the globe than you do. They'll say the same things you did, right? They'll say the same things you did. They'll say Eratosthenes, Al-Biruni, ships over the horizon, eclipses,
I'm an expert in that field.
NASA moon landing, right? They'll just say all that shit. They'll say the same shit.
I'm not an expert.
Exactly. I'm not an expert too. They'll say, yes, it's not my field. I'm not an expert in this.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, okay.
Magic science guy, some other magic science guy, one of my colleagues at university, they know.
Interesting. So, interesting. So, definitely. I'm not trying to, act like I'm out here for 2 hours trying to really convince anyone, because I don't fucking know. But I will ask questions so that I can understand your position in a lot more greater clarity. So, do you have like a reason as to why you think they're lying? Because I have heard all sorts of things. I have heard.
I was just going to bring that up as a matter of fact. A lot of times we have people come in here and tell a bunch of lies themselves, and then ask why why are they lying when they just lied themselves? So one of the lies will be, I saw Kerr from an airplane, which is just a blatant lie. No one's ever seen Kerr from a freaking airplane. It's nowhere even near high enough. I mean, when I say nowhere near high enough, nowhere near high enough. Like, remember, there's supposed to be a ball that's 8,000 miles in diameter. Being 10 miles above it is nowhere near high enough. It's not even close. Okay? But they'll swear to God, oh, I saw Kerr from an airplane. And then they'll go, why would they lie when they just got busted lying? Well, they'll say all sorts of shit. So this is a very funny topic that's kind of unlike any other, where you get people that are very emotionally invested in this idea. It goes to their identity itself, right? You know, NASA fanboys, triggered atheists. You know, they hate flat Earth. They hate the idea of flat Earth because it goes against whatever particular worldview they have. You know, so why would they lie? Most people are not lying. They just believe it the same way you believe it, right? Well, yeah, when you say, I believe the Earth is a globe, you're not lying, right, Xavier? You're not lying.
Yeah, exactly. It's faith in the process, right? Yeah. Okay. And
Xavier, when you say Xavier, when you say you believe the Earth is a globe, are you lying?
No. That I
you
genuinely
could be wrong,
believe
right?
that. Exactly, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Yeah.
So this is the situation where a lot of people believe it and they're not lying. Yeah. They're just wrong.
Ooh. But even like Neil Armstrong.
Oh, he's a liar.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of, because it seems like not everyone's just like, they just trust the process. Clearly, someone is consciously lying.
Well, have you seen any of Neil Armstrong's videos, his interviews? Have you seen any of the shit? Yeah, you should go watch some.
I've seen people, I don't know who they were, but people asking him if he would swear on the Bible.
No, it was Buzz Aldrin.
Oh, that's I'm sorry. It's just oh god. Okay, yeah, not all white guys look the same.
Watch a video interview he did with a British astronomer right after. It might have been 5 years. I don't know what it was, but it's an interview, and you tell me if that dude's telling the truth when he asks him whether he saw stars or not.
Okay. Let's test my.
Really famous interview. Like you just gotta see him talk. It's easy to tell that dude is lying and ashamed that he's lying.
Okay.
I think that's just a weird assertion, and you're just kind of inserting your own bias into like an interpretation of someone's body language.
Well, not really. Not really.
No. Yes. Really. That's exactly what it is.
Not really. No.
There's body language experts that have broken down.
Okay, so give me the source for these body language. No. Give me the source for these body language experts.
We don't give a fuck.
No. Okay, you can't sit there and say that body language experts have like proven this and then just not.
Language expert.
Okay, who's the body language expert? Who's the body language expert?
You can use this stuff in the court of law.
I'll get the video. Calm down.
Get the body language expert.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah,
you care apparently because you're saying a body language expert confirmed
it. The moon is not land, so this doesn't matter.
Well, I'm going to tell you what the evaluation was because that's more important than whether it's a body language expert. His expertise is irrelevant. There's a certain
it's very relevant. No, it's very relevant.
Why are you cutting me off? Why are you Last warning. Over talking again. Get muted. That's your only choice. Okay. So when people remember something, when they're recalling it from memory, they look up and away. But when they're making it up, they look down and to the right. The entire time when he's asked the question to recall what he saw, he looks down and away because he's making it up.
That's dumb.
Yeah, that's just
not,
like,
that's not a refuge.
Do you have proof of this claim that like looking down and to the right means that you're lying? Like, do you have anything to like substantiate that? Anything to back it up?
Dude, you're looking down to the right now.
No, I'm actually looking up and to the left because my monitor is just up and to the left. But like, no, if you could just prove it. I'm trying to have a good faith conversation here, but just
no, you're not.
You don't even know.
I think he is. He's asking good questions.
And you refuse to answer them. Looking down and to the right, according to you, looking down to the right means you're lying.
Not according to me. According to interrogation techniques.
Okay, can you just link me like where you got this information from?
hold on. Yeah, I will. Calm down, dude. I'm on a phone.
I'm calm. It's just like I asked for like
the fact you're demanding the fact you're demanding instantaneous information and badgering for it within seconds shows that you're a disingenuous schmuck.
Or
you don't actually really want the information.
No, I do want the information.
Yeah, okay. Then hold on to your ass, right?
Okay.
Wait.
Was that a gay joke?
No, pause.
Pause.
I mean, just a quick Google search. Looking up and to the right.
He said looking down and to the right.
Oh, gosh.
I mean, if you want to use a quick Google search says looking down and to the right can mean a person is assessing their feelings about a situation or engaging in internal dialogue with themselves rather than remembering facts or constructing a lie.
All right.
However, eye movement interpretation varies depending on the individual, with some research suggesting that looking down into the right in Western culture can signal access to kinesthetic or feeling-based information, such as a sensation or emotional response, which proves nothing. My point exactly.
So the moon is not land. The moon isn't even land. So then it doesn't matter what anyone says. The moon is not a place you can go to. So who cares?
Okay, but people have gone to it. Like you can't just
not really. It's like going to a rainbow. You can't go to a rainbow, bro. Like
you think people have gone to the moon? Okay, hey, will you post the telemetry data in the chat?
Ooh.
The telemetry data that shows the route of the rocket ship.
Yeah, I hear you. Calm down. I got it. Relax.
All right, post it.
No, I don't have it yet.
Let them Google it. It's fine, guys.
No, they lost it. So this is a perfect illustration of a fool that thinks that it must be out there somewhere because he really believes.
Wait, Indio, did you not make a claim?
Why are you over talking me again?
Because you're lying.
You're a fool.
You're lying. That's why. Because 10 seconds ago, you did the same exact thing I'm doing right now, which is make a claim and don't have the data ready.
Telemetry data. The 3,600 bankers boxes of missing Apollo tapes, dude.
The projection is insane.
The telemetry data was in them.
It's genuinely
just
insane.
Post it, bro. Why are you yapping? Just post it. Like, what are you doing?
He's going on mute until he posts it. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, just post it. You just post it.
Okay, while we wait. So is he lying for the bag, for the clout?
He's a gold card. He just believes what he's saying. Like he just believes.
No, but like so he believes he really went to the moon?
Probably, yeah.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I do. Yeah, I do as well. But like, surely he would know.
Not really. He just peer pressure.
Peer pressure.
Yeah, probably.
But surely there has to be some kind of fake set of the moon somewhere.
And therefore, what?
Yeah, so why? I'm just trying to think of, like, what's the incentive? Like, do you think that it's like, I've heard people say things as far as that, people, they're trying to hide God, and they start talking about, like, biblical, what's the word? Biblical astrology? I don't know. No, not astrology. I forgot the term, but, like,
Astrology.
Not astrology, yeah, no, that's actually goes against the Bible. What the fuck is it called?
Probably cosmology.
Cosmology, that's the one. Ding, ding. Exactly. Biblical cosmology.
Yeah.
That's the one. So is that like a common belief?
Probably not, but
Okay.
I just don't think the moon is a location you can go to, so there's that.
What is it?
I don't know.
Really?
I don't think it's a rock. I don't think it's dirt that you can go land on. Like, Period.
Does it seem solid to you though?
Not really, no.
Do you even think it reflects light?
No.
Oh, okay, damn.
I mean, it's giving like its own light. Yeah, exactly.
Damn. Okay, but only half of it at a time.
I mean,
well, the inverse square law says that it doesn't reflect light.
What is a new moon?
Oh, talk to me. Talk to me.
I could just ask you, what is a new moon? Right there.
Wait, I got a question.
Like that.
I already asked a question. I'm not really in the debate. I'm just curious. I've been listening. I'm not here to like make anybody mad. I'm just curious. Oh shit! Fuck. Let me mute then. I didn't realize. My bad.
Yeah. All right. Next.
Yeah, mute up. What's a new moon, guys? What is it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what is a new moon?
I can answer what I think it is.
All right, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I think it's when the sun is shining light at the earth and like the moon. Gosh, I don't even know what a new moon is. I'm sorry.
Yeah, is that one of the phases of the moon? I'm guessing.
It's like when the most sunlight is hitting the moon.
No, incorrect.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's just all hitting the far side of the moon if you want to be a glober about it.
So you can't see the moon. Is that what's happening?
You want to be a glober about it?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to help you globe here.
Thanks, sir.
You gotta say it's all hitting the far side of the moon that you don't see.
Okay.
Follow me, I'll teach you how to globe.
Cooked.
You should trademark that.
Well, I mean, you asked a good question there, Gervais. We kind of do sound like a little bit like Ricky Gervais. What you're saying? Why is there different phases? If the moon is emitting its own light, why would there be different phases of kind of like half the moon's emitting light and then like the next day a little less? Is that raises a good question. What would you say to that, guys?
Yeah,
that it's in the sky and that's what it does.
It lights up less and less, and then like resets.
Yeah, it's all happening over a flat surface.
Okay. That's what it does. Why does it do that? And what would cause it to light up at all?
Bro, dude. Nobody knows, dude. Like, that's the point. You live in a world that's full of mysteries.
I like that.
You don't even know what the moon is, bro. But here's what we know. It's not a freaking rock that's lit up by the freaking sun, dude. Like,
well, how about this?
Because we took away your ball, now we have to re-explain how everything in the universe works.
Not really.
Yeah, I guess that's unfair.
I don't know, guys.
Do you agree the moon is a creation? Would you say that?
I'm so glad that everything is recorded.
That's fine. Yeah. Okay,
all
and
stupid shit on tape. It's amazing.
Wait, stupid. What did we say that was stupid? What did we say that was stupid? That it wasn't a rock lit up by the sun? That's stupid?
Personally, even if I was a flat earther, I would probably still believe the moon is a ball, just because it looks like it's casting a shadow on itself.
Not really. Do you even know what a new moon is, dude?
Talk to me. I'm guessing it's one of the phases of the moon. Probably
okay.
where.
So what's happening?
Probably the opposite. Probably the opposite of a full moon is my guess.
Yeah, but what's happening? Why can't you detect it?
You can't detect it.
Yeah, why?
You can't detect it. I don't even know if that's true. I don't know too much about the new moon specifically.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't yap if I were you.
No, I'm not yapping. I'm just saying that's just the way I think.
If the moon was passing near the sun at some point, we would just see kind of a little outline of the moon as it's going across the sky.
Well, like a solar eclipse.
Matthew, you're the one that thinks the sun was discovered to be infinite miles away, and you turn around and said that the sun would be invisible if it was infinite miles away. Complete fail.
I don't think the sun is infinitely far.
Well, that's how they discovered the Earth being a ball, right?
No.
Right? They assumed parallel rays from a sun infinite miles away.
Yes, to calculate the size of
right. And so, how big would the sun be if it was infinite miles away?
It would be invisible.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very profound stuff.
So where were we going with the new moon? I'm actually curious.
Yeah.
Well, what I said, if the moon was passing in front of the sun, not directly in front, like you so-called eclipses, but anywhere near the sun, wouldn't you expect to see like a little bit of moonshine around the outside? A little bit of shadowing?
A partial solar eclipse, maybe?
Huh?
Not exactly across the sun, but like close to it.
Well, I mean,
yeah. Okay. I see. You would see. I see. Okay. I just pictured it. So you're saying just like a tiny slither of light.
Sometimes the moon doesn't pass. Sometimes supposedly the moon doesn't pass in front of the sun at all, but it still has a new moon phase. Right.
So you're saying shouldn't there be like a tiny slither of light that's
not a sliver, just a shadow, like a glow from behind the moon?
Oh, okay, a glow from behind. Okay.
Yo, it doesn't matter what it should do. It's just the fact that like the new moon should let you know that the moon is more mysterious than you probably think. You think it's a rock lit up by the sun, and it's completely invisible for everyone in the entire world. Not anyone can see any part of it. Yeah, you don't know what the moon is, bro. That's the point.
Oh, okay. Let's talk about how mysterious it is. One of my favorite things about the moon and the sun too is like it's a crazy, weird coincidence how we get a perfect solar eclipse here on Earth because the moon is coincidentally 400 times smaller than the sun, or whatever ratio. I'm sure the ratio is probably different on a flat Earth, but
it looks like the same size in the sky.
It probably works differently on a flat Earth, right? But I'm surely even on a flat Earth, like it should be like quite spectacular that we get a perfect solar eclipse, right? Is it just because they're the same size?
I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it was that way by design.
Oh, by design. Oh my God.
Right.
Oh, okay.
The guy's a globetard, by the way. The guy that you just talked, the guy that just spoke, that's a globetard.
Yeah, God designed the globe, and God designed the sun and the moon to appear about the same size in the sky.
Are there any like agnostic or atheist flat earthers, or is it like
that was a globetard? The guy that just spoke, that was a globetard.
A globetard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does the flat earth model like necessitate God?
No.
Okay.
Although I would say yes, because there hasn't been any naturalistic explanation for how a flat Earth could come about.
So it would have to be like the God of the gaps, because there's no other way.
A natural. Say that again, Matthew. I'm sorry, I misheard that.
Nobody has ever put forward a natural explanation, a non-theistic explanation for how a flat Earth could have come about. Therefore, if you're going to believe that the Earth is flat, you probably will have to appeal to design arguments and say God exists.
What do we think?
I think it's more about the Earth is flat and less about how it got that way. We don't know. We just know it's flat.
Yeah, facts.
By we, I mean them. I'm a globetard.
Fair enough. So you're not really too concerned about it. You're not worried about it.
No, I don't really care.
Okay, fast. Okay.
I got bills to pay. I got to work my job. You know.
Exactly, bro. We're just gonna fucking survive out here, man. I get it.
Yeah.
So for those who probably might care, like, does anyone have like a naturalistic explanation? Because that would be fucking interesting.
I agree.
For what, the moon?
No, the like, well, I guess the entire flat Earth and all the components around it, right? Like, how did that get here?
The only explanation I've ever heard was that it always ever existed.
Yeah. Besides like intelligent design. Yeah. I've heard intelligent design, of course, but are there any like other ideas? Oh, it was just always there. Okay. Wow.
That's the only explanation I've ever heard that from a non-theistic point of view.
I would prefer God would make more sense to me than that.
Creator, so.
Yeah, I would choose the intelligent design over just an eternal, flat disk just there, to be honest. Yeah, okay. Interesting.
Right. Well, I mean, but the principle follows the law of conservation of energy, right? Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. So if that's the case, then it was always here.
Also, Earth's not a disk in outer space.
No. Yeah, let's talk about that. Oh, okay. This is interesting now. So let's say, like, does it go on forever?
Story from the naturalistic, or well, actually, nature will be designed when you break it down. All nature has been designed. So when people speak about nature, that's designed. But claiming that this whole place and everything that is in it came out of not a designed way, that will be complete nonsense. That will be moronic to claim something like that.
We're diving into deep territory here. Okay.
It is deep.
That's just your opinion.
Why is it nonsense?
Shut up, Holger.
Because the opposite of what your God-given senses, like the globe, right? The globe claims that you don't feel the movement of the earth, you don't observe the curvature, right? Your senses are pointing to you that the earth is actually not a globe like they claim. The globe will be the nonsensical position that came from the big bada boom, everything out of nothing. No mind behind it, no design. Even though you see a code that requires a coder, you see a design that requires a designer, a construct that requires an architect. This is all what?
Okay, it's interesting. Look, I think it's a valid argument. I haven't heard any logical contradictions. I have no logical objections with your argument, but I would say it's very like.
Creator give you your God-given senses to be able to operate in this reality, and you use them every day. The moment you wake up, right, and you operate, and your senses work. But the globe is claiming that your senses don't work, and you actually, nature and your senses are conspiring against you to see something that is not there, that you actually what's actually true is actually not observable, not detectable. You cannot experience it. So therefore, nature and your senses are conspiring to lie to you. And God gave you your senses that don't work in reality.
Our senses don't have the ultimate truth, though sometimes they deceive us.
Nobody said that. Nobody says that your senses have the ultimate truth. Who said that?
It seemed like
this guy said that your senses are deceiving you.
Right. I can't see Wi-Fi.
Deception requires intent. So you're saying that God is deceiving you? That He gave you your senses to deceive you about His creation?
Yeah, that's it. It's more of a phrase. So you're right. I shouldn't use the word deceive. Our senses don't always have the exact truth.
And then on top of that, you're going to be like, "Oh, my senses are deceiving me. I may not even be here in reality. I may be a brain in a jar somewhere."
You might not even have two hands.
A brain in a jar.
And then you're like, I'm only 99% sure of anything. I can't be 100% sure because I can't even trust my own senses.
Get the solace.
Exactly.
It's a self-refuting argument that
should we do it then? Should we just dive into the whole God thing?
No.
Well,
Is that against the rules? I don't know the rules. Yeah.
Out of the God topic because people get into their emotions too much, and people can't have that conversation. So in order to eliminate that,
we're not just any people, and we're talking about this, and we can actually explore it and speak about it. If someone else want to bring a different topic, you can talk about something else. What's the next
good reasons for believing God exists?
Okay, the next one. If we're not going to talk about God, let's talk about like what's beyond. Someone said it's not just a disk floating in space, right? So, like, does it go on forever?
Space will forever. Nobody has experienced forever, so nobody could tell you, yeah, it goes forever, because nobody will be able to give you evidence for that. But it will require some type of limitation, some type of containment that was beyond that. So that might be a question. But we live within a contained environment that is designed to be so. To be able to operate the way it operates, the gas pressure, the containment of water, the pressurized system, dynamic system that we're in, and what are the mechanisms, all of the mechanisms of that will be a question for God, coming back to God.
Oh, okay.
We can only there's stuff that we can test, observe, verify on the surface of the earth or the places that we can go to and the things that we actually know. But there's a lot of unknowns that's going to have to be perspective from the realm of God, and that's what that's why the Globers have to give you this misrepresentation of reality, like water in a vacuum on the outside of a sphere, even though no man can demonstrate that in reality. None of those conditions that the globe requires can be demonstrated in reality, or experienced in reality, or observed in reality. That's why I have to give you all these fantasy ideas to say, yeah, the fantasy explanation supersedes your experiences, supersedes reality, supersedes your God-given senses. This fantasy here on paper, written by the doctrines of men.
Like the Bible.
Yeah, you cooked. Very interesting. So I would say definitely, when it comes to the globe, as someone who still believes in it, by the way, I feel like our senses are limited in certain ways, and we have to kind of use other instruments to
they are
really
limited.
find out.
Nobody's saying that your senses are not limited, but the Globers, listen, when you use your senses to operate in reality, do they work or they do not work? When you cross in the street, does your senses work?
Most of the time, I'd like to think they work, yeah.
Okay, they work, right? When you breathe air, do they work? When you expand your lungs, does that work?
Yep. Yeah, most of the time. I've had issues.
Okay. So if it doesn't work,
now when you look for Wi-Fi, does they work then? When you're looking for Wi-Fi in the air?
When you look for Wi-Fi, you turn on the device and you look at the device. You have this Wi-Fi.
So that's looking at the device. I'm talking about sensing the Wi-Fi.
You observe that when you observe the screen and you can see with your eyes, you can see that the Wi-Fi signal is there, and you then connect it. Then you use your fingers, right? And you put in the password, and then you connect to it. Yeah, your senses will do work.
You have to admit, though, we use technology to enhance what our senses would otherwise be able to perceive, right?
Yeah,
without technology, we would have no idea about
sensors to achieve technology. You need your senses in the first place. Can you achieve technology without your senses?
What? No, not necessarily.
Exactly. Can you experience the technology without your senses?
No, you need your senses always. But technology allows you to kind of go beyond.
When we observe, right, that the Earth is a horizontal frame of reference, and that is not in motion, that is not spinning. Your senses are kind of pointing to that, right? And then you want to verify. You say, hey, we want to verify that with instruments. So when you extend and you utilize your senses to construct devices that will show you beyond what the limitations of your senses can show you, right? You pull out the infrared opticals, and then you look beyond what your eyes can see, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? what you see with the instrument confirms what your senses were already telling you within their limitations. You can see beyond your optical limitations with the optical device that you devised, and you added the infrared to see beyond, but they're confirming what you already knew with the observations with your eyes. You see what I'm saying? It's not showing you something different. It's showing you what you already knew. That is the Earth's not curving.
Well, personally,
when you try to devise some apparatus to tell you that the Earth is in motion, that it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and you come to find out that no device can show you that the Earth is in motion, right? And then you confirm that your vestibular system was correct, that if the ground starts moving, you feel it. And then you don't feel it moving because it's not in motion. So your senses were correct. And you constructed devices using your senses to determine what was the case. And you come to find out that your senses were correct. The ground below your feet is not in motion. And if it starts moving, your senses will point out that it is in motion. And you can devise a device that if the ground starts moving, the device will tell you, hey, the ground is moving. You see? The devices you can construct can show you what you already know.
Yeah, I think, to be honest,
verify it.
You have to perform these experiments for yourself, because there's a lot of hearsay. People just claiming that they've seen things or performed certain experiments or made certain observations, but you have to challenge it yourself. You have to make your own observations. So I think, I'm yet to do that myself. So personally, I can't really speak too much on these observations until I've done it myself.
For sure. That's the way you gotta do it. You gotta confirm it.
You're gonna go confirm that your imagination is just your imagination? Is that what we're gonna go confirm?
Oh, absolutely.
I gotta make sure I'm not hallucinating, that the Earth is flat.
I gotta confirm that I can actually attach water and air pressure around a sphere in a vacuum. That's the globe, right? Water, gas pressure on a sphere in a vacuum. That's an impossibility in reality, but that's what they claim.
Yeah, I don't know where to even start, experimenting with that. I think for me, I'll probably start with what I see at the horizon. I've always been interested by that because just by the naked eye, it appears that as though the sun, your senses are telling you that the sun is being eclipsed by the ground. As the sun sets over the ocean. So, I want to really figure out what's going on there. I'm not going to try and claim I know, but I feel you really have to.
Conclusion when I look down the corridor that the lights on the ceiling are getting closer to the floor.
Closer, but being eclipsed by them is completely different. So, in fact, that's something I was going to bring up earlier. Quick little thought experiment, guys. Imagine you're looking down an infinitely long corridor, and there's lights on the ceiling. Would you ever see those lights behind the ground?
How
being eclipsed by the ground? Sorry, it's being eclipsed by the ground. That's what I'm trying. Because the way I would see that is these lights get smaller and smaller, and they converge with the horizon, but they would never actually. That's my hypothesis anyway. That needs testing. So
Convergence is not even. So your imagination is faulty. How you're imagining it happening is faulty. Okay. Let's say you have the Empire State Building.
The sun. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. No. Okay. No one said that. Shut the fuck up.
Sun is okay.
So, say you're looking at the Empire State Building, right? So 6 feet is below your eye level, and the rest of the Empire State Building is above your eye level. So which converges first? The bottom or the top?
Oh, okay. So the Empire State Building, what converges first? I would say this. obviously, the bottom would converge first. However, I think it would be a very thin margin because
very thin margin between the top and the bottom.
Okay. Hear me out. No, not from the top to the bottom. But I think, let's say. No. Let me explain. Let's say you are like moving away from the Empire State Building. Obviously, it's gonna like appear to shrink, in its apparent size. But in fact, no, this isn't really a good example because what I'm looking for is like
the larger angle above your eye line or below your eye line.
Where you get.
Above your eye line. But
Okay. No one else needs to start talking. You understand there's more angle, but why are you talking, dude? I went away because I couldn't get through to you earlier, and here we are trying to explain the same thing again, like it didn't happen. It's asking you quite clearly, is there more angle of the object above your eye line than below your eye line? If yes, which angle is going to decrease in size faster before it disappears?
I agree with you. It's
good. So why did you have to go into some random fucking explanation, dude? You just needed to agree with him so he can carry on.
No, I don't. Look, I don't think this really applies to the example I was talking about of the sun, because obviously
he's trying to explain to you perspective. Again, he's trying to explain to you the Rayleigh criterion, like a 5-year-old could understand it.
Look in the chat.
Can you do it with like an object that's in the sky for me to understand? Because we're talking about an angle below your eye line, whereas I'm talking about
the thing that disappears. Look in the chat.
I'm talking about the sun here, so I think can we stick to like lights on the ceiling, something in the sky, something that's always above your eye line. So again, that building
same principle applies.
Below your eye line.
Same principle applies. We're just hoping that you understand the principle first, so we can then go on to explain the sun. But you need to understand this first before we can move on.
I do. Look, trust me. I completely agree with you that the bottom will disappear first, and it would be this necessarily wouldn't be by like a thin margin, because there is a drastic difference. I can see that. I think I'm with you now. Okay. However, I think
hold on, dude. You're running away into your imagination again. So look at this image. So it's 50 degrees from eye level to the top of the Empire State Building. What happens if you move the Empire State Building twice the distance away? That angle from the top of the Empire State Building to eye level, what does that become?
Well,
becomes 25 degrees. Because it's called a linear perspective. So if you double the distance, you have the angular size. So the angular size above the eye level is going to be 25 degrees. Now, does it squash into the center? No, it squashes to your eye level. It squashes to the center of your vision. So your top of this Empire State Building is going to appear to go down. And the bottom is going to appear to go up. And it's going to get squished. And it's all going to squish together at your eye level.
Yeah.
So the top is going to appear to sink into the ground. But it's not actually sinking into the ground.
Wow. So what happens if both,
I should make you tell me what I just told you, because I don't think you fucking even understood.
Okay. So essentially, what I think you're saying is that if you double the distance of the Empire State Building or whatever building it is, right, these angles are actually going to decrease proportionally to the change in distance. So if you half the distance, double the distance, you half. So it's inversely proportional, I should be saying. Yes, it will be half the angle. And okay.
But the angle converges to the eye level. It doesn't split evenly. It's not like the whole building does decrease in angular size, but it's not in even proportion across the whole building. It's proportional to what's above and below the eye level. So everything above, that'll get halved, and everything below, that'll get halved. So if you double the distance, the bottom part becomes 6 degrees, and then the top part becomes 25 degrees. Okay? Now, eventually, it'll get so far away that the bottom portion is going to have an angle that's too small to resolve.
Yes.
And to you, it's going to look like that bottom piece is completely missing. right? But the top is still going to get lower and lower and lower in your field of view as it gets further and further away. And it's going to appear to sink into the ground.
Mm-hmm.
But it just sinking into the ground.
Yes. Before we move on to like, an example of something in the sky, let me make sure I really thoroughly understand the principle first then, right?
We can talk about this all day long. We can demonstrate this on a known flat surface. We can demonstrate.
Exactly. Look, I'm not even, saying this.
Like say we get a surface that we know is not curved and we can demonstrate this, identical things cut off bottom first optical effect and disappearing on a surface we know is flat.
Yes. Okay. So let's take this even further. Then I want to really make sure I understand the principle. Right?
No, I want you to address what I said, please. If we can demonstrate this happening on a flat surface, then what?
If you demonstrate what angular resolution on a flat surface?
No, when we demonstrate something disappearing bottom first, bottom up, and then disappearing completely, appearing to go quote unquote over the horizon, but it's a surface we know is flat.
Yeah, well, okay.
Oh, I know.
Then what?
Yeah, exactly. I want to add just a tiny bit.
You have an idea that this should. So you have an idea. Okay, this is a Goldberg idea that, hey, if the Earth was flat, there's no way we would see an object go off into the distance and disappear bottom up. We can demonstrate experimentally that this is not true. That it would look like that, even on a flat surface.
Okay, again, I want to add some nuance, because first, my argument really...
We can demonstrate it.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, yes. But can I just, ask a few more questions to make sure I really understand what's happening here? Is that okay? Okay,
it doesn't matter what you understand. We can demonstrate it. Your understanding is irrelevant. We can demonstrate it. Physically.
Look, can I ask
whether you understand it or not is irrelevant. Whether we know the cause or not is irrelevant. Whether we know the fucking physics behind it or not is irrelevant. We can demonstrate it. We can go take a surface that we know is flat. We can take an object. We can move it away from us across the surface and it appears to disappear bottom up as if it's going over the horizon. A globe horizon. The same way. It looks like visually identical. We can demonstrate it.
Look, whether I understand it or not is completely irrelevant to the facts, okay? I'm just, for my own understanding, I'm just obviously asking. Oh, sorry.
What you understand. We can demonstrate it.
Yes. Look, my understanding is this is just, for me, from one friend to another, I just have a few questions. Literally, that's it.
Okay, yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. Like what you...
Yeah, but can I... Is it okay?
Goes on you for fucking probing the mysteries of the universe. But we can demonstrate.
Look, is it okay if I just ask a few questions? I don't want to upset anyone.
The basis of the claim, the basis of ships over the horizon, sunsets over the horizon, are A, that the horizon is the geometric edge of the ball, B, that observation is impossible on a flat Earth. Both of those are false. Demonstrably false to experiment.
Okay.
Not concepts.
I'll let you finish.
Not theories, not hypothesis, experiment. Like, actually, we can just actually go out and just do it and show you that this is not the case. That the observations where something gets cut off bottom first, it happens on a flat surface. The idea that it doesn't is wrong. It's just wrong. It's demonstrably wrong. I'll show you something. Let me show you something. So what this girl did is she went to a lake, and the lake's 1,000 feet long, right? So you got it? 1,000 foot long lake. You with me?
You with me?
Yeah, you with me? 1,000 foot long lake.
No, bro, I'm not gonna lie. I still have this question. I don't think I'll really understand this until I get these questions out.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
Is that okay?
Jawbreaker.
Yeah, I mean, you can ask whatever question you want. I'm still gonna go back empirical evidence.
Yes, yeah, we'll come back to this. Exactly. This is just for my own personal understanding. Nothing to do with like whether I understand it or not. It has nothing to do with
Xavier. Xavier, hold on.
Here we go.
Can you take the Werther's butterscotch out of your mouth and then talk?
Sorry.
Fucking asshole. Don't worry about him. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, no worries. Thank you. So, one question I was going to ask had to do with the rate of change and how it corresponds to the ratio between the two angles. So, for example, right now, we could say that the bottom angle is probably a quarter of the top angle, roughly.
What does that mean?
All right. And then, okay, I'm just exactly with that. I'm just thinking through this to see if it would matter, right? Because I don't know yet. So I'm not even saying necessarily this matters yet. I'm just trying to see if it does. Okay. So I'm just going to work through the maths a bit, if that's okay. So if we double the distance now, what we see is that we halve both of the angles, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then we would have 25 and 6. So it still kind of maintains the same ratio, between the two angles. However, what happens to the absolute difference between the angles?
But that's the thing. You're making a mistake because you. In the overall context, this is a generalization. Okay. It's not how it actually works. Okay. Because equal sizes aren't equal angles in vision. Okay. So let's say I have 10 feet, a 10-foot pole, right? That's vertical. That's 20 feet higher than my head, and one that's 1,000 feet higher than my head. Okay. One, even though it's the same 10 feet, one is going to look significantly smaller than the other. Right? And I'm not even talking about distance. I'm talking about the orientation of the pole relative to where I'm looking. Because if it's 1,000 feet in the air, right, I'm looking at it at a very shallow angle. Okay? I actually have a graphic I can actually demonstrate this with. Let me see. So this is a mistake people commonly make. They try to equate angles with absolute sizes. They think, 10 feet of an object, that's 1 degree. Now, so no matter where I see 1 degree, that's 10 feet. No, it's not how it works. Not even remotely. Because it has an orientation. Okay. Let me find it real quick.
Sorry, are you going to pull something up?
Yeah. Just 1 second.
Okay. Okay, you pull this up, but I please let me land with this, because I just want to clarify one point, and then we can move on from this completely, and then we can talk about how it looks when it's just like an object in the sky.
You're thinking about it wrong, though. The way you're imagining.
Yeah, exactly. So, exactly. Let's talk about it.
Look at this. Look at this diagram. This is from a book called Trigonometric Delights. Okay. Now, look at the vertical line. You see all the spacings are the same spacing.
Yep, they're even.
But you notice that the angles between those lines are not the same.
Yes.
They decrease with height.
Yes.
Okay. So you can't just naively say that, you double the distance, it's having the angle of all portions of the Empire State Building. It's a function. It's not a. Now, the total size, right? The total size will decrease. Double the distance, half the size. But it doesn't mean the entire viewing of the building all decreases evenly. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, I think the best way to understand is to plug some numbers, because we have 50 and 12 here. Should we I want to play around with that and see what I think it is and what it actually is, and see where I'm getting this wrong. Because my assumption would be that, okay, that proportion, that, you know, the way that this angle is, the top angle is, you know, basically 4 times larger.
The proportion will stay the same. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Between eye level, but but the thing is, it's not that simple because you're looking, you're comparing, right? So let's take this Empire State Building again. Okay. So you have the eye level, right? And you have the, what the fuck? Someone made that into a GIF, dude. Fucking motherfucker, you screwing me up here.
Yeah, that's the wrong one.
Yeah, like it's fucking moving around and shit. I mean, like,
yeah.
So between eye level and 12 degrees, yeah, that's fine. But you also got to remember that
oh, did I lose you?
No, I'm still here on.
Oh, okay, no worries.
I just really do that. Okay, now look at this. You see the red arrow?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That angle, the line of sight to the ground, that is also going to be 12 degrees. So you got equal triangles here. So as this gets smaller, right, as this decreases, eventually it's going to get so small where you don't see the surface of the ground anymore, right? Because your line of sight is too parallel to it.
Wait. Sorry, go back.
Now imagine you're looking down. Imagine you're trying to bring your eye level to the surface of a table.
Wait, sorry, you lost me. You lost me for a second. Go back again and explain what this red arrow is again. That kind of went over my head.
That's an equal angle to the 12 degrees. So that is also 12 degrees. So the angle between the ground and his line of sight is 12 degrees. So his line of sight where it intersects the ground, that's 12 degrees. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yeah.
So as the building moves further away, that angle also decreases. Eventually, his line of sight is going to be nearly parallel to the ground. And when it reaches the 0.01 to 0.02 degree limit, he ain't going to see the surface of the Earth anymore. That's where the horizon is going to appear to be. When his line of sight becomes so parallel to the, it's the same way as like if you had a kitchen table and you lowered your eye level until your line of sight was parallel to the table, you couldn't see the surface of the table, right?
Wait, sorry, say that again?
If you had a kitchen table, right, and you like knelt down and made your eye level the parallel with the surface of the table, you couldn't see the table surface, right? Parallel to
parallel. Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay.
If you picked up yourself up just a little sliver of an amount, you'd start to see the surface of the table, but you wouldn't see the whole thing at once.
Yeah.
You'd see what's closest to you first, and as you went higher, you'd see more and more of the table until eventually you see the whole thing. This is the same thing, the same principle. As the building is further and further away, your line of sight becomes, when you look at the bottom of the building, the ground, eventually, that part of the ground is nearly parallel to your line of sight. And you can't see the ground, any ground past that.
It's crazy the amount of people that have been psyoped into believing the round earth, just like the amount of people that are psyoped into like being pedophiles. Like the amount of
pedophiles in your closet. Is that what you're talking about? Anyway, the point is that there's look, we're talking about the entire visual effect. Why does it look this way? Okay. Why does it appear that the freaking thing is sinking and appear cutting off? It's because the ground, you can't see it. But just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's there. Not there. It is there, but you're looking at it too shallow of an angle. And the idea that everything is just crunching evenly, that's also incorrect. Geometrically incorrect. Whatever's above your eye level is going to crush down, but it's not going to crush down evenly. So it's going to crush down the least evenly in the middle, right around your eye level. So what will happen is the ground will disappear, then the bottom will disappear, and then the top will disappear. In that order. And this is purely flat surface, projective geometry, nothing complicated. But it wouldn't even matter because we can demonstrate it Experimentally. That's what I was trying to tell you. I posted in the chat. This little. Okay. So if you look at the chat, you scroll up to those boats, right? See the little freaking boat video in a boat that appears cut off? You scroll up a little bit. There's a screenshot of a little RC boat, and you only see half of it.
I'm looking. Is there a timestamp though? That would be good.
Well, 103 here.
103. Oh, am I looking at the right video? Oh yeah. Okay, I'm not.
Okay, there's a screenshot underneath it.
Yeah, the screenshot is okay. The screenshot does the job. Yeah.
You can't see the hull of the boat. Where is it?
Okay, interesting.
Okay. The thing is, this lake is only 1,000 feet long. According to the Globe Earth model, the horizon should be 2,600 feet from the camera. 2,400 feet, rather. Well, okay, so how's the boat behind a horizon that it can't reach? Why is there a horizon at all? There should be no horizon at all. You should be able to see, according to what people think, all the way to the other side of the lake. You should be able to see the shore. But you can't. And this has been demonstrated experimentally time and time again. I even got one where they take a light, put it on the surface of the water, and it disappears. It's only 80 meters away. And the water's completely calm.
Okay, that's very interesting. And I think I like it.
People have ideas about the way it should work. They're like, what would you call them? They're naive ideas about the way vision works. But the way they think it works, though, is almost like an orthographic idea, right? So, if I draw a side view diagram and I can draw a line between my little stick figure's head and the object, then I should see the object. But that's not how it works. That's not how vision works. The 3D world is projected onto a 2D plane. And as was mentioned to you earlier, you have railroad tracks. If I drew railroad tracks orthographically, right, on a side view, they'd never converge. They'd go along in two parallel lines forever and ever. But that's not how we see them. When you go look at the railroad tracks, they appear to converge off into the distance. And when they come to a point at the horizon, there's still a space between those two railroad tracks. There's still 6 feet separating them. Where'd the 6 feet go? Right? Same with the same with the car analogy with the headlights that he was telling you. Right? Because I heard you say, well, the 10 feet is still there. Yeah. Well, yeah, there's also, 10 feet between the headlights. Where'd that go? They look like there's one light there, not two lights. But so if there's one light, what happened to the space between the lights? Where'd that go? Did one light just go out? No. There's still two lights there. But because of the wave nature of light, what happens is when the angle's too small, the waves make what's called constructive interference, right? So if you had two pinholes, right, they'd actually just blur together into a single light, two individual lights. You can't separate the lights. This is also considered like what do they call it? The most important equation in astronomy, because what determines whether you can resolve something is not the zoom on a camera, which is often what people think. It has nothing to do with zoom. Zooming in isn't going to help you. None of that shit works. The only thing that helps you is increasing the resolving power of the camera, which is which is increasing the diameter of the lens.
Okay.
Okay. So now I just posted in the chat. So watch this video. That's a lake, all the way on the other side of a lake. Takes his camera, gets down close to the water, and the light just vanishes and disappears. Why?
Sorry, one second. I have not actually had a look at this yet. Give me 1 second.
It just gets blocked by the vegetation there.
I'm actually trying to send you something. Bear with me, please.
What vegetation, Twanger? No, I was talking to Twonger. What vegetation, Twonger?
Hold on, let me watch it a couple more times. Is that a reflection? What am I looking at?
Yeah, what am I looking at? You got all sorts of freaking opinions about something you didn't watch. Crazy.
I watched it. Dude, why are you always like... You're such a knuckle dragger. Holy shit.
No, you're disingenuous cunt.
He's Jewish and he's spreading...
That's what you are, dude.
Oh, God. Oh, shit.
Why do people project their insecurities? I don't get it.
My God. You've literally never touched a boob. Okay? Shut up.
Okay, I'm back. I'm watching the video. Okay, I didn't get a good look, but I see a light, and as you come down, the light's gone. And what I see, though, I mean, it just looks like it all disappears.
Why? Why does it disappear?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. If there's anything obstructing.
Well, here's what we know. It can't be Earth curve. We know that. It's not far enough away.
Yeah, but there's like things in the water. I don't know if there's like something obstructing it, or like if you could draw me a diagram or something that I could use to actually understand what's going on here. Because like, and by the way, I loved it earlier when you would pause and get me to regurgitate what you were saying, because it kept me like engaged, and I felt like I was understanding you. Because not gonna lie, I lost you a few points here. I did lose you a lot of times.
Hey, Indio.
Explanation.
There's nothing in between the light and the observer.
Hey, Indio. Yeah, I can't see anything.
Who has a question?
Do you read the Bible?
Not often. Why?
Well, I was going to say the Bible, you go back to its original translation, actually describes the word as the earth as a sphere.
Oh, yeah. Cool story, bro.
What, in biblical Hebrew?
Yep. The word is chug, C-H-O-O-G, and it comes from A&E usage, which is more modern architectural discovery. No, I've actually looked into this stuff,
dude. I don't believe a word you're saying.
But chug stands for rounded vault. It's also used to describe the word circle, but back in ancient times, they also used it to describe a sphere.
That's a cool
story.
Circle is not a sphere.
It's not a story, bro. It's in the Bible. You can do your due diligence.
No. Until you substantiate it with evidence, it's a story.
I did. I just referenced the Bible. Is that not evidence for you?
No, you just you talked. That's not evidence.
Would you like me to give you the verse?
I'd like you to put the evidence
Job 22,
of what you said is true.
Job
the original Hebrew. No, the original Hebrew. In a particular text.
C-H-O-O-G.
Yeah, but I want the actual fucking text, dumb fuck.
I just spelled it out for you, buddy.
No, the actual physical fucking book.
Job what?
You sound a little disgruntled.
Book, bro. Physical book.
You're just gonna...
You need a copy of the Bible?
The one that has the original Hebrew text, that one that you're talking about, I want that.
All right. Well, I mean, we were talking about something else. The word chug is relating to a circle. A circle is not a sphere. Let's move it on.
Yeah, let's move it on. Is it right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, continue.
The point is that the idea that things can't disappear on a flat surface is just incorrect. It's wrong.
Okay.
Demonstrably wrong. We know that the horizon is not the physical edge of a ball because it moves around, right? It can appear to be 3 miles one day, 10 miles another. Actually, more than just that day. It can be in multiple places on the same day. Okay? So whatever you people think is blocking the sun, that thing that cuts the sun in half, is not the edge of the earth.
Now, I have
at best, it's the optical illusion of the edge of the earth.
Yeah, and that's it. Okay. I have some more questions then, because that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. So, could we agree that like the proportion of this building or whatever object it is stays the same?
In its totality, yeah.
Okay. Like, oh, it's apparent, proportion.
Yeah, in its totality, geometrically, yes.
Okay.
The angles would be equal. The linear perspective, right? But linear perspective, okay, it's really simple. Linear perspective is an approximation of vision, okay? It isn't how we actually see, because we don't actually have flat fucking goddamn phobias, okay? They're actually like little cups. Though the angle difference between it being flat and being curved on the inside of our eye is small, that we can't actually detect it unless we frickin' take 3 straight lines and put it very close to our eye. Okay? These are approximations. Okay? You understand that, right? But approximately, linear perspective, if you double the distance, you have the size. Angular size.
Yeah.
So if it's 1 degree and it's 10 feet away, moving it 20 feet away makes it half a degree. Moving it 40 feet away makes it, 0.125 degrees.
Okay. And I mean, the first thing was obviously, I was going to say, well, it looks like to me the proportion stays the same. So like that ratio between the two angles stays constant regardless of the distance, right? So when we see the sun disappearing over the horizon, that doesn't seem to be the case if you're saying
change in angular size. Don't even say it. Don't copy some moron.
No, that it doesn't change in angular size. I'm saying that
change in angular size. The sun does.
No, that's not what I meant.
Measured it.
That's not what I meant. Okay. That is not what I meant. What I meant was I'm comparing.
I'm not going there. Go oversay that shit.
I'm not going there.
It's not true, because you can measure it, and it shows that it does get smaller in angular size.
I'm not even going there. What I'm actually saying is, the 50 and the 12, that ratio stays the same. Yeah. So I was just, when you think of a sunset over an ocean horizon, obviously that you immediately like, okay, wait, has that stayed the same? It doesn't seem like it. That's why, for me to truly understand it, I want to play around with an object that is in the sky where it's. Yeah.
You say sunset on an ocean horizon, that looks a lot of different ways. Doesn't always look like a frickin' circle getting cut off. That's how it looks sometimes. There's like I have a list of different types of sunsets.
Yeah. Okay. If we because for me,
sunsets, there's double sunsets, there's flattening of the sun sunsets. There's sunsets that look like mushroom clouds. There's sunsets where it looks like the sunset's above the horizon. There's all sorts of sunsets. There's sunsets where the sun fades away to a fucking point. There's all sorts of sunsets.
Yeah,
you're thinking of the cartoon subset from fucking Bugs Bunny.
I'm thinking of I actually sent you a DM of the type of sunset that I'm thinking of, and I'm only aware of like if it's a clear day, and there's no kind of atmospheric lensing or anything like that. Like that's the sunset normally you would see, right? So that's what I was hoping we could, apply these principles to.
How do you know that this is what you would normally see?
Well, that's what I've always seen. That's just what I'm familiar with.
You've always seen.
Exactly that.
So
yeah.
You have a west-facing view of the ocean.
I did tonight. Posted in the chat. We'll film this out.
This is the shit that drives me up the wall, dude. What? You don't have to make shit up, bro.
Sorry, I think I lost you again. I think
why are you making shit up, dude?
Sorry?
Why are you making shit up?
What do you mean?
You have a west-facing view of sunsets.
No. I mean, like, just in general.
You see this all the time.
No. I don't mean like myself. I just mean when you go online and you look. I've looked at everything. What I've even just sent you is just someone else's video.
Yeah,
so I'm not saying myself.
Yeah, it's probably from like a fucking Adobe stock or something. It's probably not even an extra photograph.
No, it's a video on YouTube. Like they put, all the details in the description. Yeah. It's just some guy with the camera.
I got sun videos too. You want to see them?
Yeah, actually. Yeah. I can't seem to post anything in the chat for some reason. I don't know what's going on.
This one's pretty cool. This is a video on a super tanker. It's a tanker ship and they're sailing west in the Cape of Good Hope.
Oh, would you say that immediately the visibility is a bit interesting? Look at that change in gradient and color. It's like there's a denser air as you go lower, no? What's up with that?
Of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because air absorbs light, man.
Okay.
The sunset is 23,000 times less bright than the sun at noon. 23,000 times less bright. Not a little bit.
Wait. Had the sun set yet there? Hold on.
That's just one video. Let me see one of these other ones.
Yeah, I felt like I could still see it at the very end. I was hoping to just get darkness. Hold on. I'm going to try and pause it before... my reaction time's not so great. Hold on. But have a look at the, what I would, I guess, call the classical idea people have of a sunset. The image I DM'd you. What I would love is like an explanation as to why.
I gave you.
One. Okay, just two things really. Oh, I love this. In fact, this is one of my favorite videos right here.
So you've actually gotten an explanation at least 4 times. Jedi gave you the explanation twice.
But the explanation
I gave it to you twice. You either failed to comprehend it, failed to listen.
Yeah, I think so then.
Which one? You failed to listen or failed to comprehend? Or
no, bro, I was kind of locked in, but maybe it was just too much information at once. Again, when you paused and you were like, "Yeah, just go to the back,"
is not the physical edge of something cutting something off. It is an optical effect that has nothing to do with the geometric form of the Earth.
Yeah, but I think
comprehend about that.
No, that's not really what I was asking. I was more so saying, the 50-12, that ratio, how 50, you double the distance, like no matter how much the distance changes, that top angle will always be.
You're not going to see the sun's distance double during a sunset.
Yeah. I'm just saying, regardless of the distance, right? You're just never going to see that ratio between that top angle and the bottom angle actually change, right? Whereas if you see it
you will, because that isn't just an abstract geometry. In the real world, because of meteorological conditions, it'll look different than that. In the real world. Because when
so you could see the ratio change.
Because when it starts to reach the limit of what you can resolve, it's going to be 10, 20, 30 freaking miles away.
Xavier, have you ever heard the phrase, once you get out of school, that's when the real learning begins? Because you don't learn anything.
Hell yeah.
Right. So, like, what they're saying is not necessarily what's applied in the real world, is what India is trying to teach.
And I think that's what I was trying to understand is like, where am I?
Model everything out, but you're not going to get the real world experience by looking at a model.
Yeah, absolutely. A model is only like a loose representation of reality, right? Has to be validated, and it will never be 100% accurate.
Well, all we know is observation, right? We know that in a general sense that things follow linear perspective, but that doesn't seem to hold. It's not purely that at distance, because there's meteorological effects that change the way things look, right?
Okay, I'll do like
a bunch of reasons, right? There's absorption of the light, there's scattering, there's freaking, like, you ever seen like mountain ranges? Like, if you ever seen a picture from the top of a mountain, and like the mountains that are further and further away appear in more and more like bluish and opaque.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Yeah, so that's like a meteorological effect, right? That's just one of them. and it changes the way they look. And there's other things the way. So, for instance, thing I do when I examine images of like the horizon and stuff, what I'll do is I'll invert the colors. So, color inversion will turn on the blues red. And the reason I do this is because the human eye has more contrast in the red than the blue. So, you can't see as many colors in blue as you can red. So, when you flip the colors, you can make out finer details when it's in red than you would if it's in blue. Because oftentimes what you're trying to differentiate is a blue sky from a blue sea. And because of your lack of visual contrast in the blue spectrum, it's harder to do. So if you invert it, then it becomes easier to do. And things become more obvious. And one of the examples of this is a Fata Morgana, right? So Fata Morgana is where a ship looks like it's floating above the horizon.
Horizon, yeah.
Yeah, but if you invert the colors, you can see that ship's actually floating on water, and there's actually a horizon behind that boat. But you can't tell when it's in blue because you don't have enough color contrast to differentiate the faint difference in shades of blue.
Okay, I've never heard that before. Okay, that's interesting. Okay.
Here, I'll actually show you. It's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, okay. I do have to go basically now, but I would love to just leave you with one challenge, and this isn't something for you to do now, and I'm only framing it as a challenge just to make it fun.
Bro.
But exactly, just to make it fun. But really, it's more so me doing this for my own visual learning purposes. So I sent you, again, just one image of like what I consider like the classical sunset. Perhaps the sun doesn't always do.
Yeah, so what happened?
He just like faded out.
You didn't pay your Starlink bill. Fuck.
I think Discord's like screwing up. I lost sound earlier, and then you cut in and out earlier.
Yeah, he kept saying I couldn't hear you. Yeah, I think his girlfriend just pulled the plug on him, I think. He was like,
here's what I don't understand,
no saying bye, get off the goddamn internet.
Here's what I don't understand. Like, we've all watched the videos of like green flash sunsets. We're not denying the sunset. What we're doing is just giving a plausible alternative explanation of how this occurs on a flat surface. And then we have demonstrations to back it up.
Yeah, this guy here, he's been here a while. Here, Peter, you bring up empirical evidence, he goes back to, well, imagine if, he did that like 20 times, man. If we're like, okay, we observed this, he'd go straight to, well, imagine that there's this thing called gravity and it's forming Earth into a ball.
Sick, man, I keep disconnecting.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Did you even hear any of that?
No.
Okay, all right.
But we've seen green flash sunsets, Xavier.
Okay, I just want to leave you with a fun challenge. Again, it's for my own visual learning purposes. I'm just framing it as a challenge to make it more fun. But this will help me kind of understand more where you're coming from. So it will be very similar to the example that we just looked at.
No, you don't need to understand where we're coming from. Is actually mainstream science you don't know about. Okay, so what I would suggest is here's my challenge. Go on MIT OpenCourseWare. Look at some of the courses on optics, or computer vision, or image formation, or 3D graphics, or anything like that, okay? It tells you'll learn how images are formed, right? Within the eye, within a camera, within anything. Because most people do have very naive ideas about how that actually works. How it's projected, how the 3D world is projected onto a 2D plane, and how that forms an image. They often, if I said, hey, buddy, what do you think the Earth looks like? You're going to think of the Earth from a viewpoint you've never had from space, from outside the Earth. But you've never had that viewpoint, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've only had it from your viewpoint, first-person shooter, right? You're in a first-person shooter. That's the only viewpoint you've ever had. Why would somebody even default to a third-person viewpoint? Right? But that's how everybody's been conditioned to think about the world, from this outside third-person view. So it's hard for them to comprehend how things should actually look from the first-person viewpoint.
Hey, the space porch.
The space porch. Going to the space porch, looking at the Earth. So, dude, why'd you bring that? Dude, I totally
You came up with that. You came up with that. That's you, bro. You get full credit for that.
Myself, dude. It's funny, man. I'm a funny motherfucker.
Yeah, facts.
Okay, so you said MIT courses on
when you think about what you said, Shay, you're thinking about it from this orthographic side view as if you were going to draw it on a piece of paper from the side. That's erroneous to think about it that way. It's just erroneous.
Okay, so no, there's no point doing that challenge.
Well, because that's not how we see. If you're going to say, hey, something should look like X, you have to do it from the viewpoint of what it would actually look like, not how you can conceive it abstractly from some orthographic side view.
Well, I guess it's really just to map out
I'll give you a perfect example. If you draw a parabola, so say you're standing on a giant plane, and you drew a parabola with the tip of the parabola at your feet, right? And the arms of the parabola extended to the horizon. What would that look like?
I don't really know.
It would look like an ellipse. It would look like an ellipse. It would look nothing like a fucking parabola. And mathematically, a parabola and a fucking ellipse have nothing to do with each other. So you could sit there with math trying to figure out what the fuck it should look like, doing all sorts of formulas, and you'd be lost. They're not the same thing. Projective geometry and Euclidean geometry are not the same thing. And we see in a projective geometry, but we think about things in a Euclidean geometry. You understand?
Well, look, I'm just coming from a place where you've sent me basically the kind of diagrams that I'm asking you for, and it helped me somewhat, to some degree, understand where you're coming from. So I was just saying, if that helped, maybe it could also be helpful if we put it into this specific scenario where it's just the sun now. That's the only difference.
I got a YouTube account for you, Xavier, here on the side. I don't know if you've seen me tag you in this chat. This guy, Dr. John D. He's a specialist in optics, and he decided to go out and just prove flat Earth one day.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm back.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
So this guy, Dr. John D., he has a PhD in optics. He decided to go out and test the flat Earth one day because he thought it was kind of strange. And then when he made his observation, he's like, there's no way that this could be happening on a globe. And he turned into a flat earther himself, a PhD. So if you take a look at him, he's got like a whole channel dedicated to how optics works and how we look at things through reality and stuff like that.
Okay, John D. MIT courses on image processing. Okay. And please, if you have just the spare time, all I ask is, I love that diagram you had of the man in the building. If you just swap the building for a sun and keep everything the same, 2 lines from the top of the sun to the bottom, just the same thing, just to explain like that sunset that
scale, dude. You can't do that in any reasonable scale.
Oh, okay. So you know what? That's fair. So scale is a factor. Okay. Interesting.
Well, it is when it comes to drawing the diagram of the Earth and the Sun.
Yeah. Okay.
And the Sun doesn't work that way. The Sun doesn't work like an object. Okay. Even in the globe model, you don't even see the true Sun. You're seeing the freaking refracted image of the Sun being curved up over the horizon. You realize that, right? That in the globe model, you've never actually seen a sunset. You've seen the refracted optical illusion of a sunset being projected over the curvature of the Earth. According to them, according to the globe model, not according to us, according to them.
Okay, sorry, it's like, it's almost 5 a.m. here in the morning, so my brain is fried. So,
I know, I can show you diagrams. You can just, you know, type in sunset, sun refraction, dude, and you'll get all sorts of diagrams that the sun's actually being projected up over the horizon, and that when you see it set, it's already been set. It's already physically set 7 minutes before.
Okay. No, I think definitely.
You know, you can believe what you want to believe. You can believe the whole world's an optical illusion. Anyway.
Okay, no worries though. Thank you.
Yeah, we're here 24/7, so you can come back whenever. We'll still be here. So
thank you for your patience. I really appreciate it. I've probably tested it a lot today, so I really do.
You know, I know on Rant Canyon it'd be pretty cool. It's just because like we're kind of jaded at this point. I've talked to like so many different people, hundreds, tens of thousands probably at this point. And you know, some of the answers they seem obvious to me. And they're maybe they're not obvious to other people, but it's just because I've been doing this topic for so long. So if I was rude, I apologize.
Likewise, and you always got to revert back, right? Like, how does everything work in the sky? Like when we see things in the sky, move across the sky, and do things down to the horizon in the sky. You got to remember that horizon is supposed to be a geometric location, right? Like if you are so tall off of a circle or a sphere, you draw a tangent line from your eyes to the edge of the curve where the radius would be 3,959 miles. That distance is a specific distance. It's geometry. There's no science involved. It's just angles and curves and straight lines and tangents, and all you're doing is creating a tangent to the curve. And if that geometry doesn't add up, there's some other questions that need to be answered.
Okay, no, I hear you. All right, I love everyone. Take care. Peace. I'll be back. All right, take care. Love.
That was Xavier trying to be as genuine as possible.
Stop the cap.
Beta. TV is on it, man. I hope somebody clipped that earlier with Matthew Learns.
Before you go into that, it's like I don't understand why people don't accept. I mean, what is there to like? Once you realize the horizon's not geometric, and they're like, so then why is this disappearing from the bottom up? And then we're like, well, this is obvious. This is a very comprehensible situation where you have a boat that's, you know, a short distance, just totally ruling out curvature, and here you have the same effect. So we can show you things disappearing bottom up on a flat Earth, and we can show you that the horizon's not geometric. It's like I don't know why at that point they're still fighting it. Like, you know.
Because it just can't be flat. It's anything but flat Earth syndrome. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, you're right. You're right about that.
They have a syndrome, bro. They have like serious problems.
That is definitely where that applies. He's like, well, it's definitely a globe. So, as interesting as all of this flat stuff you're showing me is, that's how they act. You know what I mean?
No, that's
as interesting as this flat stuff is. You know?
See, watch this in 4K. Watch. Go ahead.
Yeah, my belief in the globe is so strong that any observations on the horizon isn't going to change my mind.
Bro, your belief in the globe is so strong that if NASA came out today and said they were lying, you would say that they were lying.
If they said they were lying, I would say that the Earth is still a globe.
Yeah, you know.
I would be with all the other globers who existed in 1940.
Boomer detected.
Boomer detected.
Shout out to the gullible earthers. Yeah, chat. They have a syndrome. They have a severe syndrome. Anything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. Well, that's some real shit. You could literally say 2 plus 2 is 4, and they'll say you're wrong. I'm still happy. Wow.
I don't get 2 plus 2 is 4. So who would say that it's not 4?
I've literally had it happen live with me in 4K. I told somebody, well, if you have 2 forks, and then you add 2 more forks, you have 4 forks. And they were like, well, no, that's actually incorrect. But they were trying to, but that's not even a one-off. This happens a lot. Come on, Flat Earthers, back me up here. You guys have had this happen to you? I'm not even just saying this like, this only happened one time. This has happened multiple times. Dude, with the conversation with Blitz and Miggy and Indio, the guy tried to say that he doesn't know that he has hands. Thanks. Like, come on, bro. This is the same syndrome, low key, indirectly. Well, I don't know. 2 plus 2 is 4. We could be in a simulation where it's actually 5. I might not have hands in a simulation. Like, this is what I'm talking about. It's a weird syndrome that, like, even if a flat earther says 2 plus 2 is 4, which we know is true, they'll still go against you because you're a flat earther. They think that you've fallen off a truck and hit your head and damaged your brain cells, and you can't know things to be true. Like 2 plus 2 is 4. So they're going to reject.
Here's the thing. Simulation theory is irrational because you cannot simulate consciousness, and we're conscious, so we're not in a simulation.
All right.
I'm gonna steal that.
Yeah,
I didn't make it up, so yeah, feel free.
Dude, I literally had a conversation with somebody that was like, I told him 2 forks plus 2 forks is 4 forks. He's like, well, no, that's not true. It's a syndrome, bro. They have a serious problem.
My favorite is when you're trying to define terms, and then they start coming up with their, well, it could mean this.
They think because you're a flat earther, you've just gotten things wrong. You're like misinterpreting everything. Oh, well, you're a flat earther, so you just don't understand. Oh, you're a flat earther, so you're just like, you didn't complete school. You don't know things because you're a flat earther. I've seen this a gajillion times, dude. Oh, well, you must be misinterpreting the data because you're a flat earther. All right, bro. It's like a defense mechanism. I'm not going to really address what the flat earther's saying because I think he's stupid because he's a flat earther. It's so lame.
Did you call me?
It's kind of like a way to not address the actual information, you know? It's actually more common than you might think. Like, your average Joe who joins Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, if he's completely new to the discussion, he's just going to assume that, well, as a flat earther, you know, you fell off a truck, hit your head, you don't know things about the globe, you must be misinformed. You just got it wrong somehow, some way. So, I mean, that's why they come in here. They're like, well, like, just imagine you're an ant on a beach ball. They start trying to tell you like you've never heard anything about the globe before. They think you're dumb.
Imagine doing one rotation a day. Imagine walking around a pole and it taking a whole year for you to get around a pole.
False. Just imagine you're an ant on a beach ball. So, like, it's just... They want to assume that you don't get it. It's all too common. Like, low-key, I get where they're coming from. It's much more easy to assume the flat earthers, they're just way out of the loop. They're missing something. These guys are dumb. They can't possibly fathom, like, how a globe would work. It's easier to just believe that than they've investigated, they know it's cap, they moved on, you know. They're going with a comforting beliefs than the truth. And I get that. I completely understand where they're coming from. It's just annoying to deal with. Like, bro, some of you guys might think I'm joking. I had a conversation with a guy about the 2 + 2 = 4 thing. He said, well, like...
2 forks plus 2 forks is not 4 forks, is what he said.
Yeah, he said that, oh, well, if one of the forks only had 3 prongs on it as opposed to 4, then that doesn't actually equal 4 forks. Like, really, bro? Seriously? If one of the forks broke off and had 3 prongs instead of 4, then therefore you don't have 4 forks total. Like, it's just insane, bro. They'll literally say anything to go against you. I mean, do you agree with that, or what do you think about that? If you had a fork,
it's obvious that 2 forks plus 2 forks is equal 4 forks. There's no argument against that.
Yeah, well, I mean, enter a globetard who's like, well, I can think of a world where that's not true. It's not uncommon for globetards to do that.
I think it's pretty uncommon for globetards to do that.
Yeah, I do too. Like, what?
Yeah, I don't think I've heard it.
Well, now you know what a flat earther feels like, then, I guess, because that's what globetards do. Oh, well, you're wrong. You know, that's what you're saying. 2 + 2 = 4. No, I can think of a world where that's not true. Okay, dude. All right.
Yeah, I've never.
This is what you have to deal with as a flat earther.
Oh no, you don't. Just tell them they're wrong. Move on.
But why I did that, and then they have the hubris to be like, "Oh no." If one of the forks broke off and only has 3 prongs, then therefore you're wrong. Oh god, dude. It's insane.
Of course it's insane. Even then, that's fucking stupid. Let's say let's say a fork has 4 prongs, right? 1 prong breaks off, so you have a 3/4 fork. Right? You have 3 prongs left out of the 4, so you have a 3/4 fork. You still have that 1/4. So 1/4 plus 3/4 is 4/4. So there's your whole fork.
Fucking dumb. I wish you guys could have been there for it. Like it was just retarded, bro. Like,
oh whoa.
That's what I'm saying. It's a syndrome that Globers have. That no matter what a flat earther says, they're wrong. It's just diabolical. And my point overall is it's so bad of a syndrome that you could say 2 plus 2 is 4, and they'll still try to go. They won't even give you the benefit of the doubt. They'll be like, "Oh no, because you're a flat earther, 2 plus 2 is not 4." It's that bad. And that's not even the only syndrome. There's a lot of syndromes. That's just one of the most severe ones.
You know, when it comes to the whole math thing, the worst that I've heard, it didn't get as bad as how you're saying it. It was just the pedanticness, but with lack of specificity in what they're arguing about. So they're dancing around the bush, but they're not really telling you why, right? But when you dig down into it, they're really arguing on specificity. Like with that whole 2 plus 2 equals 4 thing, right? Traditional math, everyone's used to, you know, base 10, you count up to 10, then you continue on 11, all that shit, right? They're basically arguing that, there is a situation where 2 plus 2 is not 4, but they're not specifying that. What they're basically saying is we can change base, and then you get a different number depending on the base. But they don't tell you these details because they like to just get into the weeds and wrestle without any reason why. You know what I mean? Like, I hear where they're coming from, that you can pick it apart, but they're just real pains in the ass to discuss this whole thing with because they don't like resolution, it seems.
To be fair, I don't even think that's what he was saying, but I do know what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just talking about in the 1 or 2 situations I've heard. You know what I mean? The only other thing I can think of is they're basically teetering on a brain in a jar argument, but don't want to cross that line. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Beyond that, I mean, it's just fucking brain rot, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, it's what I'm pointing out is it's just like a common phenomena where they think because you've become a flat earther that you just simply like damaged your brain and that you don't know anything. Like you're just so dumb. It's just really annoying to deal with. What are some of the other syndromes? I wrote them all down. There's more.
Fucking cookies. Fucking. At the dinner, I had the dinner fucking hours ago.
Quick question. I promise I'm not trying to be hostile, but like, is this one of those rooms where like people will ask you questions, and if it's like not in accordance with what they think, they'll like just ban you from the room or something?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not a flat earther.
No. Whoever said that's trolling you, dude. We don't know that guy.
It just seems like that's how it is. Like I went to, what was it, Apologetics or something, and they were like anti-trans for some reason, and they're like, "Are you for transitioning?" And I'm like, "Bro, I'm not for or against it. What the fuck? If parents want to do that with their kids, let them do it. The government."
You're in the wrong room, bro.
Yeah.
No. But we don't actually think like that, bro. You can have. Listen, bro. I understand that not everyone's a flat earther, so the majority of people that come here are not flat earthers. We don't just ban off site because they don't think the earth is flat. Like that would be crazy.
No,
we don't
like,
do that.
I'm not trying to like debate people. Like I don't care about being right or anything. Like I mostly don't care about other people's lives and what they believe. I just like want to chill out and listen to what people say about shit. Like I don't care about giving my opinion. I just want to hear other people's.
Oh no, you're chilling.
Okay. Wait, but do you think the Earth moves?
I don't know if it moves, but I accept the claim that it does because I'm not like a scientist and shit.
All right, so you think the Earth moves? All right.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable position to adopt. If you don't know something, it's reasonable to go with the mainstream unless you have a reason.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No. Like, if you're not educated enough to answer something, why wouldn't you go with the mainstream educated opinion on something like a subject?
That's insane. That's crazy.
The educated mainstream opinion. Like the mainstream academic opinion.
Hold on, dude. But if you don't know, then you're just going with like peer pressure. You don't know whether it's educated or not. My parents taught me when I was growing up that just because everyone else jumps off a bridge doesn't mean you should jump off a bridge. So just because you see a bunch of other people doing X doesn't mean you should do X because everyone else is doing it. That's a really bad like philosophy. Basically.
Yeah, but when you go into an academic study, you know how academia is. So like you can trust other people that are in the field of academia, whether it's your field or not, because you understand that it's a very rigorous field, you know?
You know, in the 1940s,
such as what?
In the 1940s,
jumping off a bridge, you know it's dangerous.
Yeah, in the 1940s, the Nobel Prize was given to the guy who came up with lobotomies. So that's obviously
but I mean
mainstream at the time, and it's a horrific thing to be doing. But it was mainstream, and he was awarded for it. So that's a horrible advice to give.
Well, everyone should do lobotomies because that guy did it. Like that's the logic, bro.
That wasn't the logic, though.
But that is the logic,
right? So if everybody's jumping,
popular, it's cool.
If everybody's jumping off the bridge, you're right. You shouldn't jump off a bridge because you know independently that it's a dangerous thing to do. So
that's the thing. You should think independently and not just base your actions off of, well, everyone else is doing it, so I should do it too. That's kind of what you guys are presenting. You're saying, oh, well, everyone else believes this, so I should believe this. No, I'm saying you should think independently. You do have a good reason to think otherwise.
But we're not.
What's your opinion about whether octopus mothers die after they hatch their eggs? You think that's true, or do you think that's not true? It's an example of something you don't know about. So, are you going to trust the experts?
Bro, that is so random.
Yeah, right. But he's just giving you an example of something most people won't know about, but like you're going to trust an expert on because.
If you ask 100 people, what do octopuses do? They're gonna be like, "Bro, I don't fucking know. That's not the same."
So you're gonna trust that.
That's not analogous. They're not gonna just say, "Oh, well, I don't know, so I'll just believe whatever I'm being told." That's not good logic. Then I'm just gonna believe whatever I'm being told. That's crazy.
You're just trusting the expert source.
No,
What does that have to do with the air I breathe?
The point of the matter is like you.
What does that have to do with the air I'm breathing?
You have to determine whether or not like what is being asked of you is relevant to your life. So if someone says, "Hey, do you believe that Saturn has a fucking point with like a rocky surface or something?" I don't fucking know.
What does that have to do with the air I'm breathing?
Bro, just listen to what I'm having to say. I promise it makes sense. But like, if you're asking, it's like you're asking me to have an opinion on something I don't really, or I'm not educated in. Like, it doesn't matter. Like if I don't know it and it's not relevant to my life, like, why?
What if we flipped it around? What if we said the mainstream belief is that like, well, the Earth is flat, and you don't know it to be true? You're just gonna go with, well, everyone else says it's flat, so I'm gonna think it's flat. Like, let's rewind the tape back to like.
I'd be asking, what difference would it make my life?
BC 500 BC.
What difference would it make to my life?
Answer the question.
No, see, that's what I'm saying. Is like this is
answer the question without dodging.
Almost people's lives.
See, you're dodging. You're tap dancing.
No, it's
let's just go back to 500. No, it's not irrelevant. Let's not irrelevant. Let's go back to 500 BC.
How would
all right, Robo, just go on mute. Go on mute if you're not going to answer the question.
No, how would a flat Earth make a difference in your life?
I'm on my phone, but I will literally mute you. I don't care that much.
Okay, well, don't ask people questions you don't want to hear an answer. Shut.
You're not answering it. You're not answering it. So just shut up. We'll talk to someone else. If we went back to 500 BC and the mainstream popular idea was that the Earth is flat, that's what you're going to go with because everyone else says so?
I think it'd be reasonable to accept it.
But you're not accepting that today. You're willing to change that idea to something else, the complete opposite, because everyone else says something else.
Well, because these people.
So what logic is that? That's like horrible philosophy. That's horrible logic. I'm just peer pressured to believe what everyone else says. That's terrible.
I'm assuming that other people have actually done the work.
Okay. But you were willing to change that idea based off of, well, the populace believes X. Okay, now they believe Y.
Yes,
I used to believe X, but now I believe Y.
I'm assuming they did the work.
But you assumed they did the work before, and then you were willing to change it.
Well, why would I change my mind if I'm not willing to do the work?
Bro, the point is that you shouldn't just base your beliefs off of what everyone else tells you.
I don't.
Or what you are doing that.
No, on this specific thing,
just said
sure.
You would do that.
Yeah, on this specific thing, sure. But I know things in my own experience about other things. And these things are these are the things that actually govern my life. I mean, flat Earth does not matter to me.
You realize you're here right now.
Yeah, I want to hear what you guys have to say.
He's here in this room. It doesn't matter.
It mattered enough that you clicked on the freaking link.
No, I didn't click on it. Actually, I got booted from the apologetics channel, and I just ended up here, and I'm chilling now.
Okay, the fact that you're still here, you haven't left, you're still here, shows it matters enough that you're here.
Well, I'm playing video games, man.
If it truly didn't matter, you wouldn't even come here.
I didn't come here. I was just in the apologetics, just listening to people as if
you're still here.
Yeah, it's a podcast, man.
So it matters. That's what I'm. Oh my god! I don't know how these guys don't see it. To me, if something didn't matter, I wouldn't engage with it 0%. But the fact that you could have left at any moment, but you're still here, so it matters.
Yeah, but you're talking to me, so I matter to you. Like, I don't understand that logic.
No. You're saying it doesn't matter to me, but you're here. You're engaging.
No, you're saying it doesn't matter. I don't matter to you. I don't understand.
No, it does matter. It does matter. I'm saying it does matter.
I appreciate that I matter to you, man.
No, it's not. Oh my, dude, these guys have like a low attention span. What's going on? You said it doesn't matter. This doesn't affect my life.
Yeah, there's more important things to me. I care about like my relationship with my partner. You know, all kinds of shit.
I'm saying that this topic matters enough to you that you're here now, dude.
No, I don't care about
it. Does matter
I'm just
to
in
you.
A random room.
You're here. The fact that you're here shows that it does matter to you, dude.
Like this room could be about Charlie Kirk. I'd still be just chilling, talking. You know,
this is not an easy room to find. You have to search it out. So it matters.
Yeah,
from the apology.
Whoever said that, facts.
I got
Whoever
kicked from
said
the
that, that's so
apologetics.
facts.
I got kicked from
I've been
the
saying that for a
apologetics
long
room,
time.
and it just dumped
You don't
me in
just,
here.
fact. You don't just trip and fall into a flat Earth server. And even if you did, and it didn't matter, you'd leave.
Well, this
You
is a
would go
politics server.
do
It's not a
something
flat
that
Earth
you
server.
find. I hate liars, bro. I hate dishonesty. So many cups.
Yeah, dude, bro, you don't get it, man. Okay, you're still here. Okay, even after having all this pointed out to you for some reason.
Yeah,
right?
Because I choose not to like close my game out and then look at the VC and then enter a different VC.
Right. So you care enough to not bother with all those little, details to leave.
No, I care more about just continuing to play my game than to find out what VC I should go into.
Exactly.
Yeah, I care about my game.
The effort to leave, right, is not worth
it. Does not. It's not worth it. It does not matter to me. Yeah.
It matters enough that you're still here is the point. However small that may be, it's not worth your time and energy to get up and close your shit.
It would take more work for me to stop playing my game than it would for me to care about leaving.
Thank you for acknowledging my point, and thank you for acknowledging the point that CB was saying, albeit with different words. By using the term care, we're not saying like, you see it as like an existential thing that, I have to. No, that's not the point. The energy involved in leaving, right, outweighs your will to do it. So that degree that, you don't want to expend energy is how much you care.
Yeah, I don't want to expend any energy on you guys, really.
Thank you very much.
You're here now.
I'm just chilling, man. Let me just chill.
All right, bro. Just go on mute. Just go on mute, bro.
Just let me chill, man. You don't have to ask me questions. What the fuck?
They're basically useless.
Well, here's the thing, right? If you're going to be asking questions, that's another thing. Right? You care enough to ask questions.
I don't ask
I thought you said Sorry, I thought I heard you say let me chill and ask questions, but never mind.
No, I was trying to kind of like elaborate on someone else was saying, I think, but I guess you guys just didn't let me finish.
Oh, because you cared enough to try and elaborate on it, right?
No, I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. I don't know.
Thank you for rephrasing what I just said, just using the word want instead of care to.
No, I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page.
Just go on mute, bro.
Like, do you guys have girlfriends or no?
God, bro.
You guys are all single fucking weirdos or something?
Dude, shut up, bro.
Yeah, I do have your
shut the fuck up, bro.
You guys are all fucking incels?
Ooh, dude,
like,
shut
you
the
guys
fuck
just
up,
Discord
bro. Go back to
incels?
your
Is that
game, you
what's going
fucking
on here?
nerd, dude. Shut the fuck up, bro.
I can walk and chew gum, man.
Yeah, dude, you're the one that gets game here.
Yeah, damn, these guys are fucking wasting time, bro. I'm here. No, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna spend time here. Like, shut the fuck up, bro.
Wow, even Matthew's muted.
I don't know who muted him, but whatever. Wow, Matthew's muted me. That's always so funny when they're like, it doesn't matter. Bro, the fact that you're here alone shows that it matters enough to you, at least. You could be doing anything, literally anything else. But the fact that you're here engaging, you're not just here, you're engaging, that alone shows that it matters enough to you. So miss me with all this, it doesn't matter. If truly something didn't matter to me, I'm out. I'm gone.
Who are you talking to?
Chat.
Huh?
Talking to chat.
Oh, you're wall talking.
I'm talking to the YouTube, bro.
Yeah,
Talking to
wall
you.
Talking. We call that wall talking.
Sure, I'm talking to chat, bro. We're live, bro. So you watch a podcast and you're like, you're wall talking, bro. Oh, you're wall talking because you're on a podcast. Oh, you're wall talking.
Bro, it's like 10 people listening.
Dude, you realize there's like, we get like, I don't even know how many views. People watching it back. You're here. It's the fact that even you're here right now. You're listening right now. You're what, 1 of the 10?
I got multiple monitors, man.
Why are you here right now?
Because it's good background noise and it's entertaining as hell.
Yeah, exactly. Facts. Oh, you're wall talking. Oh, you can't talk because you shouldn't talk. Bro, shut the fuck up, bro. How can you in one breath say, yeah, I like to listen to this, and then say, oh, you shouldn't talk because there's no one listening? You're here listening right now, idiot. Oh, fuck, dude. This fucking guy.
You're saying, like, okay, it's YouTube. Dude, nobody's listening on there, man. Like,
you're here right now listening intentionally, bro. Oh my god, these guys are retards. We're literally dealing with like 50 IQ retards.